Yeah,
putting
it's yeah,
putting
it's
people
in a
at
very
risk.
same way. It would be like the videos of those adults who capture the foul balls and steal it out of the hands of the child, right? Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. Today we're joined by someone who has spent years chasing mysteries that blur the line between science, myth, and the unknown. Mark Marinaccio is an executive producer and showrunner best known for his work on The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, where he guided the series through one of its most ambitious seasons. Mark comes from a family that set the stage for this kind of work. His mom is a sensitive, often described as a psychic, and his dad is a lifelong sci-fi fan. That mix of intuition and imagination runs through his career. Mark cut his teeth as a producer on the original Ghost Hunters series, then stepped into the heart of Skinwalker Ranch to oversee experiments that tested the limits of science and storytelling. His work has redefined how we see the paranormal on television and has positioned him as a leading voice in chronicling the unexplained. We'll talk to him about what it takes to capture the unfilmable, how he balances science and scares in his own storytelling, and how his own background and intuitions inform the way he approaches the unknown. Let's dive into the conversation.
War soldier that the ghost hunters caught years ago.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see if I get lucky enough.
We're talking
Hopefully.
about Gettysburg. It seems like, Mark, we've we're trying to figure out like what the seven wonders of the paranormal world are. Gettysburg seems to be one of those top places, and you're, as a producer looking for places to shoot, what would you say the top ghost or paranormal spots outside of the ones you've done, or what are including the ones you've done? What would you say they are?
Well, I think that when I started out in the paranormal TV world, my very first shoot was in Ireland with ghost hunters, and we did a place called Lep Castle, which was built in something like year 100 by the Druids, and that was my very first time out, on the show and on a real ghost hunt investigation. And it's the kind of place where, and I've experienced this multiple places since then, where you walk through the door and you just feel like you want to throw up, right? I mean, it's just so thick and heavy, with just horrors that occurred there. And that place, gave me the creeps. And, Gary, as a producer,
Because they're Irish.
Right, of course, right. Because of the food, really, being Italian, it was the food that did it for me. I was like, I can't eat this stuff.
I get it.
Now, as a producer, that you're trying to make sure you capture whatever's going on, but me being who I am and my background and where I come from, I can't help but be sensitive to it, which I ultimately, and we can get into it, I ultimately turned into my skill set, which made me good at what I do. But Lep Castle was crazy. I think Estes Park and the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, where Stephen King got the inspiration for The Shining.
That was on the list. Yeah,
I produced the first Ghost Hunters live there. It was my first time there. That's where I had my first experience doing the shows. That place is like a playground. But there are places that I think have such a wide variety of strange occurrences. I mean, Skinwalker Ranch is a place I tried to get to for 15 years.
Yeah, we're going to get into that one too in a deep way for sure.
Yeah. I mean, places I haven't been that I'd like to go investigate in this way. The pyramids in Egypt. I think that for some reason there's something really interesting there. Any kind of ancient temples like Angkor Wat. There's a theory that about structures being built in quote unquote power centers, which may open the doors, let's say, or thin the walls or open the windows to these experiences more than others. Places I haven't been that I don't ever want to go to, Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Like, I am not interested in that place. I did Penhurst Asylum for World's Biggest Ghost Hunt, spent 2 weeks there. And, there wasn't enough showering I could ever do to feel clean after that. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Silkwood, but
Sure.
it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
it's like trying to
I'm
like,
clean. I'm
yeah,
clean.
right?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like in a place like that.
Well, is that why don't you want to go to Waverly? What is it? Because you know that you go in there, it's so haunted that it's going to stick to you.
I don't like the way I physically feel when I'm in those locations.
I see. Okay.
It's very uncomfortable. It's like I said, I literally feel nauseous, like I want to throw up, and like
Got it.
I'm being worked over, and
Wow.
it's just you get a high level of just physical and mental exhaustion. And that's not everybody, but that's certainly me. And like I said, I used it as a skill to my advantage throughout my career. But I get even here where I'm at now in Amelia Island, there's a quote unquote haunted bookstore, and I went over there and I was like, what's the deal? Haunted? And they're like, oh yeah, here's the stories. People see this little girl. I'm like, well, where is it? Upstairs. I'm like, let's go up there. Walk up the old wooden creaky steps to like the loft, and I'm not joking you. Halfway up the stairs, like I was like, ooh. And the woman that's with me was like, oh my God, she could see on my arm full of goosebumps and all the hair standing up. And similar feeling to the Lizzie Borden house, right?
That's a good
Just
spot. We didn't think of that spot. Sure.
that place. I mean, they're fun, right? But I don't you don't need a place to have had horrific tragedy to have some sort of paranormal or anomalous activity,
Mark,
right?
do you think you get this feeling? Did this come from your mom
Yeah,
on that side of the family?
absolutely. Yeah. And my mom, and I don't know, John, if you know this, but um, my mother is in the 70s just called it psychic, right? And it's not something I really even knew about until I was 7 or 8 years old. But she's always been sensitive, psychic. I mean, she practiced it not for money, but with a group, and she would meditate and um, find lost things. If she got real bad migraines all the time, and literally the light bulbs would blow out. Electronics don't work for her. She became a hands-on Reiki healer and practitioner and passed that on. But she would, always see the spirits of where we lived. And when I moved to Philadelphia from New Jersey, we lived in like 100-plus-year-old house, and she would see the people. She would do past lives regression, and she would do astral projection. And she's in her 80s now, so she's still very sensitive to things. But back then, it was like it was heightened. And then my dad, although he was a businessman who worked in Manhattan, loved science fiction television. And so I grew up with a psychic mom and a sci-fi loving dad, and I often tell people I never stood a chance to do anything else other than what I do for a
Right.
living.
Right.
But
And
yeah, it
how is
absolutely came from her.
it's really funny, man, because we met another buddy of mine is I did an interview with, I don't know if you know Mike Dorsey. He's a documentarian. He actually used to work for me over at Discovery, but he's like comes from a different sort. His background is like hardcore doc, almost. I don't want to say news, but it's really sort of historical documentary, right? A
Mhm.
truth telling, investigative place. You're coming from a background as a believer, as really sort of been
Experience.
in that world, though, right?
Yeah, experiencer. I mean,
Okay, an
believer.
experiencer. So
Yeah.
what do you do? How did that uh how do you bring that into a television production when you got to deal with what's real and deliver against network notes?
Right. So, it's important to understand that I became a storyteller because of my interest in the unexplained and science fiction. I didn't intend to do the unscripted world, but my interests were always in creating, let's say science fiction or the paranormal esque television series. I mean, that was when the internet came out, I built a file on UFO and aliens like on day one. It's always been my interest in sort of the reality of the unknown, um, and using my pursuit of being a storyteller to be able to understand, uncover, explain some of these things. So when I got the chance to just jump into Ghost Hunters, I was obviously very excited about like I'm going to go see a ghost. But one of my
Right.
skills has always been, and I've always told, you know, networks and producers this: I don't need to fake anything. It's not necessary, because especially when you do it for so long, I'm consistently the only, producer, showrunner, creator who's never left the paranormal. And been doing it for, 25 years now, let's say, almost 25 years specifically in that genre. So it's a really good skill developed over time, where I can look at data first and foremost, look at the information to set up the best chance of success, right? So the location, types of occurrences, frequency, most recent atmospheric conditions during that, history, history of people investigating or sort of causing phenomenon to happen, let's say, how they did it, what were the tools. And I just have a very natural instinct to see those patterns and put them together and repeat them. Like, for instance, Skinwalker Ranch. I went on to that show in season 3, and I noticed, again, I read George Knapp and Com Kelleher's book in 2005, and I was obsessed and tried for 15 years to get there. And then when they asked me to run the show, I said, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, that's the only show I'll go back in the field for." But not only the study and the information that was available from prior to the show, but the 2 seasons they had, I went in and asked, "Hey, I see some things that seem to trigger phenomena that you do. First of all, is it real? Or was it for TV?" And they're like, "Nope, everything was real," which, to their credit, nothing at all on that show, not a single thing gets faked whatsoever. And a lot of stuff just doesn't even get shown, that can't be shown, or that's not part of the story. So first and foremost, that's what's going on. And then, but it's also led by legit scientists who are not going to, get woo woo on something, because they got to go down a path that's got potential to be measurable, right? If you're not going to be able to formulate an experiment, to conduct an experiment, to gather data that potentially is repeatable or leads you somewhere else, it's not worth it. So, one of the first things I noticed was just how rockets seem to trigger phenomenon when they're shot into the anomaly above the triangle. And that was something that Travis Taylor was very, very keen on and big on, and loved doing. And it was great that we were able to just lean into that, and it triggered phenomena. Now, in other projects, I'll walk into a room and just feel like I got punched in the stomach, and then my eyes will water, and I'll get the tingles and goosebumps, and I'll say, "Get the cameras up," um, and things happen and then get caught. Um, but going back to setting yourself up for the best chance of success, knowing how you produce those things, oftentimes when you're making, let's say, sales tapes or even pilots with new companies that don't do this sort of thing, there's way too many people in the space. And it's like, no, we have to be minimal footprint. We have to be quiet. Get everybody out who doesn't need to be here. No fumbling, no ACs running around following the camera. Like, you just can't do that. It's got to be,
That's an assistant cameraman, for anybody who doesn't know what he's.
Yeah, you can't have people running and following. And of course, everybody wants to kind of follow around because it's like, oh, I want to see what happens. But generally, and I learned this on Ghost Hunters, it was a camera operator, the 2 lead investigators, myself, and an audio guy. And the audio guy almost always was outside of at least the room, if not the building, when he could be. And it was just us in the space all the time. And you take time. Nothing can be rushed.
Mark, is there a difference in how you approach a show, like from what you learned on Ghost Hunters to a Skinwalker Ranch, and these different it's like, for example, is it a different, since we're dealing with like a different spirit or a different aliens versus, is there a different approach to capturing this stuff?
Yeah, I think that for me, what I've learned over the years is, whether you're talking about ghosts, aliens, monsters, UFOs, in a way, it's all the same thing. It's these temporary windows or doorways um, to other spaces, places, or times, let's say. So first, it's about where you are, and is that environment active in that way? Does it have the potential for that door or window to open, let's just say? Um, so the approach is the same in that respect. But again, on Skinwalker Ranch, it was like I said, a scientific investigation. Whereas in ghost hunting, it's okay to use non-scientific tools to help point you in a direction, right? So, you may want validation in a ghost hunt that you're communicating with a spirit by getting that spirit to give you information that you find is accurate in public record. Um, Skinwalker Ranch, we know the history, we know all the records, know all that stuff. You're not trying to get information from someone or something else in that way. You're trying to collect data and understand the science, because I do believe it is all science we don't understand. Um, so that's one difference. But now when you talk about the more traditional paranormal, and I even, this was even the case for my last show, Alien Encounters Fact or Fiction. There's an emotional story, that a personal story, that a human story that's very important, because I have two goals to accomplish when I'm making those shows. The first is obviously the promise I make to the audience as to what we're going to try to deliver on, understanding, explanations, answers, progress in the field. The second is to the people that are taking the risk of sharing their story. One thing I'm very proud of is when I started on Ghost Hunters, people were still very, skeptical and resistant to come on the show. They didn't want the ridicule. They didn't want the attention. They didn't want to risk their job or their social circle or something. By the time I finished, after 3 seasons on that show, by the time I finished, if you said you had a haunted house, you had a line of people outside your door waiting to get in and check it out. And so I really tried to do the same thing with the alien abduction, alien encounter, UFO phenomena. How do you not feel or get called crazy when you don't know that you're not the only one with that same story? And by the more that I give people a platform to share their stories, not only is it cathartic for them, and I hope therapeutic, which I believe it is, but also it reduces the chances of ridicule, and it opens the door for more people to come forward. So those are always my two goals.
Mark, what are some storytelling, and for lack of a better word, as a producer, tricks, so that so the audience really, the audience can experience your gut, your stomach feeling like it's punched, other than you saying it, which then that's what creates this idea of, well, is he full of shit or not? So what are some things that you do when you're in the field, when you have great moments, human moments of people experiencing something that aren't very visual? How do you do that for a TV show?
I have to know the tools that would be best suited to go from this is how I feel to let's capture, measure, or interact. That's what it is. So, as an example, on Ghost Hunters International, we were at this old pub in England, like, I don't know, everything's the oldest place in the world, right? So, oldest pub in England, I forget. It was like a little haunted village. And we had our lunch break, which is, really past dinner time. For people that don't know, when you're doing any shoot, 5 or 6 hours into the shoot, you break for lunch. It's called lunch no matter what time of day, because it's the first meal, the first break for a meal. And so we had taken our break, and I was finished. I always sort of finish early because I'm getting my ducks in a row, looking at my notes, looking at what the plan is for where we're going to go next, and what's with the team, what's going to be focused on. And I walked back into the bar where we had just been, and one of the scenarios where I felt like I got just sick and my eyes started to water, and I saw what was like atmospheric energy haze kind of come in and move past the beer taps. And I said, everybody up, guys, get in here, get the cameras up, something's going down, grab the EMF meter, right? And the reason I said that specifically was not just to say, oh yeah, there's weird energy up in the air, but it's a good question and answer device, right? And
For
based on the
TV.
stories,
Right.
for
Especially for
TV,
TV, you could see it.
you could see it and you could hear it, right? Like a needle moves, it blinks, it beeps, whatever, it does all the things. But more importantly, you don't have to be with it. And I'll tell you why that's important. So, um, the story there was this guy, Will the Bailiff, who was really intimidating and would sit people down in a chair and say, you're going to pay your taxes, right? And that's sort of the area where he would sit people down that we focused. And so the decision was to place the EMF meter on a chair right in that spot, and everybody gets out of the bar. We set up cameras on tripods at the very opposite end of the room and zoomed in on the EMF meter and then an overview of the whole space. And this is important to eliminate the potential for it to be radio signals, walkie-talkies, just anything that we brought that's making it go off. And set up monitors and literally sat in the other room while the investigators asked questions and got responses that were accurate. And this went on so long, went on for like an hour and a half, that all of us asked questions. It became fun. The crew, the PAs were like, hey, what about this? And you would get answers that were, you can validate. So one of the tricks or, tools, I guess, is, what's gonna be visually a good signaling that something's going on. Spirit boxes are great, but they're really difficult for TV because it's just like, John, it's just constant noise,
Right.
which is why the Estes method works so well, which is where
Yeah.
the person listening to the spirit box has headphones on.
Yeah.
And so nobody else could hear what the spirit box is saying. And then somebody else asks questions to the spirits. And the person with the headphones on who can't hear the questions repeats what the spirit box says.
Now, I'm gonna stop. First of all, that's the second best answer to the or equally as good of an answer to the Estes method. So Johnny and I talk about the Estes method a lot because I think it's ridiculous. I've always thought it looks silly as hell. Like I never understood there's a middleman. So it's like if you're a skeptic or something, and you have somebody in blindfolded headphones and they're plugged into the spirit box, and I ask them someone else asks the question, and then they just say words, it's like, how am I? Why don't I just hear the ghost? Well, hold on, let me finish. So it's like, why am I listening to the middleman? And we had another guest come on who gave a great answer for why she does it a lot. Another ghost investigator. And it was like to avoid any pareidolia or outside influence to what you're hearing, which I thought was genius. And then what you're saying makes total sense because from a visual television perspective, it looks wild, and you don't have the audio problems of garbage when you're trying to edit and all this and everything else. So okay, I'm starting to slowly understand why people do this thing.
But there's you also, you have to be true to the investigation. So they're noise canceling headphones, right? So there's no way that the person listening to the spirit box can hear the questions being answered, but you also record the audio of the spirit box independently.
Yeah. You have to have a splitter on there.
So that in the edit, you can play that, but you control the volume and the ducking so that it's not over everybody's audio. You're controlling it so that you can still show that it really was said on the box.
Right.
But those are like, I love that kind of stuff, but I like visuals. I love visuals. That's my jam.
Well,
I mean,
it's a visual medium.
Yeah, exactly. And so I feel like, EVP and audio is great, and it's valuable, and it's more prevalent as far as the type of evidence you get. So you have to incorporate it. But there's always something that's available, that beeps or goes off, or like, when the Xbox Connect was being used all the time, you're looking at nothing, but it shows a skeleton figure. Used in the right way and in certain environments, you could be like, whoa, it's super creepy. REM pods, directional sensors. Something that I like what people do is you put up, almost like EMF tripwires. So when something crosses its path, it goes off. Because also what you can do in the edit is you can build a map from these things, showing where they're going off and what it's building, or you can actually take some of the information and convert it to be more easily seen and understood. I like those sorts of things. The night vision, thermal imaging, they're always great. I'm not, it's hard for me to really dive into thermal imaging and night vision as being more valuable for the investigation than other things. But
now, is it when you say valuable for the investigation or valuable for the show? I think those are two separate things.
Investigation.
Okay.
Very valuable for the show.
Right.
It's creepy.
Right.
It's creepy. It sets the mood, and it's important for the show because it's not just it is trying to present that vibe of creepiness and fear, but because that's the most accurate way to capture what the investigators are experiencing. They are walking around in the pure dark in an environment unknown. And, so the night vision really does help bring as best of a first person perspective that you can get. But I like photography. I think that film photography, is still incredibly valuable, and you know, you can process the image, the negative in different ways, and then the print in different ways to eliminate um, certain levels of light spectrum. You can use infrared photography. You can use um, red lighting that slows down the visual wavelength, so that you may capture something. But I think some of the best visual evidence I've ever seen has been captured on film. And this is where the ghost and alien realms sort of coincide, or sort of connect, which leads me more to my sort of belief of interdimensional or transdimensional travel or entity versus, dead Uncle Joe.
John just got a little excited when you said that, but we'll get into.
I want to get
into all that.
Part.
Just a little bit.
He got a little excited. I know him well enough that he was like, he just perked up a little. He's got a little.
Well, I'll give you an example. We
went from 6 to midnight.
Hunting,
yeah.
Well, in ghost hunting, you see or hear about shadow figures all the time. And it's a very unique phenomenon in ghost hunting relative to, full body apparitions, partial apparitions, something that has detail. I mean, we're talking pure black silhouette, but with mass. I have a picture from an investigation done in the Hudson Valley, which was a UFO, it was alien invasion Hudson Valley.
What were you going after? Were you going after the Hudson Valley boomerang?
With everything you can imagine in the Hudson Valley, but more so looking for, the why, the connections, the spaces, and found a place that had every sort of paranormal experience you could imagine all in one old house, and multi-generational. And they had a picture of what they thought was, I don't know, a ghost or something, which looked like a shadow figure sort of barely creeping out from behind a wall into a doorway. Shit you not, this thing looked like a tall gray alien more than any other image I've ever seen of a ghost or an alien or whatever. And it gave me the creeps. And, it was in line with the experiences there, but it was captured on film. The bookstore I mentioned down the street, they have a picture up of that second floor, the haunted area, that looks like a giant plasma ball. And, it's a printout, right, on computer paper. And I'm like, I'd like to get an idea of this, I don't know. And then I look above it and there's the original print from a negative of it. And and this is something I'm like, who took this? Like, well, I got to find out. Like, we don't really know. It's old. I'm like, when? They're like, oh, I don't know. Like, you got to find out because this orb, we'll call it an orb, was large, first of all. But it had mass. It had parts of it you could see through, and parts of it you could not see through. And it had what looked like movement of energy, so different colorations. It had, a bit of a ring around it of light. There was a light splash. It looked like it was actually pushing a wave of light out, which, like, maybe it's a lens flare, but I know enough to tell them that that's
Did it have
actually not.
did it have a nuclei by any chance? Like a center?
It. I'm not sure that I would say that. I say that there could be a more dense part of it that wasn't, but not positioned in the center from the camera's perspective, but it looked like there could be a convergence point. I think blowing it up more maybe but I said, like, look, if this could be verified as not being faked, which isn't that difficult. I've never seen anything like this in 25 years. This could be the most astounding piece of evidence sitting in a bookstore in a tiny island in Florida that anyone's ever seen.
That's wild.
Yeah,
that is wild.
It's funny you bring up grays, right? There was a time, I'm on TikTok mainly. There was a time when I was constantly getting banned, and I'd have to create up another account to go live. And what I would do is I create these videos where saying, hey, make sure you're following me over here, my backup account, which I don't have anymore. But hey, follow me over here. So I'm doing a video, and I have a mirror in back of me from a Victorian house. It's like a door mirror. And all of a sudden, now, not trying to do anything paranormal. Nothing's going. I don't have a spirit box going. Nothing. I'm just saying, hey, everybody, please come over to here and watch me tonight, because I'm not going to be on this account. All of a sudden, the audience can already see it. It's almost like a selfie shot, right? They can already see it in the mirror. I don't notice it until it moves and it directly looks right at me. I can only describe what I saw in this video and in this mirror as a tall gray. That's the only way I can describe it. If you saw it, you'd be like,
I want to see it, first of all. I definitely want to see it.
I'll find the video. I think I still have it on my page, so I'll be able to pull it up. But it is just, and you see it, like, and what's crazy too is I am moving back and forth. Okay, one can argue, oh, it's just light reflecting in the mirror, but when I'm standing still is when you see it turn its head and look right at me.
Yeah, and by the way, that's an easy thing to determine just based on having multiple sort of images in a shot to see if it's one moving with the other or not.
One moving, yep. So it was pretty wild. So the whole alien spirit phenomenon is like, a lot of people, some people get religious with it, like, oh, the aliens are demons. I'm sure you've heard that before. Which
a lot of people like
cool.
their demons.
Yeah, a lot of people like their demons. With my documentation, I'm coming across.
There's a really good reason for that belief. That's a longer conversation. But
yeah, I know. Well, I know there is, and it's wild. It is a wild conversation, but it's funny how it does intermix. It really does.
Where were you when you caught that? Where was this? What was the location?
So the location where I caught that is called Wesley Manor, and it has a huge history. It was an outpost in the 1700s that got destroyed by the British during the Revolutionary War. The Battle of White Plains took out the whole area. Then it got turned into a Victorian mansion, and then after that, it was a temporary hospital for the Spanish flu, and then an experimental hospital that they ran experiments on, like, in the 30s, and then it turned into an apartment building, and it's been an apartment building ever since.
Do you know what the very first either structure or use or gathering or settlement was for that location?
Yes. Yeah, and the walls are still there. So they built it upon. They built the Victorian mansion on the outpost, so there's still the old fieldstone walls in the basement. Next
what was
to
there before the outpost?
It was native land.
Okay, was the location where the outpost used by the indigenous people for any specific purpose?
Yes.
What did they use it for?
Yes. So because of its height advantage, it was almost used as a not like an outpost for them, but what they used to do is make these roads that would interconnect, and that was a spot where they would a lot of the roads would connect, almost like a meeting ground, if you will.
So, I would suggest that whoever the indigenous people were, if they were not the original inhabitants of that land, there were people before them that focused on that spot as well. And this is the reason I ask is there's the theory of power centers. There's Patrick Jackson who talked about it, a British guy. But when I was even in Hudson Valley, we found places that were important to, like, let's say again, I think the Druids or somebody, which is like, how'd they get over there, whatever. But areas, let's say, where crops grow twice as tall as any other spot, where there's a practical value to early people to that specific location. Then as sort of humans progress, other people find other value in that area, wind up taking it over. These become ritualistic sites, prayer sites, temples, churches, and others continue to come, see value in it, take it, build on top of it, et cetera, until wherever you're at now was not at all what was there before. But the reasoning why everyone focused on that is the same. It had a certain level of, let's say, power or energy, perhaps unseen, definitely not understood, but depending on how far back you go, had practical value until
Portal, Nexus.
Nexus, yes. And that's another thing. The spirits talk about something called the Nexus portal.
Yeah, but then
there.
It becomes churches and temples and prayer sites, because then it becomes a bit more esoteric or metaphysical value of.
Mark, when you say Hudson Valley, you mean Hudson Valley, Westchester?
New York, Hudson
New
Valley,
York.
New York.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, so
yeah, I'm in the lower Hudson Valley.
Is it Pinecrest, the UFO capital of the world? I think it's Pinecrest or we were all over that area, and it just
Sleepy
really,
Hollow, Buckout, all the Hudson Valley has it all. Poughkeepsie's got its own history. Its own thing when you go up, up farther that way. Yeah, it's crazy.
The whole mystery of Tuxedo Park.
Love Tuxedo Park.
That really plays into the UFO phenomena, and I guess it was late 80s and early 90s, I think, right? The boomerang and all that. But
that's why if you go to Tuxedo Park and you go, say, the Renaissance Fair, because that's where the Renaissance Fair is located for New York, dude, you have the postmen walking around with shotguns, blasting, fake shots, saying that they're hunting aliens. That United States Postal Service, the other thing, dude, and they play into the whole hit. It's funny.
They did a lot there, brought over scientists from Germany during the war and whatnot. But that's, if you follow the Hudson Valley, the Barney and Betty Hill story in New Hampshire really is, it's a Hudson Valley story. It's, way north of New Hampshire, but it's part of that entire connected stretch. And that, obviously that's one of the most incredible, or first, incredible UFO abduction stories. But the people we talked to, I mean, people who have never, we went and took over the town, and they gave us full access to, commissioners, mayor, and police chiefs who had stories that were like, they'd never told anybody before. And they broke down while telling these stories because it was just so jarring to everything they knew and understood practically and logically. And no matter how many decades passed, it's as if it was yesterday for them emotionally. We did an experiment with a guy on his farm that we got to sort of serendipitously. He was not interested. We ran into his son on the streets, who his buddy told us about what his friend's dad's farm had experienced. And we went out there, and he let us, missing time and a weird sound, and we were able to recreate the sound and try to blast it in the sky, and he wound up walking out of the woods like a zombie when he heard the sound and didn't know why. Really strange things. And then he's a really private guy, but winds up telling us how he used to have tenants on the other side of the farm. And one night, they just packed up and left. You never knew why. And then he was also, the farm owner was also a long haul trucker, and he ran into the father of the family on a route once in another state and said, why'd you guys leave? What happened? And the father told him that they constantly would wake up to gray aliens in their bedroom. And one night he got so freaked out by it, he was like, "That's it, everyone, let's go, get out, everyone. What's wrong? Why are we leaving? Just we're moving. Grab what you can. We're out of here." And they took off. And it wasn't until a few days into their trip to where they were moving that he had two young daughters who said, "Daddy, we're really glad we moved from there. We just didn't like the little gray men in our room all the time."
Wow.
That kind of shit.
That's wild, man. That's so.
Mark,
let me ask you. So,
go ahead.
Going into what you were saying about these, like, I don't want to say power centers, but I'm going to use that word just so these power places, right?
It's not understood science. There's no term for it.
So these power centers, especially like talk about like the Hudson Valley. Do you think the Appalachian Mountains have anything to do with that? Because they run right through here. Like it's like that whole area, especially the farther up in the Hudson Valley you go, the higher up in the Appalachians you're going. If you're going towards the left, do you think that might have anything to do with it?
I don't know if it's causality, right? I don't know if they are just involved in the same circumstance or phenomena, or there's something more present or triggering there. It's really hard to say. I haven't studied Appalachia Appalachian Mountains enough to say that it is a cause of anything necessarily.
Okay.
Hey, Mark, I want to ask you a couple more questions on just capturing this stuff, and then I want to get into your sort of this interdimensional theories you have. But as a storyteller, and I think a lot of our audience, look, there are a lot of as I like to say, ghost hunter babies out there on the internet. There's a lot of people who are out there, investigating. John will tell you he's not an investigator. He just documents. He really just goes out and just experiments and documents stuff, but he's not a full forced investigator like someone who's out there really using different techniques and different things. That's not his bag. But there are some who do, and they're getting it from the shows that arguably you helped make. What are they getting wrong? What are they getting right?
I think that I wouldn't ever say wrong. I think that what I learned first and foremost on Ghost Hunters, which was the most important part of all of this, is to absolutely seriously look for a rational and logical explanation for whatever occurs before jumping to any conclusions. That's really, really important. But that only comes with a certain type of knowledge. For those guys, for instance, they were plumbers. It was easy for them to figure out, like, if it was something like air in a pipe. So people sometimes some people, if they came into learning from TV shows later, there was not that level of debunking, let's say, or looking for a logical answer. And so people will tend to take anything that happens and then try to ascribe a paranormal definition to it. That's the problem, is any kind of bias, any kind of intent. You cannot, of course, when something happens, you want it to be paranormal. Everybody does. But if you don't first try to understand, is it potentially paranormal or not first, that's an issue. I think it gets sort of wrong. I think the other thing is, and look, I don't even know if this is how true this is of people, but I would say always staying current with the field. What are people trying? What are they using? What is working? What kind of theories attached to actual science and explanations? Understanding the environment you're going into, in a way that you would normally not have before will help you to trigger or even capture activity. And so sometimes people will go places and be like, nothing happened, nothing happened, nothing happened. Well, it's good that you're not saying everything that you experienced was a ghost or paranormal, but are you sure nothing happened? Did you have the right tools? Did you look at the information or, the activity in the right way? So I think that there's a tendency to be a little black and white about it being something or not being something too early in the process. There should be no positive, negative.
Is there like a standardized data format that you would do like across every unexplained situation that, if you could standardize something, what would it be? Like, what would you tell these guys? Like, listen, you're going to go out and you're going to be a TikTok star and you're going to be a ghost hunter. This is what you should be doing. This is the standardized thing. Someone who's gone out and captured this shit. Here's what you should do for this format to make it feel that we know that it could be legitimate.
First of all, I think the most important thing is multiple days and nights on location. That's really important. I think the first thing you should do, no matter what, especially you start out in the daytime, is you spend time in the environment looking for sounds and movement that occur because of age, and location and weather. And so you clock that, right? Like, okay, whenever they turn on the hot water over there, these pipes always bang. There's always a garbage truck that goes down at 3 a.m. There's always a bar letting out that's far away, or when the clouds are there, sound travels from here or there. There's always a blinking light. Like, look for all of these things that you can categorize early on before you're like doing a quote unquote ghost hunt part of it, so that while you're in the investigation aspect, that 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 is something that is natural or part of the regular and the norm. So you can quickly dismiss it because, again, even if you could spend days, you have limited time. So if you go and chase down this sound and spend 6 hours with this sound only to then find out it was a banging pipe, you lost out on hours of investigation that would have potentially led to some actual evidence and documentation of legitimate, phenomena.
Is there anything that you ever found was a total waste? Like, this is just horseshit. Devices,
No.
tech, or any piece?
None. I don't think any of it is a waste. I think it's about the right equipment for the environment and the encounters, the encounters that have been have happened there or have been believed to have happened there. I think that's what's important. Going into every location with the exact same tools, I don't think makes sense.
All right, Mark, let's get into some real deep shit. What do you think spirits are?
Again, like I always have to preface this. Obviously, when people find out what I do, their first question is, "You believe in ghosts?" I'm
Of
like,
course.
we probably have very different definitions of the term, right?
Tell me. You don't have to qualify. Don't give me the caveats. I want to know what Mark Marinaccio thinks. What are spirits?
Well, no, it's important because even the word spirit has a lot attached to it. Now, I will say this. My career and my personal interest has always been bringing the unexplained and the science together to create an explanation. That this is, science and religion, let's say, or spirituality were once converged and they broke apart. And I think that they need to come back. And I spent something I'm very proud of. I spent a year in development on a project about near-death experiences and their survivors. And what I learned from those firsthand accounts from those near-death experience survivors, and what I learned about quantum mechanics, specifically quantum entanglement, and then what I learned about consciousness, it's ridiculously obvious that there's a connection. And so spirit, Could be a lot of things. I don't think there's one answer. It could be many different, paranormal or phenomena, right? But what I think happens is, in almost every case of an experience, is there is a connection between the observer and the action, right? Let's call the action just stimuli, right? Whatever the encounter is, it's just stimuli. How are we interpreting that stimuli? How's the brain processing it? What do you see? How come one person could see a ghost and the other person can't, and they're in the same space? There's time manipulation. So what I believe is that, and if you don't know anything about quantum entanglement, which everyone does, but the interesting to me about quantum entanglement is that it proves that there is an unobservable universe on top of our observable universe, because our physics defines and it's meant to understand our observable universe. We can only measure, study, and theorize what we can see or experience or read and measure. But quantum entanglement, gave us this idea that, well, we can't see the connection between the two things that affect each other. So it must exist outside of our observable universe. It's very, very basic and not really super accurate way to describe it. Let's just say a connection exists. From near-death experience survivors and their experiences, it mirrors this connection that then their consciousness, called soul, whatever, has to, call it, source, right? This is in strict, using basic sort of scientific terms or computer terms, when they're in the process of dying and this tether connects, it's as though not only is consciousness sort of going, but information, the information of their life and their experiences and everything is being fed back to
So wait,
some
hold on.
hard.
I got to dumb this down for this guy. So you're saying ghosts or spirits are a form of consciousness?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what we are experiencing when you see that is a connection to something, someone, or somewhere else that's created through physics that we don't understand, or not even physics, science we don't understand. And I think that what we're experiencing and what we're seeing could be any one of the following: dead Uncle Joe, who never moved on and has been hanging around to try to give a message or needs help to move on. Sure, possible. The impression that dead Uncle Joe left on the physical environment where he died. Every night, 11 o'clock, I see a figure walk down the hallway, disappear into the wall. Well, for 70 years, Uncle Joe lived there.
That's like a classic haunting. That's what a haunting, like an imprint. An imprint, right?
Just an imprint. Okay. Intelligent would be interactive, like it's something trying to communicate with you. I've seen poltergeist activity, which seemed most likely to actually be young girls entering puberty, massive hormonal chemical changes in their body, but also their brains, and it actually manifests as things happening around them. I've seen and I've heard very detailed stories that suggest some sort of time slip, time dilation, where what you're seeing is what hasn't happened yet, what happens like the next night, but you're seeing it the night before, which is humans doing something next night. And what you're seeing the night before is that action, but not fully, engaged or developed, right? So you're seeing it's shadowy, it's distorted, it's, just movement of energy, but it's exactly what someone did who didn't know about that story the next night. I think that if you're interacting in a space that's connected, you could be interacting with scientists on the other side of the space trying to also understand it and experience and explain it, and they don't know what you are. I have a story I tell, which is, imagine this old lady who lives in a house by herself, and every day at 12 o'clock, she hears what sounds like children running up the stairs in her attic and laughing and giggling and thumping around and playing. And it just freaks her out because she opens the door and nobody's there. She asks some paranormal investigators to come over and look around, and they do an investigation. They say, yes, your house is absolutely haunted. There are spirits there. And she's like, they're freaking me out. What can I do? And they say, well, you have to let them know this is your house. And so next time you hear it, you stomp on those stairs, you walk up there, you bang on the wall, and you say, this is my house. You say, get out, get out. And you bang on the door while you're yelling, get out. Next time she hears it, gets up the courage, walks stairs, stomps a couple times, bangs on the wall, and says, get out. The sounds stop. They never come back, right? Now imagine in another space, place, or time, there are children that every day at noon after their mother fed them lunch, they went up to the attic to play. They go up there every day. That's their thing. That's their routine. That's what they do. And then one day while they're playing, they hear banging and a voice say, get out. And they never go back up there again. So my point to this is it's really important. What I believe is that time is the virus in the equation that needs to be removed to understand phenomena, because it's not necessarily that I believe a long time ago these kids were playing and now this woman's here. Yes, in our linear understanding of our existence, maybe, but those events are happening simultaneously.
Okay.
In reality.
Okay, I understand. I want to talk about one of those scenarios that you talked about, though, a little bit more specifically, and that's Uncle Joe.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, Gary. So, Mark, would you say that in everything that you just said, that there is a transfer of data happening on a quantum level?
I think, yes. What I think is that when you're in a space that has activity, what you're actually experiencing is you're experiencing, let's say, the other side, the other element, whatever you're seeing, experiencing, that is also experiencing you in real time in its space, place, or time, which when you look at sort of quantum physics, and understand time being an issue, let's say, we do this in Skinwalker Ranch all the time, space time. It's just space time. They're one thing. It's not multiple things. It's a thing, not a period of duration. So what I think
it's the same, Mark, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's the same way of trying to explain to somebody that if I'm sitting in this spot and you're running by and we look up at the sky and we see something in outer space, say, billions and billions and trillions of miles away, we're seeing that object at two different times, even though we're running in the same spot. You're in the same spot, but I'm sitting and you're running. It's
physicists talk about that phenomenon all the time. You're looking exactly at the same pace, exactly at the same position, but movement, the speed and movement of the one person actually means that they're looking at it at a different time.
At a different time, yeah.
So, but honestly, I want to go back for a second to Uncle Joe, because you sort of took him and threw him to the side. Like, there's Uncle Joe who's, could be here waiting to send a message, and then you went on to these in-depth things. What's Uncle Joe?
What is he? So
is he part of this time transgression, or is there something else? Is that a different definition?
I do a lot of work with mediums and there's what they say, and my issue with not even issue, but I'm not sure yet that what a person is experiencing with dead Uncle Joe communicating is actually dead Uncle Joe communicating, because I just don't believe we exist fully in that form once we pass. Or is it what Uncle Joe impressed upon us and the environment? So Uncle Joe is always here, he's always here, and he may be in ways that we don't even understand. We're connected to him because of DNA, of consciousness, of whatever. And so dead Uncle Joe could be a projection from us of our communication or connection to what's left of dead Uncle Joe in the environment or in us once his body and the rest of his consciousness has moved on.
It's almost
John,
like our
tell me your theory.
memories.
What goes,
It's
sir?
almost like our memories are what you're describing is like our memories of Uncle Joe are basically helping recreate the man.
Well, yeah. So
In a way, not
In a
to
way,
discount
yeah, in a way.
that there's importance and value and there's something that exists, but in a way, that connection between dead Uncle Joe's, memory and the energy he left, the impression, his genetics, all of those things, I think, come together to create that sighting and that encounter.
So the theory we play off of on Splintered Spirits is really, and based on John's theory is, that spirits, one theory, is that spirits are the fractured memories of the living. Basically, we all have electricity in us. We all have energy in us. We certainly don't know how consciousness works, but we know that energy and the synapses are flying around in our brain. And when these meat sacks go, that energy has to go somewhere. It can't be created or destroyed. Is it our memories and consciousness possibly attached to that energy? That is something that we talk about a lot, and as possibly as what are spirits, right? It's the memories that we're interacting with of the past.
Partially, I'll say yes. I think that I absolutely a reasonable, definition, as much as many others are, but if not more. Two things I'll say. Philip Dick used to talk about this, a science fiction author, where he, realized one day that his dreams weren't dreams, but they were him watching the other versions of him in parallel universes and worlds and dimensions, and he was, bringing back the memory of that and creating stories out of it. And I say that because, in studying death and near death, scientists looked, and there's a lot of new, let's say, I don't know, evidence or theory about where consciousness lives in the brain. And there's tubules and have maybe qubits in him. I think it's qubits, which is what we used or what Google used to make Willow, the quantum computer that solved an equation by potentially accessing other versions of itself in other universes. So,
yep.
right. So,
Yeah.
This is where we get to consciousness, quantum entanglement, quantum place. I think that a big part of consciousness is this connection that we're making to all versions of us.
Well, it's fascinating, dude.
I agree with you 100%, Mark. That is like, it's huge. It's when you really think about it. And I like what you said before about, now, hold on. I need to alliterate this. It's very important. When I document, I take spiritualism and religion out, right? And I look at just from a logical perspective. I do that for a couple of reasons, but mainly just for a different perspective. We already have the religious. We already have the spiritualism. Hey, what happens when an atheist comes out here and do this? Let's see what happens, right? That's the whole gist. However, there's a point where religion, spiritualism, and science, comes together. And you were speaking about that. And then something else you were talking about with the sci-fi aspect of it. I mean, let's be real. The only real, fiction that becomes nonfiction is science fiction. At the end of the day, that's what we have fridge that they talk to us. Hey, your milk's gonna go bad. Like soon we're gonna have replicators and people are gonna argue what's better, the processed replication or the actual processed food.
Yeah, and I think I don't think this is what you're saying that you're not doing, but I think that spirituality and religion are an important part of investigating and understanding and processing, but perhaps not in the way that we've been taught or meant to believe. Look at it more like what can be extracted and rewritten in terms that are more advanced than at the time, let's say, the Bible was written. If you wanted to say, I believe everything that's in the Bible, that seems like a miracle and mystical and crazy and all that were true. Um, but take it out of the time period, take the people out of it, take out the lesson that is imparted on you because of it, then you'd start drawing parallels to other phenomena that, and then the science of those phenomena that you'd say, okay, wait a minute, maybe it's just, man has written it in a way that detaches it from where we are right now too far.
Well, what you're talking about also, by the way, guys, is what past life regressionists believe. Absolutely, 100%. Past life is a misnomer, actually, as I've come to learn. They are of the mindset of everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yep.
We are all on different timelines, traveling at the same time. You're not looking at yourself in the past. You're looking at yourself on another timeline that is happening right now at the same, or it's a very different thing, leading to there is a higher self that controls all of this, and that leads to spirit guides, people that are these other entities of some kind in this other space that could potentially be helping you make decisions, whether you know it or not. But it's this idea of we are not in a time, in any given time, at any given time.
I think one of the best practical understandings of that is you look at emotional issues, PTSD, for instance, flashbacks, or any other emotional issues where you are experiencing the pain of something as though it's happening to you right now, even though it happened in the past. What in our chemistry, in our makeup, in our brain allows us to feel as though it's happening right now, even though we see it as having happened in the past. And science fiction would always say, well, you still exist there. You're still experiencing it. Right. And that's to the same point, what,
Yeah.
but we know this on an absolute scientific level that we experience things that our brain cannot determine, separate from right now or having happened in the past.
It's like deja vu. It's like deja vu. I try to explain to people that the best evidence for our multiversal selves is deja vu. At that moment in time, a lot of us are all resonating with ourselves in the multiverse. And it's like, wait a minute, I've done this before. I said this before, but I didn't. Well, time might be a little different where the other you is. You know what I mean? So, and that gets into the past life regression and, all that.
Maybe deja vu is when multiple, universes, timelines, dimensions, whatever you want to call them, are intersecting. Or two are crossing at the same point. So, you're both about to or experiencing the same thing, but because it's happening it's like the idea of like, if you go back in the future, you can never let your old self see your new self or you'll explode.
Yeah, right.
Maybe deja vu is a simplified, less dangerous version of that. You're experiencing the same thing as the other you at the same time. So you're just super interconnected for a moment. There's an emerging theory, which is incredible, that, there was this period where the human head grew to twice its size in like 100,000 year period, which is unheard of. It takes much longer than that, but they see that in just this 100,000 year period, the size of the human head, the size of the brain doubled.
Oh, the magic ape theory, right? You're talking about the magic ape theory.
No, this is when, I don't think it was apes. This was a form of human, right?
Oh, yeah. The primate magic theory or whatever.
They found it was, it was man. When they found mushrooms and began to ingest them, in small amounts, heightened their ability to hunt. So right away, they're hunting better. And they're providing more protein, which is feeding the brain. And then a little bit larger amounts created stronger bonds between man and woman for procreation and progression. Larger amounts created more of a cohesion of community. So they started forming groups that stuck together, right? Which then increased the amount of hunting and food and protein. And then very large amounts is what introduced abstract thought in a way, right? And all of those things combined with the protein, the fuel, so the brain firing neurons and synapses in ways it never did before, plus it's getting fuel to build it like a muscle, boom, the brain just exploded. So I've had many experiences when I was younger where I really felt, and this is what's different from most people, not that I was somewhere or someone else or experiencing the multiverse, where I felt I was actually in my own skin versus the rest of my life feeling like I'm not really here fully.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I'm a big believer in microdosing.
Near-death experience survivors. Near-death experience survivors hate Earth when they come back. They're like, this is the fucking fantasy. This is not reality. Where I went, that was reality. This is all just bullshit, storyland. This is not real, which is why they suffer these effects trying to get back to the feeling and being back where they were before, and different issues because, they're very detached from the here and now because they've sort of experienced it. And every medium I've ever met and psychic I've ever met, like a lot of them have had near-death experiences before they got their abilities. The ones that say no, I'm like, really? Ask your parents. They're like, oh my God, I was dead for 2 minutes when I came out when I was born. I had to be revived. Or, oh my God, I choked on something when I was a baby. And then they had to slap my back, bring me back to life. So there is a connection, I think, with somehow, and this could be trauma. This could be, death. This could be, I think, psychedelics. There is a way to get those, consciousness fucking, data.
I think the term is called neutral energy. When I could be wrong on this, but I think it's neutral energy when it talks about just the various brain firing synapses, neurons doing their thing, right. And fungi, essentially increasing that neutral energy in the brain. It's actually pretty wild.
So listen, Mark, first of all, thank you. We've been here for over an hour and I really appreciate your time. I got one more question for you that I'd love to know. As someone who did on Skinwalker so many experiments, and someone who really obviously has a passion, what do you want to, what's something you'd want to do next? Like, what is the thing you'd want to test or try, or what is that one thing? How do you keep the love of this passion you're in and progress it?
Honestly, the next thing that I would really like to try to do is some form of verifiable interaction with the UAP.
You mean one that we're not firing rockets at?
Right. Maybe that's that. Right. I mean, we saw these at Skinwalker Ranch all the time, the spherical UAP that seemed to appear and disappear whenever something was going on, as if to check on, is this an issue or not? I think that those are, whatever's not us, whatever's not man-made.
What's UAP? Is this the new way to say UFO?
Yes, the new way to say. Dude, they just released a video. Of course, it was overshadowed by everything going on, but I think it was the 9th of September, they released literally one of the greatest videos of UAPs we could see. And what are they doing? They're shooting fucking missiles at it. And it's insane. It hits it called?
What does UAP stand for?
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
There's actually a new term.
It's new. Yeah.
Okay. But there's another new one. So that but okay. How do we know what we're looking at is a UAP, or how do we know we're not just looking at a test of the Hellfire missile trying to connect with a different kind of target, and it's being fed to somebody to make everybody think it's UFOs. I mean, this is what like Richard Doty and these guys did back in, post Cold War, and it's part of Mirage Men, like just feeding people UFO stuff to try to use it to bring out spies, so we can find out who the spies are, or to throw China or Russia off a track of development. There's a The thing is, whenever the government releases something, I never take it at face value. I mean, for something to be released, it's usually that's a multi-year process with a lot of bureaucracy, red tape. There's a proposal for an action. There's approvals. There's everything from the forum and to whatever the theater is, and the casting, and whatever it is. Things don't just go out like that fast. It's a long process, which means many people are involved, and we know that the way that the government is compartmentalized for strategic purposes is this guy may have no idea why this guy is giving it to him, and he's got to give it to that guy or to say it's going out. So without knowing true motivations, even whistleblowers, and I'm never going to come down and say these guys aren't legit. I 100% believe the whistleblowers, but I do know that I've been told that sometimes whistleblower testimony is a way in which people in government, politics, or the military can legally and safely open the books for organizations that they can't get access to otherwise. Whistleblower comes out and says Lockheed Martin has UFOs. Suddenly Congress says, well, we demand an investigation. And now the government entities who thought Lockheed Martin was wasting a ton of money and stealing taxpayer money can actually go and look and see what their budget is and what they're spending the money on. But they have no access to it otherwise. They're not allowed to. So sometimes these are not even individuals as much as groups. This is the plan. This is why this person comes forward. That's their duty, their job. Sometimes they're pushed towards that, maybe without even knowing that it's under someone else's need. Sometimes it's all completely random and nobody's got any control over it whatsoever. But, I just don't think as a country, we've been able to stay so safe, well guarded, have the freedoms and liberties that we've had without there being a lot of work going on that we'll never know about from people who are running the country, that maybe sometimes bleeds into this stuff or doesn't.
I like how we're ended on America.
Yeah, America.
Like
Hey, $10,000 on the
Like,
toilet seat,
one of the things
5,000 on
that
those paper cups.
Well, one thing that happened at Skinwalker Ranch, and I was always very cognizant of this. I'd never want to be the person responsible for capturing footage of something that is, a important piece of military technology development, and I become the reason why, the rest of the world gets it.
It's in a very same way. It would be like the videos of those adults who capture the foul balls and steal it out of the hands of the child, right?
Yep.
Right? It's like that's Mark Marinaccio actually capturing UAP that turns out to be some high-level national, defense secret.
Well,
is the same as stealing the ball out of a child's hands, and now we're all doomed.
That's the issue. That's the issue with the field, is that the enthusiasm, the childlike giddiness, the pure, joy and fun and mind-bending ideas that come from exploring this, you have to keep in mind not everybody's out to get you because they're keeping something private or secret. Anything that I get, everybody in the world's going to get, including North Korea, Russia, China, right? I mean, I may not personally agree with tactics and operations, but it's also not for me to say. I sleep under the blanket of freedom they provide, and not necessarily going to question the manner in which they provide.
A chill of America going on. Do you guys feel that?
It's a few good men. It's a few good men.
American chill.
Yep.
But it is tough. Like, I mean, because you see people who are like, the public has a right to know. I'm like, says who? That's you deciding what information should come out.
No, people can't handle it, dude. Listen, one thing I've learned being in this world too, and watching, like, just hearing the questions and seeing the fans, is that America's pretty dumb. Like, we're dumb, and intelligence is a bell curve, and that peak is narrowing, and there's a lot of dumb on the side, and it's they don't need to know. They shouldn't. They can't know. It'll just won't go well.
I will say this, and I learned this from guys that we had on the ranch, military guys, and other people I've talked to before and after that. A lot of the issue with government disclosure of video and images has nothing to do with what they captured, but it's the technology we used to capture it. Just by showing video of a UAP, China, Russia, whoever, they can figure a lot out that, not only puts us at risk technologically, but it could put servicemen, it could put, operators, it could put people at risk, because maybe now they can figure out how much we can see into their, into their country or other places where we're in conflict. The Tic Tac was shot in 2002, and we got it in 2017. And when those guys came to Skinwalker Ranch, they said, the UAPX guys who saw the Tic Tac and tracked it and clocked it, they said, look, we can talk about anything from that day except the technology used to capture the Tic Tac. And I think that's important for people to know. It's
that's a really interesting interesting point, right? It's not
just about the thing. It's the thing that caught the thing.
It's the thing that caught the thing. Yeah.
That's
wild.
We see this with our day to day. And like, for example, we all have microwaves in our house, correct? Microwaves. That came from NASA. That was a NASA invention that we didn't get in the general public until way, way later. Same thing.
Dude, those sons of bitches were making us take an hour to make a baked potato, man.
Dude,
we could have been doing it in 2 minutes.
Have you guys ever heard of shark fittings? Shark fittings. You guys ever hear of these?
No.
If you're a plumber, basically what a shark fitting is, it's a quick connect to copper pipe or Plex pipe or some sort of PVC. It's a quick connect. It literally takes, you cut, you clean, you push in. It takes no brains and knocks the time of fixing a leak down from 20 minutes to under 3 minutes. It is quick. I think that technology came about back in 2015, 2014, available to the public, but NASA's had it since the 60s. And those are just two small examples.
That's crazy. But you think about microwaves. If microwaves came out too early, everyone would be cooking themselves.
Everyone would be cooking themselves.
Without all the safeguards.
Right.
And
put tags on it.
NASA, these are just simple things, right?
For public use to know that it wasn't dangerous.
Yeah. And those are just simple things. Imagine the big things. You develop
a technology that becomes military. You have X amount of time for military use before you are able to take it to the public for consumer commercial use.
Yeah. It's pretty wild to think of. That's a great point, Mark, about the whole technology, man. That's a wild point.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see that if one day the tech actually catches up to what we're all trying to do here when we're exploring for the consumer, I guess, calling us the consumers, because I always say, look, guys, man, if we had tech that could talk to ghosts, the world as we know it would change. So don't sit there and think that we're actually talking to ghosts from an app on our phone. It's a tool like any other tool that's a piece of a puzzle that we can see in a picture that we have to put together and think about until we really have, all of the pieces put together. Maybe can give us some idea of what might be.
I actually don't think the apps on the phone are that bad, because it's not like it's technology that has transmitters, receivers, capacitors.
No, I think they're great. They're like John. When I use them, I get nothing. When John uses them, he gets some really dude. It's crazy specific. This all leads to his magnetic things that I don't understand. I think he's a witch, but that's just me. But it's sort of this vibe of. I think it's a piece of a puzzle. Like it's giving you painting you a picture that we need other things to fill out. Mark, thank you so much. I mean, it was really great. We could sit here all day. We'll have to have you back on as we learn more and keep going on this, and any other things you work on or books or things like that, man. It's like, we want to read them. We want to talk about them. It's really fascinating. You have a deep love for this stuff, and it was really great to have you on. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me on, guys. It was a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, man, definitely. It's been fun.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Speaking of Nashville, we went there for what do they call it? Their horror, like they have, it's like a significant horror house, if you will, but it's mini horror. It's like
Whorehouse. But we are live. Hello on Insta. Welcome, welcome. We're gonna wait a few minutes, get some people some time to come on in. On this wonderful Thursday, the 13th. Lorraine, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome everyone. Slowly but surely, folks are trickling in for another live episode of Splintered Spirits. And you're wondering, where's John? And I'm wondering, where's John too? It's not like we don't go live every Thursday. While we wait for John to come in, we do have a fun guest today sitting in the waiting room. We're going to talk to her in a second. What's been happening? All right, guys. What's been happening on Splintered Spirits or in the Splintered Spirits universe? So we had a great episode about headstone cleaning this week. I hope everyone checked that one out. It was a brand new one. We had an incredibly fun interview yesterday with Lauren Hellickson. If you don't know her, just go to Lauren Haunts. She is an absolute joy. Real scientific approach. It's mainly for you ghost hunters out there. She even builds her own gear and sells it. But if you go to laurenhaunts.com, super fun interview with her. I ran another interview that we're coming up with an episode about near-death experiences, or in this case, a distressed near-death experience. Guy named Matthew Botsford, I've known him for a long time. He got shot in the head, flatlined, and went to hell, which is pretty amazing. His story is absolutely bananas. We've got a producer with Mark Marinaccio coming up, and I might drop that one on Tuesday, or it might be the week before Thanksgiving. Mark is he was a producer on the first season of Ghost Hunters, and he was an executive producer of Skinwalker Ranch season 3. Show ran that. Another sort of way into how people look at and how you produce this stuff, which is, for those out there, it's a fun one. Lorraine, yes, we are also on YouTube. We are on Facebook. We are on Insta. Hello, hello. Will John be joining us, guys? I don't know. He knows we're here. He's supposed to be here. This is the time, so hopefully he'll be jumping in soon. But I don't want to keep my guest waiting for too long. That's for sure. I think John had some sort of apartment issue or building issue that is holding him back. But that's what happens when you go live. And you don't schedule your day. What else? Let's talk to the chat for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to tell you about our guests. Very fun. Robin, stop forgetting. Set your alarm. I'm glad you're here now. Catherine, timekeeper, Heather. IG isn't loading. Oh, I see you there. I don't know why it says I'm live. I see myself live. I don't understand Instagram Live, to be honest with you, but it's I know we're up and running, so I can see, I don't know, maybe one person's looking at it, but it's there. What can I tell you guys? All right, let me tell you about my guest today, because it's super fun. Super fun. She's the coolest. She's got like over 300,000 followers. She's a digital horror storyteller, creating content that redefines how horror is experienced online. Her two-sentence stories and stylized short skits blur the line between fear and fascination, inviting viewers into a world where every glance, gesture, and moment of stillness tells a darker story. With her unique mix of silent performance and occasional macabre humor, she has carved out her own corner of modern horror. Her name, she goes by Modern Morticia. I mean, she says it's horror and it is kind of horror, but I find it funny. And maybe I'm twisted. Maybe I'm just twisted that way. But let's get her in here because I have so many questions for her. One moment, and here we go. Let's get her in here. Hey,
Hi, how are ya?
good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just listening to your intro. You are twisted.
I think so. I think so. Because I absolutely love your whole your whole style, your setup, and what you do. And I have so many questions for you. I'm sorry, John will jump in here when he can. He just hit me up saying he had some massive emergency and he's on his way. So, but
Cool
we're
deal.
live in time, and I'm not keeping you waiting. Fuck him. He can wait. That's for sure.
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate ya.
No, thank you. Thank you for being with us today. It's great. Great fun. Let me just get myself set up here. Find my question. I
Absolutely.
think I did not come unprepared to. So, more. Do you want to go by? Do you go by Morticia? Is that a good?
Morticia's
Is that
fine.
is that how you like it?
Yep.
All right. I want to know. You have. You remind me of my generation. I think I'm probably a lot older than you. Of Elvira. And is that what kind of an influence did that play into what you're going for?
So it's funny that you say that because how the Morticia of it all came to be, two of the references that I get that people are like, "You remind me of," are Morticia and Elvira. It's kind of both of those. And what I like about that is, like, I guess the looks of it all kind of leaned into Morticia, I guess the Elvira, but some of the content that I make, I focus more on horror, but there is some head nod to, like, the dark humor. I joked about the twisted of it all, but I can see the humor and stuff like that as well, and Elvira, the mistress of the dark, if you will, she did
Yeah.
as well, you know? And so
Oh,
I
of course.
love whenever I can squeeze in some dark humor, that is very much in real life how if I need to handle things, if I can find a way to laugh at it, even in the bad, in the dark of it all, that's
Right.
me. But a lot of people, those are the two references I get. And so over the years, I think I started doing horror in 2022, 23. That like Morticia kind of came to be because of so many people. Like I just started in horror without any kind of like, I didn't identify as it, but people were like, "You remind me of this," and I'm like, "That's funny you say that because a lot of their humor or their style, I'm appreciative of, and I've kind of come to adapt that to myself."
Well, I
So it's
love it.
funny. Yeah, it's funny you
What is
say
that
that.
accent I'm hearing? What's that accent I'm
So
hearing?
the
Where are you?
accent it's funny you mention that too, because I do a lot of, what is I like to say it's silent horror, like the old
Sure.
films, if you will, right? So I don't
Yeah,
do
yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of talking. I just like to act out horror that already exists. And I'll kind of silently do that. So people are always like, whoa. I joke that I'm like, if I go and make content and I'm using my actual voice, I always like to be like, LOL, jump scare, here's my meat voice. And they're like, whoa, okay, did not think you sounded like that. But I'm originally from South Carolina and I ended up in Tennessee. So, and that was all because I was actually prior military, fun fact. And I thought I would like travel and see the world. And it took me on a tour of the Southeast. So I guess that is part of the world. So whatever accent I have is really just a
You were in the
southern
military.
hybrid. I was a medic.
No
So
shit.
yeah.
That's wild. Uh, and so wait, what are you in, like, Nashville?
I am about an hour above there. I'm near Fort
Okay.
Campbell, which is like 10
Okay,
minutes away
gotcha.
from the border of Kentucky. Yeah.
Are you still in the military?
No, no. I
Okay.
just, by the time I got out, I was just like, well, here we are. So I
Alright,
just
right
kind
on.
of stayed here to see something new and experience something new. So
Got it. I'm a big Nashville fan. a tourist of the highest order and going there. And
I was
I
gonna
made
say
a record.
Nashville is a fun, like, because Nashville is like a touristy type, like that's where you
For sure.
go. If you're gonna go to Tennessee, you're gonna experience Nashville.
Yeah.
But when you live here long enough, Nashville then becomes like another town, and it's like it
I bet.
loses the
Oh, I
appeal
bet
if you
it's
live
I've
here.
I know I have friends who live there and I visit them too, and it's you know th- they humor me when I come out to go do all the touristy
Uh,
stuff and hit Broadway and all that
Good
shit.
friends,
And
good
it's
friend. I'm gonna say
yeah,
Broadway of it all. It's like if you
yeah.
live here long enough, Broadway loses its allure, if you will. Now it's like, well, the main VA is down in Nashville, so I guess I'm going to Nashville.
Well, listen,
So it becomes that.
I b- Nashville's like the bachelorette party capital of the world, and it's it's funny, and I got to say this, and I mean, well, when you look around and see some of those bachelorettes, it shows you that love still exists because there is an ass for every saddle, and
If
they are
you
finding love, and you're kind of amazed. They're like, wow, okay,
There's that
if she can do
joke.
it, anybody could do it.
That part, yeah, no, you'll go down there on any weekend, and it's always the, bridal parties that are like, they've got the cowboy boots, no respectfully, right? Hell yeah, like, celebrate your milestone, but they are gonna have the boots, the cowboy hats, the sashes, and they're gonna be like, "Woo!" That's
It's great,
that's the vibe, and I'm like, "Hell yeah, sis,"
not for you. Yeah, you walking in like Elvira or Morticia is going to change the whole scene for sure.
Yeah,
So, one thing you do, and it is truly genius, especially considering you're, a social media creator, is this idea of the ultra short horror stories, these 2 sentence horror stories. So, how, how did you come to that? What was the spark that led to that?
So TikTok itself is kind of where I started, right? And I was trying to do the content creation of it all, whatever. What's funny is like I'm not the face of Two Sentence Horror by any means. I'm not the only one that does it. There's a lot of really awesome creators out there who are doing the same storytelling aspect of me, kind of what I do. But what I loved is I watched creators do it wasn't even the two-sentence horror of it all, it was, like, how they filmed what was a mini movie, like, the aspects, like, the angles, the media, and I was like, "That looks really fun to try to do media-wise." So when I started that, I was like, I really just wanted to challenge myself for the media of it all, because like, social media is not new to me, but that was definitely kind of out of my domain, if you will. And again, this was like 2022, 2023. I was like, let me see if I can nail what I have in my head. I'm like, I'm inspired by other people. Let me see if I can do that. And I did it, and that was one of, the first videos that I had made that really took off, and I was like, "Oh, y'all like this? Because I had fun doing it, so let's see where it goes." And little by little, people were just like, "Oh, this is cool," because it really is like a bite-sized movie. If you don't have the attention span to sit down for, like, an hour and a half, 2 hours now, because now movies, if some horror movies, you gotta invest in the time, the little bite-sized chunk of
But that's what's
bringing.
genius about it. That's what's
Yeah.
genius about it. Oh, John's here. I'm going to bring John in real quick.
Hi,
Hey, what's up?
how are ya?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to talk to you in this format instead of
Yes,
hopping on each other's whatever. Now here we are all gathered in the same room.
that's it. That's it. Very cool. What's going on?
We were just talking about Morticia's her 2-line horror, which is sort of how not only the books that she's and the books are you've pulled those, right? From other people and you've written some, or it's
So
sort of a
what I did with that, so again, the two sentence horror kind of accidentally came to be because I was like, this is really fun because two sentence horror has I've known about two sentence horror since I was like young, right? And I love the aspect of it because you can take 2 sentences, give me the who, what, where, when, why, the plot, and then twist it in the second sentence and mess me up real quick, and then that's it. Like, it's like a 5-second experience of horror, and I didn't have to watch a movie, I didn't have to read a book, like, I'm like, "That's brilliant." Like, it's just almost like short form poetry of some kind where I'm
Yeah,
like, "You
for
really
sure.
made an impact." So what I did, and the whole reason the books became to be, is I think I have a total every time I do a playlist that ends up being, like it's 100 stories that I've reenacted. Now, these stories you can find all over the internet. Again, they've existed for a long time. They're all over the place, and I dig for them. But with my books, and I got them right behind me, and I'll show you a little bit of like what I mean. These are the collection of the stories. So I'm not the author by any means, but I've acted them out. And when I created the books, I wanted to celebrate who was making these stories. I went and I have to do research sometimes to find who's made these stories because it's not always obvious. So I've tried to do the research to celebrate the author, but the book itself is not only I call it a compilation. Like I don't lay claim to any of
Sure.
that. But it's a compilation that coincides with the specific playlists that so not only because just like people learn differently, like whether you're auditory, visual, whatever, you can experience horror in so many ways. So if you're watching my original content, it is like me acting out these stories that somebody else has created. So I also took them and made them into a compilation that can be physically held and perceived like verbiage wise, if you will. And it follows along with the playlist. But what I did with the books, um, let me trash my
Try not
setup
to
real
tear
quick.
the whole place apart.
I will
Getting those.
trash this whole place real quick. But yeah, so the visuals and stuff that I have in the books, I illustrated them kind of the same as if I would act them out. So I
Okay.
brought them to life in a physical copy that you can appreciate too. And again, all the stories, because some of them don't have off, some of them are old stories. Like again, they've been around for a while, and sometimes you can't decide who exactly holds ownership to the story. But if I can find them, they have gotten credit. And there's a whole preface that gives a head nod to the creators or any space that I found them on. I've given a head nod to them and I'm like, here you go. Here's everything. And then here's the illustration. And then if you want to follow along versus what book you have, there's a playlist that coincides with the
Got it.
lineup of what's in the book. So if you want to visually see it and then you want to follow along, I
Well, it's
set it
certainly
up
more fun to watch
like
you
that.
act them out for
Right,
sure.
I appreciate
Which,
I mean,
that, but I
that's
you
understand that
know,
some people like books.
yeah, which
yeah,
I have to say this. When you're scrolling TikTok and you come across her content, it is some of the most unique content that you could find on that platform.
yeah,
Hands down. You're not going to
yeah.
find other content like hers. It is so unique. It is so well done. It's awesome.
It's
And I
really good. It's
appreciate you.
and your the way you do it, the silent form of it. Sometimes it's funny. It's if you did it like black and white too, it would be just as good. You have a
You know what's
look
funny?
and
You
a
mentioned that because
style.
I have some stuff in the works of especially because again, when you think of silent horror, like the original films, um, like, there's some really OG horror films that they didn't have the technology we did, and we still appreciate those films, but they're black and
Right.
white, they're silent, they have the in-between narration, if you will, the text on screen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
Right.
there's things on my think board, if you will, I even think of, one of my favorite shows in the way of, like, weird twisted horror, that matches the vibe, like Twilight Zone, stuff like that, where it's like, it's a little some of it can be outdated, however, like, some of those are on my think board of, like, wouldn't it be cool if I'm already doing silent horror to, be able to, like, do that, and bring
Yeah,
that to
it's
life.
awesome. What is your how did you get into horror? Like, what's your motivation? Was it? Did you grow up with it? Did you find it later?
I
What did
did
something?
grow
Who
up
are the
with it.
filmmakers? What movies, filmmakers, books? What inspires you?
So, what's funny is, like, growing up, I don't know if I should have been watching the movies I watched as young as I was, but, um, my mom was into horror. She was into the psychological thrillers, like and she would work you know, and then get off work. She's gonna watch what she wants to watch, and that was the norm. I was just like, "All right, cool." Like, mom's watching a movie, mom's watching a show, and so I would get plugged into it, and it would be all the classics. Like, you know, I remember like the Bates Motel. I remember like all that stuff like growing up, and so it was just a norm for me. Like horror has always been a norm, and it's always been especially like if you I like there's some horror that I'm like, if it's just gore, okay. I like a plot, I like a twist, I like a psychological thriller. So when you get like that's what like impresses me with twisted horror because it takes some people a whole movie to really get to the point, and you just did it in you did it in a short format. I'm like,
Right.
okay, you know, hello. Um, so
So
I
what are some
grew
of the
up.
movies? What are some of those movies and books that stick with you that were like, "Oh my god, that is life-changing for me. That
So
was
I
my
will
movie."
say, again, the classics are the classics. I'm a big fan of the you can't go wrong with the classics. And again, when I was younger, those are staples that I grew up with. When I got older, like for example, good twists that I like. This is also an example of how movies can do too much, and some of them there's some movies that can continue, there's some movies you just gotta let them be, and I think of, like, The Grudge, The Ring, like, movies like that where I'm like,
Yeah.
"Okay, it's creepy, there's a little bit uncomfortable, there might be some gore, but it's got a good story." My absolute favorite an example of a movie that did continue and it hasn't made me mad yet, right? We'll see. It's coming out with another movie, but the Saw series was a good balance of like, if you're into gore, it's got that. But if you're
That's
into,
like right, that's like torture porn, Saw.
it's
There's like
giving that. It's
there
get, but
there was
if
a
you,
whole no, it is, dude, that's what it's called. There's a bunch of movies
you're
like
not
that. There was
wrong.
The Hostel series,
Yeah, no, yep.
like, it's
I
all
forgot about
torture porn
Hostel. I
stuff.
forgot about
Yeah.
Hostel. That was
Yeah,
another one. Like
didn't
again,
that all started with what was that film when they're on the island with the tribe and they're all getting tortured? It came out maybe in the 80s, and it was like a big, like, oh my, it was a big, like, taboo. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It has cannibal in it, definitely. Cannibal Island or something,
yeah,
something cannibal. It's
Jesus
just
Christ.
yeah,
Now
that's
see,
that
The
whole
Grudge, I've talked to John about The Grudge constantly. That is a movie that might be I think I could say this honestly, that might be the last horror movie I saw in the theaters, and when I walked out of it, I was exhausted. I was so tired. I was just like, "Come on, man." And then I tell John constantly, what do I say? "John, we're the scariest ghosts."
the scariest ghosts to Gary are old ladies, right? Old women,
Yes, yes,
children.
and especially what kind of children? Chinese children, Asian children,
Yeah,
because of The Grudge.
because of The
They are
Grudge.
terrifying in that movie.
again, there was just like,
Terrifying.
'cause somebody people will argue whether that's good or not, but again, just the combination of little things to it, and then that sound that, I'm like, "Bye."
Yes.
You know, I'm like, "Hello."
I was
But
exhausted.
what I liked
I felt like I ran a marathon watching that movie.
yeah, movies like that, it's like the plot, like, gore doesn't do it like again, I think of Chainsaw Massacre where it's like, okay, it's scary to be chased by a chainsaw, but, like, I need the psychological thriller of it all, and then just psychological thrillers. I love the twist, but sometimes it doesn't have enough. Again, I think Saw is coming out with, like, a hit or miss. I've
Yeah.
seen it back and forth with an 11th movie, and they've done a pretty good job of, like, when they continue, they'll, like, head nod to old movies and the plot still
Wasn't Chris
continuing.
Rock in one of those?
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Wasn't Chris Rock in a
Um,
Saw movie?
that was it 10? Or yeah, that one was wild, and that was,
Uh,
like, a weird they introduced that as, like it was almost, like, retroactive into an earlier part of Saw, so they keep trying to keep the lore alive, and it's kept me interested enough where I'm like, yeah, again, they introduced him, and I was like, "Where'd he come from?" So I'm invested in the lore of it all and the game aspect because I haven't seen a lot of movies do the same plot of those like, "Do you wanna play a game?" You know? And I'm like,
Yeah, right.
"Hello." Like, that's an interesting it's not just hunted and being hunted and, I'm like, "Okay." So now
See,
I'm
I'm
like, if you're
sold.
gonna continue it, I want closure.
I hear, "Do you wanna play a game?" And I think war games,
Yeah,
right?
whichever
Like,
one, yeah.
"Let's play a game," right? Wasn't it? Whopper?
yeah.
Uh,
I don't know.
did
Someone
you
says,
see the
"Let's play a game." My mind automatically goes to Monopoly.
does
It's
yeah.
I'm
just
not
the
playing
way it
that.
is.
I'm not playing that game.
Yeah.
That's
Love
worse
the
than
top.
Saw.
Did you
I'd rather be in
watch?
a Saw trap.
Yeah.
Did you see The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix? Did you
That
catch
one I
that
did.
one?
Yep. It's been
I
a
tell
while, but
John all the
yes.
time, it's got the greatest jump scare in history. I can't tell anybody what it is because I don't want to ruin it. It is like in one episode, it just comes out of nowhere, and it was I leapt across there, and that move, the bent neck lady, the whole thing about it is totally terrifying. It's
I
one of the
like
best.
jump scares, I'm hitter, but because it takes a lot to scare me. You really gotta be good on the plot. But I remember, one of the movies I saw, I forgot what scene it was, but, like, The Omen, and this is, like, an old
Oh yeah, man.
right. There was a scene that just caught us off guard, and who I went with, I watched them jump in their chair, not because it was necessarily scary, we just weren't expecting it, and they reacted way more than me, and I was just like, "LOL" of it all. So, like, I love those moments too, that really just unsettle you in some capacity, whether it's a jump scare, whether it's like I love the movies that they end on the psychological thriller, and I'm like, I have to go to bed and think about this. Like, I have to process this. Give me a second, you know? Like, I love
Well,
movies like that.
you've really sort of you've made something out of the genre that feels very what would you say makes it feel unique to you, right? Horror is obviously a very saturated place, but
Yes.
you've really taken advantage of the medium you're in with this short form artwork that you and it's truly artwork that you're making with this stuff. What what do you try to how do you define your niche and maintain it?
So, I mentioned earlier, like, two-sentence horror, I didn't make that, and then short form horror, I didn't make that. Like, I didn't create that. But we mentioned earlier where people always are like, "Oh my god, you remind me of, like, the character of it all between Morticia and Elvira," like, and they again, there's been many Morticias and Elvira, hello, so I think of, like, the comedy aspect of Elvira, and I think of the aesthetic of Morticia, and so there's plenty of people that will reenact or do short form horror, but I incorporate it in a way where if I can do because again, I'm not saying anything, it's not verbal, but if I can give the visual cues or expression of emotion towards, like, the comedy of it all or give a head nod to that, if there's a dark humor, I absolutely will take advantage of that, and
Got
so
it.
between who I am as who I've become as, I guess, the character of it all on top of the horror, I think I'm appreciated in a way, because again, if you like two-sentence horror, you can find anyone to do that. But I try to embody how I view who I see myself as, who I wanna be, right? But who I see the character that's playing those roles as, So that's
Sure.
kind of how I came to be, because if you look
What
at,
what do you hope the audience is what do you hope the audience is walking away with? Is it more of the scare or the humor or the lesson in the story? What do you hope they're
so
walking away with? Or do you
I
care? It's just like
really
as long as they enjoy it.
I was about to say, I really like that question, because, what I also do that's unique too, because again, I'm a full-time content creator, so I'm making content, but I'm consuming it too. So I know what's trending, what's happening out in the world, what's big on TikTok. What I also have taken on doing because even the horror creators that I'm mutuals with or I've been inspired with, or they do other things too, but they also like horror. Um, I have been a big fan because, like, yeah, I want you to be creeped out in short, like, form. Like, how I want you to be uncomfortable. I'm here to make you uncomfortable, But I also
Sure.
have liked being able to see, like, things that maybe I feel like need attention, and if I can turn them into a two-sentence horror and express that in a way, it brings attention to like, I don't wanna say issues, it's not like a big, because 'cause I'm not, like, overly, like, political or I don't have I'm not gonna get on a platform and, like, yap, 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 listen to me, who am I, I'm here to
Mhm.
entertain, I'm a creator in that way, but if there are things that I can turn into because I think of, like, recently I don't know if you've heard of the lady calling the churches asking if they'll give formula, right? That's like a recent kind of trending thing on TikTok that became big, I turned that into a two-sentence horror, not because it needs to be, but because that is the platform I've created that if things need attention or it can be brought to light, or if like I feel like that creator's doing something really awesome and you need to maybe pay them attention, I'm not going to be the voice of it. But if I can create a horror story, because that's what I do, and bring light to other things people are talking about, I've created a platform for you to be knowledgeable and go, see, I'm doing what I do best, whether whatever my opinion is of it or not, but I'm like, how can I turn this into a horror story? And so some
Right.
of the horror
Everything with the
stories,
church is a horror story.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I left it, like I'm like, this is real life horror story. Hello. We
Yeah.
could act this out, no problem. So
Some
I
real
did that
darkness
to
there.
bring light to what they're doing. I'm like, hey, go look at this creator that's doing this, but I turn it to a horror story. My audience might not have known about like real things going on, but if I turn it to a horror story, they're gonna go in the comments and be like, what is she talking about? It engages discussion and people are like forming their own opinion, because I never, not giving an opinion, that's for you to form, right? But I've acted out this trending thing on like TikTok or social media that everyone's aware of. And if you're not aware of it, now you're going to be aware of it. So I've done that more in recent months, with like different scenarios that, again, like the TikTok of it all, you'll see like the wildest things go viral. And I'm like, can I turn that to a horror story? How do I make this fun? So then they
Sure.
can take away something else.
Do you set boundaries for yourself in terms of like, what your schedule's like? I have to make, or it is your full-time
Yeah.
job here now. So is it, all right, I've got to make 6 movies a week or 3 a week, and then this is the budget I've got for this. And then does that help with your creative process in terms of like by
Oh,
setting those rules and like, okay, what can I do? And I'm blocking that. What's the process like for you to make short films really
a
every
little bit.
constantly?
I used to be able to like do it. I used to do it daily, and it's funny because like back when I did it daily, it was more for like I was building and it was for my entertainment. And I used to bartend. So I actually had an employee job. I stepped down from that in January and I was like, okay, let's get serious about this. So when it comes to that, it's kind of what I like about it is, for anybody that, maybe probably the ADHD of it all or whatever, I really am just like, what do I feel like doing this day, whatever. So for the most part, I do still try to make daily content, but I also do other things like I do tarot readings. I do tattooing. I'm like in the process of that. I'm doing everything that will prevent me from having to ever work in an office, and I will fight for my life. I will die on that hill. Like I don't care what trade I have to learn. Like if I can make it my own and make something else out of it, like I'm going to do
How
that.
long you been doing tarot readings?
Tarot I got into 2017, and I actually got hired onto what I think what would be considered a modern day psychic hotline, if you will. We don't really do that anymore, but like there's apps for that now. So I actually am. I work with a company and I do that too. So I do a lot of my day. So the content that I make is not necessarily always every single day, but that's because there's a lot more to the behind the scenes of what I do, and I have a lot of interest. So I try to maintain it for the fact that people like to consume it. They like to see the horror, they like all of that. Also nice about not just doing horror and being like, who I am as Morticia, I can create like what I want with who I am. And so I've tried to make myself more of the brand than just like the stories of it all, because anybody can do two-sentence horror. If you really wanna try and act something out, like,
Sure.
absolutely.
Well,
But
but look, but here's the thing, right? Anybody can do anything. I mean,
right,
everyone's got access to a camera. That doesn't make you Spielberg, right? So it's just a
uh,
matter of
that
it's
part.
it's not it's what you do with it that makes it interesting. Let's talk about tarot for a second. Do you buy into it? I mean, you're doing it, so there must be something spiritual connect that you have. What
What
would you
I
say you're a spiritual person?
so I'll say, like, yes, loose, and when I say that, it's more like spirituality to me is, like, how you define it. Same way with, like, I'm not religious, but people who are religious, they found some connection in that. They interpret it in a way that means something to them. It brings value to their life. It brings cool. Like, who am I to naysay that? My beliefs and how I see things, they might naysay that, but like whatever. Um, the way that I read tarot and the way that I learned to do it is it's not so much like, ooh, this is going to happen. I'm going to predict your future. It's more because I actually have a Bachelor of Science in Life Styles Coaching. So a lot of what I do with tarot is almost like I call it like a soul mirror, if you will, an introspective tool where I'm not going to pull anything that you don't already know about yourself. I'm going to use it as a tool to call you out. And there's been a lot of people that will come to me for tarot readings and they're just like, "Oh, I don't know. We just pull about whatever." And then I pull stuff and I start like saying the cards and they're like, "Okay." And then they rat on themselves. Like, I'm not sitting here claiming to be like I don't know anything about you. Like, I really don't. But I'm like, this is what the card's saying. Does that make sense to you? And then all of a sudden their mom's having an affair. They're doing that like they come out like the woodwork with it, and I'm like, "Okay." Now, I mentioned my degree because I just pulled some cards, and I had you just tell on yourself. I now can help you like, let's sit here and talk about this because I didn't tell you your mama was having an affair, you told me that. You're obviously feeling some kinda way, and you bounce that off the cards. Now, if we need to talk about it, let's talk about it, and that's how I use that as a tool. It's more I see it the way I do it, it's more a therapeutic tool, if you will, because you're not gonna just come up some people will, they'll spill the tea, and I love that. Some people won't just be as upfront, they're like, "No, life is good, it's fine," and I'm like, "Well, what is this?" And they're like,
It's like
I
you're
was
using
about
"Well,
to
them as a
yeah,
suggest,
spiritual Rorschach,
yeah,"
you know?
right,
you know?
right.
So
I was about
that's
to
how I
suggest
use
I
it.
get a tarot. I was about to suggest I've never had a tarot card reading done, and I was like, maybe I should get it done, but I'm not going to get that shit done if I'm going to get start confessing, and I don't want anybody. I got
You're like,
secrets. I need to keep them secrets.
I'm not gonna ask you to do it.
I'm
You're
going
not
to
gonna
keep
spill my
those.
beans." Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I'm keeping those secrets. Uh, have you ever had sort of a paranormal experience? Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in spirits?
So I okay, I'm one of those people where, like, I believe, because there's just so much like, there's so many experiences, there's so many people with like, it's so much to not think there's something, but me personally, I don't recall and I'm open to it, mind you, and I don't think I'm done living yet, I got
It's
more
okay, man.
time.
We're not going to hang up on you if you say no.
Uh,
It's not
you
gonna
said,
be.
"And we're done, and we're
Yeah,
done."
it's
No,
not.
no, my honest answer, like, I'm like, hello, like, hello. I'm still very open to it, and I'm so appreciative and, like, I love listening about it. I love hearing other people's experience. I'm more jealous because 'cause I'm like, hello. I'm like, "You welcome in, welcome, Matt, come on," but I don't think I've had anything that I can maybe pin, but I am still that's not to say I don't believe and that I naysay it. It's more it hasn't happened yet, and I expect it to happen. If I gotta go stir up some trouble, if I gotta go, like,
Well,
hello.
shit, man. Don't wish for it to happen. Who wishes ghosts to happen? John, maybe. I don't.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't wish for it to happen. I
I
don't need it
watch
to
his
happen.
lives. I'm like, hello,
He
hello.
wants that.
I'm
That's not
like,
for
what
everybody.
microphone do I need? What machine do I want to talk to him too? Hello, acknowledge me.
So funny. Morticia, do you is it now? Let me ask you this: Is you have kids, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is is this you 24/7? Are you rolling up to the carpool or PTA? As Morticia, because I think that's wild and
What's
awesome, and
nice,
I'd love
my
to know
kids
what the
are
Nashville
homeschooled.
crowd thinks of it.
I homeschool my kids.
Oh,
So
okay.
we live all of us a very virtual life in some capacities. So now if I were gonna pull up to a carpool and do the drop off, hello, I'm their mom. Like this is who I am. And this is not me showing up to the pot. This is how I dress. This is who I am this is who I've become. But
Sure.
they're homeschool. So sometimes it is funny because I will have like teacher parent conference type things virtually. And sometimes they're like, like, I had one teacher, they're like, "Oh my god," like, we had to I forgot what they had to take a picture for, but I was in the picture with my son that he had to pose, and, I hear the teacher like, "Look how pretty his mom is, look at her, ah," and I'm like, "That's the closest Imma get to the carpool line, I think," but, like, yeah,
Right?
hell yeah, like, game
Is it
recognizes.
Halloween all the time at home? I mean, I
Oh,
mean, is that like the vibe? What do the
yeah,
neighbors
because
think, I guess?
if you go around like, my apartment, is just really it's like an oddity shop. There's, like, dead things. We have, like, the front of a pirate ship hanging out of our hallway. We have no less than 3 full-bodied skeletons. There's, like, katanas, pirate ships. It's a mesh of, like, me and my partner, like, he's more pirates, and I'm more who I am, so it's intermingled nicely. Because again, we have, like, the pirate of it all, like, that kinda and then we have, like, dead things and weird paintings, and so, the whole house is just that's the vibe.
That's amazing. I mean, that is fun.
Yeah.
Now, do the neighbors appreciate it, or do you have, like, I don't know what, like, like, rural Nashville's like. That's why I ask.
Yeah.
Or not rural Nashville, no, rural Tennessee, I mean.
Well,
What
what's
is it?
funny so we really went all out, because the only holiday we really totally care about in this house is Halloween. So when Halloween was coming up, we went on the patio, there's spider webs, there's, spiders, there's, what is there? There's a hanging pumpkin guy, there's ghosts hanging down, and but here's the thing, is past Halloween, they're still up. They weren't ready for that. They weren't ready for the long term of it all 'cause at first they were complimenting it. They were like, "That looks awesome. We love your Halloween decorations," and now that's past Halloween, no one says that anymore. I'm like, "What if this is just decor? Like, you don't like it now? That's crazy." Our neighbors started decorating for Christmas, and I still have spiders out there. You know, I
You should put Santa hats on the
I
spiders.
literally said that. I was like, "We're not taking it. We'll give the ghost, we'll give the pumpkin man, we'll give all everything out there can have a Santa hat." I worked really hard putting that up. I'm not necessarily rushing to take it down, you know? So
I find that like, just an interesting thing, right? I don't know what that town is like. Is it a very religious town? I mean, is it very Christian?
where
And
we
it
are, because we are in, again, I mentioned Fort Campbell, we're in Clarksville. It is not, because it's when you get into a town that is more military, it is a wild array of people and problems and nonsense. So I live in a very interesting town,
is it
because
because
it's
it's more
just
transient? Is that why? Because they're from
yeah,
all
because you
over?
have people come and go, but then it's such a big town. Like we're not one of the because we're the tri-state area, we're not one of the main 3, but we are a big town and there's such a variety of different people and interactions. And again, like when you talk about military, it's not the military involved, it's you're getting people from all around everywhere who are they just happen to be military. So you're getting different driving habits, you're getting different culture habits, so you're putting all these people with all these different things in the same town, and it's always, like, either something going on or, like, I've not lived again, I'm from a small town in South Carolina, so moving here felt like the city to me. It's not much of a city, but the stuff that happens here, I'm just like,
But you don't
"Okay."
feel out of place. You don't ever feel out of place in this town.
No,
Did you ever
honestly,
have you ever lived
moving
anywhere where you
into
felt out of
this
place?
I don't wanna say it feels out of place, it's more like I came from a town that if we wanted to go to the grocery store, it was no less than, like, 20 to 30 minutes to get there. Now, if I wanna get anywhere in town, I just have to drive 5 minutes, and I'm on the main strip of the town. So, for me, I was just kinda like it was almost a spoiled aspect where I was like, "Oh my god, I have access to resources right there," like, I live 2 minutes away from, like, our town hospital, like, everything is right there. I used to, like, my ex-husband and I, when we first, like, moved here, I used to say, "I'm going into town," and he's like, "You're in town," and I'm like, "Oh," I had to get used to that because, like,
All
I
right,
literally lived in the middle of nowhere, and I'm like, "Oh, you're right, you're right." So
right. Oh, but it's, in my look, John and I, we're New Yorkers, so it's like we just assume everyone's clutching their pearls as you walk by.
You know what? You're not wrong because, yeah, from where I grew up in, like, a literal Bible Belt, and so for me to become
Yeah.
who I am today was really just being like, "I hate this." Like, I had to live it to realize, like, it was not for me, and then I traveled, like, I travel a lot more now than I did in the military, ironically. So, like, I just went to Germany this past year. That was the first time leaving the country, and so, like, and now I'm finally experiencing, like, other people doing other things, and it's always interesting to see who I've become regardless of where I'm from, how they interact with me or how they perceive me or, going out sometimes, especially locally, I guess the way my content is pushed out, like, even when I used to work at the bar and have people come into my bar and they're like, I love your TikToks. And I'm like, "Oh, hey," like, "What's up?" So it's, like,
Yeah.
interesting how people perceive me, or I've been told before because I have a big personality, which is nice that I don't do, necessarily the voice acting of it all because I don't know how to be serious ever at any point. I can express that emotionally, but if I can make something funny, I'm gonna do that. That's my first instinct. But people perceive me and see me, and I don't know if I give off that just dark aura or whatever, but, like,
Right.
some people are just like, "You're intimidating," and I'm like, "I just like to look how I look, I guess." I'm like, if you actually
Right.
talk to me for, like, 10 minutes, you're like, "Oh, she's cool, like, she's fine," like, whatever.
Do you go to the have you do you go to, like, the horror cons, or do they ask you to go there now, or are you is that what's next for you maybe?
I
To
was gonna
start
say, I
trying to
have a
build
lot of
that?
stuff, that's why I'm grateful for y'all inviting me on your podcast because it's like, especially this last year, there's been a lot of, like, little milestones of, like, people I've worked with or people I've connected with or stuff like so I'm very, like, nail clicks for y'all. Very appreciative. But for example, what was cool to me, I haven't so no to that, not yet. And again, I have way more stuff I'd love to do and get to do. But what I was tickled by, we went to speaking of Nashville, we went there for what do they call it? Their horror like they have it's like a significant horror house, if you will, but it's mini horror it's like
Whorehouse?
yeah, yeah, I went there. Horror, that's the southern O.
Horror
Oh,
We add
house.
the
She
extra
didn't say
R.
whorehouse. She said
horror
horror house.
house.
Horror, horror,
Horror. I
Horror
heard you.
the
I
house.
horror
heard it.
house.
Yeah, I heard the
Don't
horror
mind
house.
Horror
my
He's like,
accent.
house.
horror up.
Don't
I was
they're
like,
like,
"Yeah,
"We're
man, I
going
didn't know."
too, actually. We'll meet you
That's
there."
it.
Uh,
Our
um,
viewership just spiked when I said whorehouse. It
but
Yeah,
just
yeah,
jumped
yeah,
up like 10
yeah.
But,
it went f
they're haunted Nashville or whatever, it's like a bunch of mini haunted houses in one. It's a really cool setup, and we try to go there every year, usually, like, twice a year, they have different events for Valentine's or whatever. This year, we went for Halloween, and we would get up to the front of the line, and people be like, "I know you," and I'm like and they're like, You're" I'm like, TikTok? Is that where" they're like, "Yes," and they're just, like, crashing out, and I'm like, I was so tickled. I was just like, "I'm here on your turf, like, you're cool to me because 'cause you're running this." I'm like, "Hello,"
That's
but I
super
had,
fun.
like yeah, I had somebody, like, take a selfie with me, and then I had somebody else shake my hand because they were, like, tickled about what I do horror-wise, and I'm like, "I'm not here, like yeah, I'm on your turf," I'm like, "I'm impressed that you're dressed up. Hello, I'm just looking like me?" But, like, that stuff is cool. So the little bits of, like, stuff like that that's happened over the years as I've developed has been cool, and I'm excited to see where that takes me in the future, as I continue to, like, decide on new content or new horror, new ways to create in the genre or the niche, if you will, that I've chosen, so
Alright, and then now look, she writes books, makes skits, tattoos, makeup, homeschools her kids, ex-military, and you're a gamer. How did that happen?
so what's
And
funny
when
is
did you start diving into that?
the gaming of it all, because here's the thing, being like a short, like bite-sized horror content creator, I love going live. I'm a yapper. I love to talk. I love like this kind of set. I love like, yeah, ask me something. I'll talk about it for an hour. I don't care. But like for me, I had to think, I'm like, how does one go live and do what I do? Because that's the shortest live known to man, like 2 sentence horror or wrap it up, like I'm done before
Right.
anyone logs on. So what I got into I usually do a lot of Fortnite as basic as that is, mostly because my fiance travels and they wanted to know, like, how do we play games from a distance? So we started doing Fortnite, and then I wanted to do a platform where I could hang out and, like, interact with people that follow me and whatever. But again, I'm like, I could sit up here and, like, on live with my flashlight looking like the Blair Witch Project and, like, tell horror stories. I could do that,
Yeah.
but also, like, do I wanna do that, So it's nice, especially since, I think I mentioned this earlier, if I do content where I do talk, which is not often, but sometimes if I'm, like, talking about, like, a book or if I'm talking about whatever, I always, like, LOL, I'm like, "Hey, I'm using my meat voice, by the way, jump scare, this is me." It's a nice way for them to get to know me and who I am as a person outside of horror, and some people, because I never talk and I don't do that, they don't know and they're curious, like the parasocial of it all, I guess, if you will. They're like, What are you about? Who are you? You're just acting as like, who are you as a person?" So I can go live on Fortnite and just BS and like what, and it gives a chance to interact with people. And that's also a cool way to meet people in the gaming community of it
Yeah,
all.
and I never see, and you never pull, at least as far as I could tell, it's not like you pull videos from those lives. It is a very separate
Yeah, because
thing.
I'm
It's
I'm
just like,
not
this is
gonna
just
I'm
me
not gonna be
hanging
like,
out.
"Oh my god, look at my clips of this random whatever." That is really the live of itself, that's just an in the moment thing, and I try to keep it like that because some people follow me for the horror, so if I'm playing video games on live, that they might be into it. Some people are like, "I didn't know you streamed," and I'm like, "Hey," and they're like, "I love you even more now," and then I have times where people are like, I didn't ask for this." And that's fair too. So that's why,
Sure.
like, if I'm gonna use the same platform for that, it gives me an excuse to go live and interact, and it's just a common ground of Fortnite. And what I like too is, like, followers can play with me. Like, I'm not opposed to, like, play, and I'm getting to know people, I'm
Yeah,
interacting. I'm like, "Hey, this is who I am as a person outside of
that's
horror.
funny.
I'm still showing
Is
up as
that your only
myself."
game? Is that
Do
your
what?
favorite game? Is that your only game?
There's a few others. Sometimes I've done, horror games, like, my youngest, he loves jump scare, like, my kids, what I like about them, they're into
What's
horror
that
too.
game? What's it called? Like the Phantasma Gore? What is that one that's
Yeah,
There
out?
that's one of them.
that's one of them. Yeah.
He got me into, I'm about to say I've heard of that one, but he got me into Escape the Backrooms, and you end up in the middle of nowhere, and you have to try to escape these buildings and whatever, but there's, like, these jump scary I don't even know what they are. They're alienish, I don't know, monsters. I just played it 'cause, I'm a good mom, and if they wanna play some
Right.
I've even played Roblox, I hate it here, but I'll play it with them. I'm trying to bond with my children, I guess, and I'm like, "I hate this,
Listen,
can we
man,
play
I play
Fortnite?"
Helldivers too. I am a Helldiver. I
I'm
play
like,
Helldivers too constantly. It's how I unwind at the end of the night.
yeah, so we played, Escape the Backrooms. I tried to stream that one time, and when I tell you there was one, I was running from a monster, I got in a corner, thought I was good, turned around, and the monster was there, and I destroyed my entire my ring light, the camera, it was gone. I was just like, "Wah!" And, like, all so, like, I have played other games like that, but at least with Fortnite, like, games like that, I'm like, "Okay, I'm not gonna destroy my entire setup, with a jump scare," but those games are fun too. So I do occasionally I'll do the horror game, I'll try to switch it up a little bit, but I like the idea of, like, again, Fortnite's common, but I'll play that just to give, like, just the interaction of the followers of it all, and it's unrelated, it's common ground, because if I get on talking about horror, they might appreciate it, they might like it, but they might not have much to contribute in that way, So it's like it still becomes one-sided, you know? So I like to just do that for funsies. At some point, I'll probably move it off of, like, the same platform I do horror, but with the live capabilities of it all, I'm like, why not?
Sure.
Let's take up, I uploaded a TikTok, go watch it, do the horror, and then come play Fortnite with me. Okay. And let's get to know each other. So that's kind of how I keep things, like, the variety of it all, interacting with me, making it about more so about me if you're interested in that aspect of it all. If not, you don't have to watch my live. You can watch the horror because that's all I'm doing on there. So
I love it. I love it. Um,
I
First of all,
recently
thank you. Go ahead.
downloaded the anniversary edition of Fallout. So I've been playing Fallout 4 while going through my replays,
I
which
like
was
Fallout.
yeah, which
I
is
like
fun.
shooting games,
Yeah.
honestly. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
you can't play games. You can't play live games, John, because you got to pause it.
well, Fallout
That's the
4 isn't,
problem.
Fallout 4 isn't a live game. So I'm able to pause it. My favorite game that I can't pause, unfortunately, unless I'm playing by myself, is Nazi zombies because there's nothing
Oh,
better
they're
than
so
killing
good.
Nazis except for killing Nazi zombies. You know
I
what I mean?
That is, yeah,
That's fair.
that's a good
Kill them
motto.
after they're already dead. Kill them
You got
again.
to kill him
Kill them
twice. They
again.
should let you kill him
Yeah,
twice.
they get to get killed twice.
I love
No,
it.
that was if I do that, like, that is, the zombie aspect of it, that's probably my favorite genre of, like, if I'm gonna watch just speaking of horror movies, when we're, like, zombies, I'm a big fan of zombies.
So
Some
what do you
people
think
like
of zombie
vampires, some
movies? Go,
people
go going back into the movie talk. What do you think of zombie movies? You
uh,
think like it's so
don't
saturated, but do you think there's some that just stand out and are
I was gonna say, like, Dawn of the Dead is a good one. I've seen, like, Day of the Dead. My mom was I mentioned she was the one that kinda turned me on to horror, before I ever would have probably found it on my own, and she kind of like, if there was a zombie movie that was going to be out and happening, that became her. Like, some people like aliens, some people like vampires, some people everyone's got their thing they're into.
that?
If you show me a good zombie movie, I love a good, like, survival I tried to watch, like, The Walking Dead, and I lost interest at season 382 or whatever it's
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
It
know.
It
jumped the
got
shark. It jumped the
Um,
shark when Glenn got hit in the head with a baseball bat.
yeah, or
Negan,
you know what messed me up is when they killed Herschel, and I'm like,
yeah, yeah.
"I gotta
Oh,
keep
that was
watching
great.
this," and
Well,
then
that's the problem with that show. When they killed Glenn, the backlash was so severe, and instead
yeah,
of them ignoring it, they listened to it. And what they should have done the next couple episodes is kill another major character, and that show would still be going on as popular as it was back then. You know?
'cause
Have you
it
guys
was just
ever
like you
yeah,
seen?
couldn't, you couldn't,
Listen,
you could not top that. It was
yeah.
so aggressively
that's a
violent
Oh,
and
it's
significant
great.
one,
heartbreaking.
and that's
That's
probably
when
about the
Negan was
time that I was
Negan.
like,
You
"I'm
know?
tired. I'm
Yeah.
tired." I'm like, "You
Uh,
can't keep doing this to me, I'm tired. I'm going through
you
all
got
this
now.
trauma, and
Listen,
I'm not getting no resolution."
my favorite zombie movies right now are I believe it's the Korean zombie movies like Train to Busan. And there's like a whole series revolving around those. And if you haven't seen them, just look up Train to Busan. I think there's like 3 or 4 movies. They're wild. They're wild. They're
I'll
like
have to
some.
look him up.
Yeah, it's a good fresh take on zombies, and there's a little bit of that psycho thriller because I mean you're on a train, you're
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and it's like, wait a minute, what's gonna happen next? It's good. It's real good, and
That
it's not.
reminds me of when I got obsessed, like, I went down because I think The Grudge and The Ring came out around the same time,
Yeah, it
and
was
I
all
think it
that
was, like
era. That's about
yeah,
right.
The Ring
90.
specifically had different, versions of it, and I can't remember all the ones I watched, but it was a lot of, like, generally speaking, like, Asian versions of,
Yes.
like
Yep.
yeah, I went the Blockbuster was still a thing, in our town then, and I would go and I would hunt
Sure.
them down and I would watch them with the captions on, mind you, but I'm like, "Give me all of it." I'm like, "I'm intrigued. What's your variation of this?" It was so interesting to see their different takes and their different variations of that. So, like, when it comes to zombies or games or stuff like that, that has, like if I love the plot of it and you twist it in a way and it's sign me up. I'm like, "I'll
You
figure
would
it
be
out." Hell yeah.
surprised with the amount of stuff that's in Hollywood now that is actually recycled from like foreign films.
Yeah,
Even
that's
down
that's
even
what I
down to
figured.
kid shows, like the Power Rangers, for example. That that show made so much money in production because everything was already filmed except for the off scenes when they weren't in costume. Yeah, it's insane, but a lot of things are like that. Like same thing with like The Ring and a lot. It's cool once you dive
Yeah,
into it. You
because
start like
the
realizing like, wait a minute,
version yeah. The
yeah,
version we got was, like, not the original, so then I
not
started
the
being like,
original.
"Wait,
Yeah,
where did this come from? Because I
yep,
love this, so give me the whole lore of it," and I would go down a rabbit hole and I watched so many versions of, like I think it was, like, The Ring or the one either one, The Ring or The Grudge. I watched so many versions of that to dive into whatever the origin was. I experienced so many plots and so many versions, like, there was some versions, like, there was a virus involved, they just
uh-huh,
had different twist on it, and I'm like, "This is so neat." I'm like,
yeah,
me, uncultured swine, mind you, I was, like, just out of high school, but I was like, "Oh my gosh, let me dive down and figure out what this is all about. Where did it come from?" Hell yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's real cool.
Morticia, what's next for you? What do we want the good people to know? First of all, thank you so much for your time today. I really
Of
appreciate it.
course.
It's
Thank
so
you so
fun to
much for
chat with you.
having me.
And it's fun
No,
to talk to somebody who's like, that's just a little bit, paranormal related, but not necessarily in the world of ghosts and
I was
spirits. But
thinking that earlier, and I was talking to people who I was telling I was gonna do this. I was like, I'm really excited because, like, we're all within, like, the umbrella of what could be horror. I'm like, but I don't necessarily do what they
nah, we play
at
in the same
most, I
sandbox.
act it out. At most, I've seen the stories, and I will tell the stories, and I love them, and I'm a
Right.
big fan, but I can appreciate, like, again, when I'm hopping on lives of y'all or seeing what y'all do, I'm like, "Yes." I'm like, "Give me that. Give me the horror that I'm not making. Like, let me consume that," you know?
The
Now
horror
what
that John and Gary are making there. Is
Yes, I
this
was like, "All
this
this horror
horror
over
of a
here, give me this."
podcast
Yes,
that they
this
do
horrible
with
I was like, "Give me I love horror, I tell you what," you know? No, next, I don't know. I'm open. I'm just again, it all started me creating because I enjoyed it and I liked what I made, and then I created a community that also likes what I do. So I've been feeding off that a lot, and it's helped guide me to where I want to go next. And I don't have it all mapped out, but I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And when opportunities arise, or something new, or something inspires me, again, I have some things like in my blueprints, if you will, of like creating different, like kind of not branching too far out of two sentence horror, but like maybe doing other short form horror that isn't just necessarily restricted to two sentence. Figuring out other things to portray, or
expanding to
again,
3 sentences,
yeah,
perhaps?
I might add on another sentence. I might get wild. It might
That's
be
the
three.
thing.
Don't get
Your average, I can guarantee your average consumer of your content doesn't even know what two-sentence horror is. You know
They
what I
just
mean?
like
Like
what it
they
is. They don't
they
realize they
just
just
like
read
what
two
it is.
sentences.
So technically you could branch off and you could do so much. You know
yeah.
what
And that's
you
what I'm
might
thinking about doing,
yeah, I
especially,
would
like,
if I was
on
you.
platforms like TikTok, the way, like, the social media of it all. TikTok, they like to pay people for, like, a minute long, uh, versions of whatever you're making, and you're asking me to take 2 sentences and stretch them out to 60 seconds. Have I done it before? Yes. Is it challenging? Yeah. It requires a lot of the acting to fill in, but, that's where I'm like, platforms like that, maybe I can embody something more or figure out where I wanna go next. So what I love is, like, I kinda have a blank canvas. I've started to color, but there's still more to color, and so who knows where that takes me. Like, if something inspires me, I'm gonna try it, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna see how it goes, I'm gonna try something else. That's what's nice about, like, where I'm at is, like, I
Well,
get
you're a
the
real art. I think you're a real artist. I really
yeah,
do. I honestly
I get
think
the option
I've
to
seen
create, you know?
from tattooing, the books, the stories, the filmmaking, the makeup, everything is you really are like a real artist, and it's really fun to watch. Uh, for everybody that is watching, you'll see we have a link to Modern Morticia in the link tree in our bio. You can connect with her. You should follow her. She's on TikTok. That's probably your biggest platform, yeah,
That
right
that
now.
one's the biggest. Yep.
Yeah.
That's where I
So you find
started,
her.
and I'm working on
Yeah,
pushing everything else out everywhere else, but
as you
TikTok's
should.
been the
You got
baby,
it.
Are
you know?
you on
Yeah. So
are you on Facebook?
I am on Facebook.
yep,
Have
her
you
link, all the links to her you can find on our link tree. That'll take you to everywhere that she is,
if you're like
even the
me,
links to buy her book.
if you're like
Yeah.
me, you took a huge hit after the blackout with TikTok and monetization. Your videos don't pay like they used to, right?
And
Um,
we are not the only creators saying that, because 'cause I've seen
no, we're
so
not.
many creators. So
Yeah,
that's why,
so
like,
many.
Facebook, I'm trying to branch out now because, like,
Facebook's your
TikTok's
best
where I
bet right now.
started. I've
Yeah.
heard that, and trust me,
Yes.
I'm, like, thinking
They
that where
took
I'm like,
over they took over what TikTok was doing.
can you
That's
believe
exactly what
we
they did.
all left Facebook to go find bigger things, and we're heading back to Facebook? No,
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I've already had the last few days. I'm like, I cannot believe y'all gonna drag me back to Facebook. But you know what? You're not wrong, and I've seen so many creators talking about that. So
Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying.
It's
I'm working on that now.
yeah, it was all because all the advertisers left with the blackout. That 3 days is all it's still and they still haven't recovered.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for their live platform, going live,
That's
they were,
also why we
yeah,
talked about that earlier. Me going live, I'm like, I might as well get what I can get out of it because sometimes, especially my content used to be more consistent number wise, but you can tell because it's so just here or here. Like it's so
yeah, yeah,
inconsistent.
yeah.
It's hard to read it. It's hard to
No.
read how things are going to go. You know?
Yeah, you never know. You never know. You just put it out there and and so and what's wild too is like your audience, right? You
Yeah.
know when you make something, when it's done, that final product, you go, this is great. They're gonna love this. And then you put it out there and it
And they don't
nothing
see it,
happens.
so they can't love it. You know?
Exactly. Exactly. And it's like, wait a minute, like it's very weird. It definitely changed.
Ugh.
Yeah, yeah. Crazy. So crazy.
I'm
So
glad to hear you say that because I've been
so
experiencing that too.
yeah.
So.
When you stream, you only stream on TikTok when you're live?
Right now,
Okay.
I'm trying to do the thing where it's like, "Hey, I do stream. Hello, this is me." And then if I can eventually branch it out, I'm gonna try to carry people with me. But the idea of starting somewhere brand new instead of just working with where I'm at and then being like, "Hey, let's move over here." So where I'm at in the process of like streaming, again, I'm just like gaming and being
It's
casual
very
with it.
hard. It's very
Right.
hard to
So
get
I'm like,
people to
let me
switch
do what I'm
platforms.
doing with the platform I have so y'all know that I do this. And then if you're into it and you're here, let's move it over here eventually. So that's where I'm at in my process of that, if you
There
will.
there's
So
there's things you can do where you can be there at all at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sort of
yeah,
build. You almost have to build it by itself because
right.
people are not they just won't. A very very small few will say,
Your
"Okay, I'm
best
going to
bet,
switch over from TikTok to YouTube."
yeah, your
You
best
just
bet
got to
is
Right.
build up
to
YouTube.
stream on the platform and start fresh and build new and, keep
Yeah.
it, and if they want to, you can let
Right.
them know, hey, I'm over here too. And if they want to jump across, they can. But it's, it's, it's very weird, and me and Gary have
I
talked
mean,
about it too.
Yeah.
It's just people
listen,
are so stuck
I was
on, what they like.
listen, I was a TV producer, right? So I worked in, I was a development executive for 25 years, and it was when it all started, before people before there was a creator economy that was really understood. We would always try to build a show around a YouTuber, right? Wow, this guy's got 10 million followers, and you try to make a show with them, and it would bomb, and no one watched it. You couldn't get their audience, didn't care that they now were on TV. Why am I going to go to TV? I watch them right here. They would not go, and it is a very hard jump, and very few people
Because
can do it to
you
go
really are
from
trying to
one
take
and
people
forget it.
out of their comfort
That's from that
zone.
to TV.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Say that again. Say that again.
I
Sorry.
say, like, if people are comfortable on TikTok, and again, you get
Yeah.
the people that scroll religiously, and I'm like, hey, come over here. It's like, hey, I like you, but this isn't my platform, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, I get that entirely. So that's why I'm like, well, since we're all here, if you like it or not, we're here. We're in the same room, if you will. So that's why, like, I was like, let me just build here. And then eventually, if we need to move somewhere else, cool. But, this is more, I'm in the process of introducing myself as what I'm
If
doing.
our if look, don't take advice from me, but from John, you should when it comes to social media because he is building it. I mean, he went literally on Instagram recently from what was it, 2,000 followers to 200,000 in probably 36 hours.
Hell yeah.
That's not a joke.
Yeah.
That's not a
No,
joke.
that's awesome. I love to
The
hear
moment he
that.
started to focus on it,
Yeah.
but it's a simultaneous focus, right? So it's like it's not I'm gonna move here and do it. He's doing it all at once. Like right now, I'm streaming on 3 different platforms.
Yeah.
It's you have to
The
try to build
multi-stream of it
each
all.
one.
You're not wrong. I tell you what, the only reason I'm not doing that is because, like, technology-wise, I have I've gotten to a point where I can functionally stream. Like, look, I got this microphone, I got these headphones, I got this camera. I figured that part out. We still have more to learn and figure out.
Listen,
So I'm going
I
to get
have
there at
faith
some
in
point.
all the
Use
things. Let me
your
tell you this:
children. Use your
use your
children.
children.
They are
They're
probably
so smart.
they're so probably technologically savvy.
I
It's not
know.
even funny. I had
My
to.
kid knows
I
Yeah.
how
had
to
to
use
use my kids for
OBS. I
Twitch.
don't.
You know,
Yeah, you're not wrong.
they set all that up for me because I'm gonna start.
Especially, they just got me sick the last week. The least they could do is help me set up
Uh,
my stream.
I
Dirtbag.
have no
They're such
doubt that you'll
dirtbags.
figure this out, and then you'll create your corner of each of these platforms without a question. You are, like I said, I think you're a true artist. You got a really great niche. You're very fun to watch. You're stunning. You're smart. I think it's going to be fun to keep watching what you do next.
And your
And
content
Thank
we
you
is
so
really
unique.
much.
appreciate.
It's
Yeah,
so
it's
Thank
super
unique.
you.
unique.
It's so
I can
I
say the
love
same
it.
about you. I
Thank
love
you.
it.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for being with us today. I really appreciate you.
Of
yeah.
course, thank you
Thank
for
you. This was
having
great.
me.
So
And
keep your browser window open. We're going to say goodbye to you now until it
I was
says
gonna
upload
say, I was
complete.
like, I read the email. How do I do it correctly? Just leave
yeah,
the
Just
browser
leave it
open?
open. It'll
All
say
right.
upload complete when it's done, but
I
thank you
see it.
so much,
yeah.
Morticia.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for having me.
You too.
Of course.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye. How do I? This is the awkward time of all
This is where
video conferences
I'm
where you
just gonna
say
start
goodbye and you're
dancing.
looking for
You
the
know,
button.
start shadow
I'll talk to you
dancing.
later. She was super fun, man.
Yeah,
Really great.
yeah. It's
Really
cool.
interesting. It's such a.
I'm sorry,
It's
everybody.
got
Yeah,
to.
I'm sorry I missed the beginning of it. I was dealing with this nightmare of the breakfast state. Dude,
That's all
insane.
right. You didn't miss much.
Yeah, yeah, insane. Well, I actually it was funny.
Apparently,
I heard, you guys were talking about her military background, and I heard, a couple of things because I had it going. Well, I'm literally said, dude, I had one phone. I'm posting videos in one hand with one phone. I have the live going up against an old paint can, right? And I'm literally eating a slice of fucking pizza, looking at the guy working on the boiler, and I'm going, man, why the fuck do I have to stand here while you do this? Like,
right.
why? Like, what are you gonna steal in here? What are you gonna take in here that they don't want you left alone? The dust, the spirits, the asbestos? What? Like, what are you gonna take that I can't, leave? It's hilarious. But hey, listen,
But you didn't miss much, and she's great. I mean, she's super fun. It's good to have I love having a guest like that, and she really does do a lot of different things that are all really interesting.
yeah.
And I hope it's. I mean, she is succeeding, and I hope she continues to succeed
I
at
would
it.
I would definitely
Th-
follow her, and I want to point
yeah,
out real quick, where is it? Jared Balloon. Appreciate you during this podcast, you sending out 5 memberships to the Splintered Spirit Society.
wow, thank you
Really
guys. Yes, I
appreciate
didn't
that.
see that.
We weren't able to shout you out during it, but now I'm doing it. Thank you so much.
John,
That
thank
is
you for
so
doing that.
awesome. Yep. And
Yes, I'm not
also,
looking at the chat, so
yeah,
I appreciate you guys very much. And I hear what you're saying. Apparently, John, the
I
ads were
saw it. I
going
saw it.
bananas.
But the
So
ads
I
are,
got to figure that
how
out.
often are they running?
Like,
Are they running like,
there's someone saying like every 5 to 7 minutes,
well,
which is
that's an
nuts
issue.
for a
That's an
lot.
issue. But there will be
So
ads
I'll
from time to time, but we'll get that fixed. But we will have ads from time to time.
yeah.
It's just
But
the
5 to
nature
10,
of the
five,
beast.
every 5 minutes is not something
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
set.
yeah.
So I will, the next
That's a
live,
live
I'll
setting.
figure out how to
That's
stop
a
that.
live setting. We could,
Is
we
it?
could take,
All right.
we could take care of that. Um,
We'll
y-
figure that out.
yeah.
For sure. So thank you for the heads up on that. I had no
Uh,
idea. But
oh,
anyway, man, that was a
Jared,
good one. That
appreciate
was
that.
fun.
He subscribed as well. Thank you, Jared. You're awesome.
Jared, thank you. Thank you. So I said, John, we've got a couple good episodes coming up. We're playing with the schedule. So we might have Mark Marinaccio on Tuesday.
Okay.
Brand new episode. The executive producer from Ghost Hunters.
Yep.
Executive producer, not executive producer from Ghost Hunters, a producer on Ghost Hunters, original season, and then he was the executive producer showrunner for Skinwalker Ranch,
Skinwalker
which
Ranch.
is
Yep.
really fascinating stuff. For those into that sort of angle of this paranormal trip we're on,
Yeah,
and how he
what a
produces
great
it.
interview that was. He was just
Yeah, Mark's a
very
believer too. He's a
informative.
hardcore believer.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
very informative, very just like to the point. You guys are
yeah.
really gonna enjoy it.
And it's unlike Mike Dorsey, who we interviewed, who's comes at it the paranormal from a documentary place. Mark comes at it from a believer and a fan base, right? They're
Mhm.
both excellent showrunners, but two very different perspectives.
Yeah.
Mark loves it. I was telling them about our interview with Lauren
Yeah.
Hellickson, which was hilarious.
That
And
was
that's going to be a great drop.
yeah.
And then I just did an interview yesterday with a near-death guy who had a near-death experience and went to hell, literally shot in the head, flatlined, and had changed his life, you know. So that's going to be a great one. And what I'm hoping happens is we are supposed to do an interview with Rosie Grant. We're doing that, which will hopefully we'll drop that right before Thanksgiving. Rosie Grant wrote the book To Die For. John, she might be the only woman who loves headstones as much as you do, because she wrote a book for a cookbook based on people who put their favorite recipes engraved on their
headstones.
tombstone.
You know, which I've never come across.
I find that wild.
I've come across, dude, I've come across headstones where it's like, you know, the name, like it'll be someone's first name, like Dan, and then underneath, the man. You know, and we're going back to the 1800s.
Yeah, that's funny.
Like somebody literally didn't put their last name on the headstone. Literally, his name was Dan, and all it says is Dan, the man.
Dan the man.
But never a recipe. So that's going to be very interesting.
She's super cool. Again, you know, look, you know, when you're talking about spirit communication, what better way to talk to the dead or have them still talk to you than through your stomach?
Yeah,
I guess.
True, especially me, you know?
She discovered this whole thing, and then she realized that other people do it, and she traveled, I think, around the country. I got to find out about it. And then she put a book together with all these recipes, and then she does things where she goes to the families and like talks about Aunt so-and-so or grandma's this, and they make it together. I mean, it's absolutely genius.
Cool. Yeah,
It's such a genius idea. It's a best-selling book. She's doing the circuit. Like, she was just on Kelly Clarkson, and now she's coming down to Splintered Spirit. But God love her for doing it for us.
Wait,
I mean,
Kelly Clarkson, the singer?
Yeah, she did the talk show. She promoted the book
I
on
didn't even
there.
know she had a talk show. I had no idea she had a talk show.
Oh, dude, it's like one of the biggest talk shows out there, dude.
Is it really?
Kelly Clarkson's huge. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was the American Idol. She was one of the American Idol winners.
Yeah, she was the first. Right? She was the first American Idol.
She was the first American Idol.
She's a monster talent. And then she has a talk show that's a huge hit.
Wow. Huh. Cool.
You know? But that's it for today, guys. Thank you so much. Everyone on Insta, Facebook, YouTube. We appreciate you.
Again, special big shout out to Jared. Appreciate you for that. Thank you for that support.
Jared, thank you, man. That is so great. So great. Thank you for all the fans. And yeah, keep your eyes open. All new stuff as we roll out of 2025 here and move into 2026.
Yeah.
But it's going to be good.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
I'll see you, everybody. Thank you so much. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. I mean, even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
I'm not. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we explore what lingers after the lights go out, memories, energy, and the mysteries that refuse to be buried. I'm your host, Gary, here with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, and today's episode is a story not just about haunting, but about survival. If you've seen The Conjuring, you know the broad strokes of what happened to the Perron family inside that Rhode Island farmhouse. But what few people talk about is what came after. How do you move forward once your childhood becomes one of the most infamous haunting cases in modern history? How do you reclaim your own story after the world has turned it into folklore? Our guest, Andrea Perron, lived through it and then spent decades trying to understand it. Through retrospection, writing, and acceptance, she's turned something that could have destroyed her into something profoundly meaningful. And now she's facing a new battle, brain tumors, with the same grace and courage that carried her through her childhood haunting. Today she joins us to talk about survival in every sense of the word, the long road of processing those early years, how her understanding of spirit has deepened, and what has led her to a new mission to preserve the farmhouse that started it all through a GoFundMe campaign. Believe me, I would have burned that place down a long time ago. This isn't a ghost story. It's a story of healing, perspective, and the quiet resilience it takes to live with the past. And as Annie so emotionally puts it, still keep moving toward the light. Let's dive into the conversation.
When I'm there, I mean, they're in it. I mean,
they're in it. Yeah.
And I've got a doctor that told me, "Don't you worry, honey. I've got your back."
There you go.
That's all I needed to hear.
Good. That is so good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Andrew, you are a survivor on many levels. That is for sure.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, it's
This is true.
well, first of all, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to sit down with us here on Splintered Spirits. It's an honor for us to have you, especially, you know, I would say in this paranormal space that John's been in for a while, but I'm very new to. You are an absolute legend. I mean, for numerous reasons, just as someone who's experienced probably the worst there is of it, your books, the stories you've told, everything in your approach to the space. Now, for us on this thing is about me and my sort of understanding of what the paranormal is and what John does and what spirits are. So
Yes.
you, for anyone that's going to be listening to this who doesn't know who you are, listen, go buy your fucking books and read the stories. And you're going to find a link to those books in my link tree, because we're here. I mean, you should know this woman by now. It's the woman who lived in the Conjuring house, for Christ's sake. So I don't want to waste a lot of time on doing another thing about what's the difference between your story and the movie.
Yeah. No, most everybody knows that now, I think.
They should know it.
They should know.
They should know it. But, you know, what I want to know is, so you moved into that house when you were 12, and you were there for 10 years.
Yes.
At what point did you start to understand what it really was that you were dealing with?
Within 5 minutes.
So in 5 minutes as a 12-year-old, you're like, that's a ghost.
That's a ghost. Well, no, I didn't think he was, because he appeared absolutely solid to me. I mean, absolutely solid, like I could have walked up to him just like you, put my hand on his arm, greeted him. I greeted him as I walked through the dining room. And he did not. He stared right through me like he didn't see me, like I was an invisible ghost. And he was completely fixated on Mr. Kenyon packing the last of his wife's china out of his corner hutch cabinet in the dining room. And it was freezing cold, and there was a swirling ice storm going on. But, you know, when you're a swamp Yankee and it's moving day, you move. You just put everything in the truck and you move. And so we did, very slowly, up into the woods to our place in the country. And within 5 minutes, I walked in with a box marked kitchen for my mother. She was already in the kitchen with my baby sister, April. And then the other 4 of us were big and strong enough to be able to carry boxes marked kitchen. And when I walked in and I saw him, I thought, well, that is a very oddly dressed man, because he was not wearing clothes that I was in any way familiar with as a child. Everything looked like it was handmade. It was hand-stitched, including the little fluffy hat that he had on. And he had his arms crossed, and he had his leg mounted up against the wall, and a quirky grin on his face. And he was just staring at Mr. Kenyon, just staring lovingly at him.
Right. So
And then my sister Nancy... And then Christine comes in, and she walks into the kitchen, and she's like, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? He's dressed funny, you know?
So everybody saw it.
Everybody saw him.
And you were the eldest, so they were even younger than you.
They were younger than me, and they
didn't know what it was. So when did you realize, wait a minute?
Then Nancy, then Cindy came in. And she was the youngest. April was already in the kitchen. So Cindy was number 4. And she came in the kitchen. And she said to my mother, Mom, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? And Mom said, there's nobody with Mr. Kenyon. His son is on the way. He's not here yet. And so I'm sure that we as children assumed that a neighbor had stopped by and that he was just shy and he did not want to interact with little girls coming in with boxes. And then my sister Nancy walks into the kitchen and she leans over to Cindy and she says, Sin, did you see that man with Mr. Kenyon? I did, but he just disappeared. And boom, there it was.
So when you said lovingly looking at him, so you think that he was looking at him from a place of affection and admiration?
Yes.
Wow.
And then when did you he disappeared. That makes you think as a 12-year-old that's a ghost. But what was it? How old were you or what was the moment where you really started to look into what are these ghosts? What is happening?
5 minutes after we moved into the house.
So, okay. So then you're like,
it
we
was
have ghosts here.
instantaneous for me.
Okay.
Yeah, instantaneous for me. I knew that we were not living alone. I knew immediately that we were not living alone. I knew that this was very, very different from the house that we had just come from, and that nothing was ever going to be the same.
So what changed for you from what you thought a ghost was in that moment in those 5 minutes versus what you think a spirit is now, if at all?
The same.
It's the same.
the
So
same.
what is that? What is a spirit, Annie?
Spirit is... Okay, I'm going to give you my most famous quotation now.
Okay.
That's written on all of my coffee mugs because, you know, when you're a superstar, you have your own coffee mugs. And because coffee is the nectar of the gods,
I agree.
I have a coffee mug that says this. To be touched by... All right, let me get it right. To be touched by spirit is not a curse, but a blessing. It is that rare glimpse into the realm from which we come and will all inevitably return. Be not afraid. Be the light you seek.
Wow. Wow.
I'm
So,
sorry, I don't mean to be emotional, but I am a
No,
very
don't.
emotional
That's
person.
That's
no,
okay.
And I
take
can't
it.
help it, and I cry during every interview, and everybody knows it. So I'm sure
Take a
that they will
moment.
give.
Take a moment. I'm going to do my best to try to make you laugh. That's kind of how I operate because I'm very uncomfortable around.
Already, just by suggestion, mere suggestion, I can laugh just that fast.
Okay, good. So when I hear a quote like that, do you look at spirit from a religious place, or in terms of what spirit is inside of us?
Yes. Okay, you asked me a very important pre-question the other day when we were talking before we did this interview. You asked me a very important pre-question. And then you told me to stop talking because you were afraid that I was going to spill all my good stuff and that it wouldn't be ready for your
I did.
show.
I wanted you to save it for the show.
I know. Okay, so I didn't have to save it because it is literally ingrained in me. It is a part of me. I participate in my own healing. I believe that all human beings need to be healed. I believe in Jesus Christ. And I also know... All right, I'm just going to read this to you. I'm just going to read what I wrote down for you because, Gary, I cared enough to make some notes. I never make notes. I always shoot from the hip. But I want you to hear this.
Let's hear it.
I choose to participate in my own healing. I am totally in on spiritual warrior aspect of who I am at my core, in my soul. Good is my mission, and God is my champion, and all faith is essentially paranormal in nature. We believe in Jesus Christ. The vast majority of people on this planet believe in a higher power. They believe in cosmic consciousness. They believe that there is a divine creator. Most people on this planet have a belief system. Even if your belief system is that you don't believe in God, that is still a belief system. And belief is what fires the mind and powers the soul, and our superpower as human beings is love. And when we tap into that, when we get there, when we understand that all of this is one singular realization of oneness, that we are one human race, and that we are all beloved, and that we are all created in a special way, and each one of us so individual, even when our cells split and we have an identical twin, there's still something that is different. It is two individuals who are interacting with each other and loving each other and being a family. And that's what's happening now. And who would have ever thought that with my diagnosis 15 months ago and all the upheaval around the farm and everything that's been happening and all the drama, that it would be me getting a deadly disease that would congeal and coalesce an entire community of very disparate, very eclectic individuals in the paranormal world. I mean, John, you've got to know, we're all so different. Some of us believe in the
Yes.
Celts, and some of us believe in the this, and some of us believe in the witches, and some of us believe in the, and we're all involved in spirit. We are completely, utterly, totally surrounded by spirit at all times. And I learned that as a very young child. And then here's the delve, and here's the deep delve. I needed to know. I needed to understand what was happening and what we were seeing in that house. And because I was a very precocious child and I was intellectually advanced for my age, I started reading Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, Nathaniel Hawthorne, all the metaphysicians. I wanted to read what they had to say. What is this? What is the House of Seven Gables? What is going on in that house that draws people from all over the world to feel the energy of that house? That is exactly the same thing that's happening at the farm. The farm is alive with death. The farm is alive with spirits. The farm is absolutely alive with the power and the glory. And some of them are cranky sons of bitches, and some of them are just as helpful and benevolent and kind and good as they could be. I take, for example, Mrs. John Arnold, who her name is Abigail. She and her husband John are the caretakers of that house. They know all the spirits. And they know that things were let into that house in the last year that should never have been allowed into that house. And it is time to get John Zaffis's ass up there and clear that house. All he's got to do is drive for a couple of hours from Connecticut, and he can be at the farm and he can clear the house. And we're going to move mountains. We are moving mountains. This coalescence that is happening, this momentum, this motivation that is happening to save the farm, not just for its historical integrity. I mean, as an original colonial home, it is one of the most outstanding pieces of architecture that's even left in the United States. And it needs to be preserved and protected and defended and rescued and salvaged and repaired. And all of that needs to happen. And I'm telling everybody, please, if you care at all about this magnificent edifice, $5 to a GoFundMe page. We've already raised close to $200,000.
We're gonna put that link up there for you, Annie, for sure. And I want to get into this. I was going to get into this in a bit, but since we're talking about it, a lot of dark stuff happened in that house too.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So
but a lot of good stuff happened too. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It was darkness and it was light.
Hence the title of your book.
Exactly.
Hence
yes,
the title of your book.
But look, from my perspective though, do you feel, because here's the thing, like I know a lot of rodeo clowns and a lot of grade A assholes I'd love to give that house to, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm just sometimes when I hear you talk about it, it's almost like, and I hate to say it, but like, a little Stockholm syndrome or a battered wife syndrome where it's like, yeah, he slapped me around, but the flowers really brighten up the room that he bought me afterwards.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, there's no shortage of assholes in the world. But, and we've had, no shortage. Honest to God, I could point them out just walking in front of this house. But,
so why do you want to save the house? Like, you know what I mean? Like your connection to this house, I mean, I know there's good stuff in it, but do you see what I'm saying? It's like,
no, I do,
connection.
but no, Gary, understand this. I was 12 years old. I just turned 67 years old. I've had time to think about this, to process this, to purge whatever needed to be purged. I've had time to heal and to know that what my mother went through in that house and what my sister Cindy went through and what my sister Christine went through and what my sister Nancy went through and what my sister April went through was nothing in comparison. What I went through is nothing in comparison to what they did. I had, for lack of a better word, a multi-dimensional relationship with the spirits. I know that sounds bizarre. I am not sitting on your show trying to convince anybody.
No, it doesn't.
Of any
I speak about this all the time, interdimensional stuff with my documentation. So please speak your mind and speak your truth. Well, we'd love to hear it.
Well, I'll tell you, there's been faith. All right, I'm going to quote Khalil Gibran. Faith is a knowledge within the heart, beyond reach of proof. There is no proof. And we've got evidence up the yin-yang. Oh my God. I mean, thousands of hours of evidence that has been collected in that house, and years and years and years of people getting EVPs that are like class A EVPs and all kinds of stuff coming back through computers, and the Echo box and the Spirit box and the this box and the that box. Right. I don't need a box. I am the box. They just come to me and they talk to me and they interact with me. And whenever I walk in that house, it doesn't matter what group of people is in that house. Every one of their dinky little light shiny devices light up like Christmas trees. As soon as I walk in the house and I greet the spirits and they hear my voice, I do tours of that house with groups, or I used to, over the phone. And all they had to do was put it on speakerphone. And all I had to do was greet my spirits. And the whole entire house would come alive. And everybody's oohing and eyeing and crying and clapping. And unbelievable emotional response to being actually present with spirit and allowing them to allow us to interact with them. They are real. Spirit is real. Spirit is true. And anybody that is touched by it, you cannot be untouched. Once you have been touched by spirit, that is a permanent condition. There's no fixing it. There's no going back. You can turn your back on it, on that open door, but eventually something is going to come through and tap you on the shoulder and say, I'm right here and I've been here all along. And I think
we agree with you for sure. We're not debunkers here. We're of the believe first sort of place.
Well, good, because believe first is the best way to go. Because you know what, Gary, it's all we've got. All we've got is hope. That's all we've got. And for us to be able to be in a position now technologically, but also spiritually, to be able to determine what spirit is active around us, to be able to feel the presence of my mother after she passed away last year, to know that she is right here with me, to know that my sister is right here with me, to know that they gave Christmas gifts to the dogs. They gave Christmas gifts to the dogs that were under the tree. We don't know where they came from. 2 years ago, before my mother passed away, April brought Christmas gifts to her dog and put them under our Christmas tree. They were not there when we left for the family gathering. They were there when we came home, and no one was in this house except April. You know, this is, when I tell you the power that they possess to be able to manipulate objects, to be able to literally work in outside of 3D, outside of 4D, even maybe into 5D and beyond. We live in a multi-dimensional universe. We only think that we live in our little 3D shell. Okay, but we have to peck our way out of that and find our way to the truth. And the truth will set you free.
Annie, I want to ask you, because, you know, you talked about it took you years to process, and based on what you just said, you know, the multidimensional self. when did that conclusion come to you? That was not a 12-year-old within 5 minutes saying we're living in multiple dimensions. So when did you?
No, I was about 15 and I was reading Emerson. I was reading the his essay Circles. And it made sense to me. It resonated with me. And on Hawthorne resonated with me too.
So you'd already been living in the house for 3 years. You start reading. You're a teenager. You start reading these books on right, and with the metaphysical, and that sort of puts you in this space to sort of really take a grasp on this outlook on life. And did any of that, has that evolved or changed at all, that worldview versus metaphysical versus spirituality, as you've progressed and learned more about yourself and the house?
Well, keep in mind that I was thrown out of the Catholic Church for asking too many provocative questions.
That's fine by us. We're cool with that.
Completely fine.
Both John and I went to Catholic school, and we are totally like anti-Catholic Church. The church, you know.
Yeah. Well, I love Pope Leo. I'm totally cool with Pope Leo. I'm all down with Pope Leo. But I am never going to self-identify as any specific religion. I mean, I come from an ancient sect. My mother, my father is pure French, from the Alsace-Lorraine area. Their family immigrated to Canada in 1518 and then came down into New England. My mother is Scottish and Cherokee Indian. She was Welsh and Irish and English and a real Heinz 57 mix, but she was also part of the Pecht. She went back to her lineage. When we did her ancestry, went back to the Vikings. So my mother was when she was alive, was one of 9 women left on Earth that had the mitochondrial DNA of a Viking queen.
Wow.
So I come from good stock.
Sure. Yeah.
Ow.
So that's sort of what you walked in with, that sort of belief system. And then it slowly changed as a teenager. And then afterwards, did you ever look back and say, I thought this was this then, but now that can you give us a specific example of what you thought it was then and when you were living through it versus how you look at that spirit or entity now and what you think it really was or is?
Our first Easter in the house, we all went to our new parish, which was St. Patrick's in Harrisville. And we had been in the house for several months. Everybody knew what was happening except my father, who is king of denial, who's like, no, it's all your, all you hysterical females. They're like, fuck that noise. There was nothing hysterical about any of us. And he didn't believe us because he was scared shitless. And that's the fact. And you know what? He's just going to have to deal with that and live with that. He's 90 years old. I think he's come to terms with the fact that he was scared shitless, that he had moved his entire family into a house that he had absolutely zero control over. So we all go to church on Easter Sunday. And my sister, we filled our own pew because there were 7 of us. And at the very end of Mass, the priest said, and the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. And April turned and looked at my mother, and at the top of her little girl voice, she was only 6 years old, and at the top of her voice, she said, "See, Mommy, God's got ghosts just like we do." And every head in that church turned, and the priest followed my father out with our family, and he said, "Mr. Perrin, I would appreciate it if you would take your family and worship elsewhere." And that's what the Catholic Church, with
priest,
their rituals and their seances and their expulsions and their exorcisms, that he was as scared as anybody else. He didn't want to lose his flock. He didn't want the weird family that had just moved in coming into his church. And my mother and my father got in the car, and my father was livid, furious. My father had been born and raised in the Catholic tradition. He attended parochial school. He was an altar boy for most of his youth. He joined the Navy right out of high school, and then he met my mother and married her. and he was going to come back after the Navy and go into the seminary to become a priest. That is how serious my father was about his Roman Catholic upbringing, and to be shunned and discarded as though we had absolutely no value at all in that parish as a new family moving into the town. He got in the car. I was sitting in the back seat, and I could see he was just grinding his teeth. And my mother turned and she looked over into the back seat and she said, "Girls, if you want to know God, go to the woods. Go to the woods." And we did. So if we are pagans, then we are pagans, but we went to the woods.
Wow.
And there I found God.
So I was actually going to ask a question about that. There's always so much talk about the farm, but there's so much woods on the property. And when I was, just doing some deep dives, I never heard much about it. And now you're speaking
It's
about the
very
woods.
active, John.
I would
Very
love
active.
to hear about the woods if you would like to share just a little bit.
April had an experience in the woods that I think is the most compelling. I think it's in volume. No, Nancy too. Nancy had a very compelling experience in the woods. But April went down into, we had 200 acres. And she was about 10 years old. And she went down into a pine forest grove that we had back on the acreage. And she saw children. She saw at least 10 children. And it was right across, it was like a half a mile away, not even a half a mile away from the Nipmuc River, which flooded occasionally, like really badly flooded. And so she was walking through the pine forest and she could see little children dressed as Indians. She said they had the moccasins and they had the little coats, and it was springtime, and they were stepping over lady slippers that were in the pine forest, and they all died together in a flood 200 years before. All those children were swept away by a flash flood.
You're not making me want to keep this house. You're not making me want to keep this house, Annie. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what we're talking about.
But it's brilliant, Gary. It's brilliant. Can you imagine? They were in real time. They were in real time in a pine forest that did not exist when they lived. It was not there.
What do you think after all these years? What is it about the place versus the spirit? Is it a place? Is it a time? Is it a spirit? What is the connection? Why there? What do you think it is? What's going on?
I think that it's a portal or a vortex of some kind. I think that there are extraterrestrials that are definitely involved, and that might make some of your listeners' heads spin right off, but I am very tight with our galactic family. We are not alone in the universe, and that is just a fact. And nobody has to believe me. I don't care I really don't give a shit who believes me.
No, it's fine. I want to know. I want to know about your connection.
Listen,
I
as I stated before,
connection.
the viewers that are going to listen to this, I document interdimensional entities all the time. All the time. So
you do have, yes, your reputation precedes you for that, John.
Yeah. Thank you.
How do you connect extraterrestrials to spirits?
I think that everything is the same thing. I think that everything is energy. I think that if anybody wants to know what's really going on, that they need to read Einstein and they need to read Tesla, because these were two of the greatest scientific minds of this or any generation, and both of them were deeply faithful people. And Einstein came to it later in life, but he understood that MC squared, E equals MC squared, is divine. And he understands that. And it's just the titular point of us understanding our universe. But we live in a multidimensional universe, which is why in the 1940s, when we started exploding atomic and hydrogen bombs on this planet, they came. If they could get here, they came. And the reason that they came was because not only were we destroying our own planet, we were also doing damage elsewhere in the universe. And that is why we have had the influx of technology, and we have had the influx of sightings, and we have had the influx, although you do not hear of visitations or abductions very much anymore. And there's a reason for that, because the Federation called an end to it. That just has to stop. They have to understand that even if they're just partially humanoid and partially AI, that we have feelings. And
Do you believe in past life regression?
I don't know. I've never had it done, and I don't think that I've been here before. And I had a very, very famous, world famous hypnotist that literally threw a check back at me and said, "I can't hypnotize you. You're not from here. Get out of my office."
Well, that's awesome, by the way. I find that
Well, I cried.
really
I went
fantastic.
into the goddamn parking deck at the building and sat there and cried for a half an hour because I didn't I was only in my 20s and I didn't understand what he was saying to me.
Well, the one thing I did an interview with a QHHT therapist, right? Quantum hypnosis healing therapy and past
Cool.
life regression. And the past life, what I've come to learn about it, what many of them believe in, is that it is not, saying past life is a misnomer. It's more of a everything everywhere all at once.
Thank you very much. I now am madly in love with you. Now I am madly in love with you. Luckily, you are on the other side of the country and you can't deal with this crazy woman person to person. But that is exactly right. You are exactly right.
What you're talking about with energy and dimensions and other, and there's aliens and extraterrestrials, rather, I should say, and the connection between that energy is all something that they believe in wholeheartedly, because it's less about what you were before, but it's what that timeline of you is.
That's right. And it's
right?
what you are becoming. It is what you are becoming. We are in a rapid evolution of human consciousness. We are in that right now. And I call it the paradigm shift. And it's very simple to explain. The paradigm shift is what happens when everything changes and nothing is ever the same again. And we have a complete new open opportunity to examine our universe in a completely different way. I wrote a little piece, a treatise as part of one of my books a few years ago, and it's called The Chicken and the Egg. And one night, excuse me, just a second.
I don't know what came first. If you're about to ask me what came first, please don't. I don't have an answer.
No, I have your answer for you.
All right, let's hear it.
I went outside. Well, I was working on a screenplay, actually. And I used to get pushed around quite a bit in the middle of the night. I still do. I'm usually out at about 3 o'clock in the morning, every morning, talking to my galactic family. And the sky lights up and they are beautiful and nobody's around to see. And so it's very, very personal. And I bring the dogs because the dogs are not afraid of them except up close. They don't like them. At a distance is fine, but not up close. But I went outside because I got pushed in my bed. I had already closed down the computer and I went to bed. And it was about 3 o'clock in the morning and I got pushed while I was in bed. Well, I was in Florida and it was winter, which meant that I had to put slippers and a robe on to go outside. And I didn't want to go outside. And I said, no, not tonight. Leave me alone. Nope. I got pushed again. I got up, I put my robe, I put my slippers on, I went out into our expansive driveway, and I looked up at the sky and I said, what is it? I was aggravated. I was tired. I was depleted, and I just wanted to go to bed. What is it? And instead of seeing a flash in the sky, or seeing an arc of golden light, or a green streak that literally traced the circular circumference of the world, because sometimes they're far enough out that when they're flying that fast, you can literally see the arc of the world. I didn't see that night. Gary, what I saw was a flash of light that was so bright that it almost knocked me back in the driveway. And in that split second, I was 12 years old again. I was 12 years old, and we had just gone to the chicken farm. And because my parents wanted to be gentlemen and gentle lady farmers, and they wanted their kids to have good fresh eggs. And so they took us across the border to Connecticut to a chicken farm. And there were all the chickens. And there were the farmer and his wife. And the farmer's wife took my mother and all 5 of us into I think they call it the candler shop, where they've got all the little eggs set up in incubators. And my father was talking to the farmer. and when we went in there, one of the eggs started to move. And I got so excited. I was just a little kid, and I got so excited, and I wanted to hold the baby chicken so bad. And I reached over and I put my hand on that egg, and I started to crack the shell. And my mother pulled my hand back, and she said, "No, honey, if you crack the shell, the baby will die." I was mortified. And what she was trying to tell me was the amount of energy that it took for that chicken to peck its way out of its own encasement, out of its own egg, was exactly equivalent to the amount of energy and stamina that would require to live outside the egg. And so all of a sudden, the chicken and the egg took on completely new meaning for me. And I understood that the reason why I never had that memory again was because I learned my lesson that day as a 12-year-old. Do not crack the egg. If the egg does not crack from the inside out, the chicken will perish. And that is true of us. It is true of every single one of us. We have to find our way through our own spiritual evolution. And it's not vertical. It's not horizontal. It's all over the place. And it's every single one of us every day is confronted with 1,000 different things that we need to make a decision about. And how do we want to live? And every morning when we wake up to a new day. And every morning we decide, whether consciously or subconsciously, how do we want this day to be? And I choose to live in the light, and nothing dark can touch me, not even cancer.
I'm feeling a little guilty about eating scrambled eggs this morning. I'll tell you that after that
Well,
story.
you should, because you know what? I had them yesterday morning and I felt guilty too. But I have to eat something because I've lost so much friggin' weight so fast.
I got to tell you, your energy is top shelf. I can't. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't tell us you were battling cancer right now, I would never guess it.
We would have never.
Yeah, I mean that truthfully.
Yeah. Because I'm not putting up with this bullshit. Yeah, okay, now that I know, I mean, you started this show with a fuck. Okay, so I'm going to tell you my daily mantra. My daily mantra is get the fuck out of my big fat fluffy temple now, you rotten son of a bitch. Go back and live with your father, the devil. Amen. That is my mantra.
That's intent.
That is intent.
That is intent. I speak of intent all the time. That is intent. And it's strong.
Annie, how do you tell people, or do people come to you and ask you, like, what do I do with this ghost in my house? Or what do I do with this? How do you?
I thought you were about to ask her how she like her scrambled eggs.
No. No.
Sauce with cheese.
I love it with cheese.
Baby.
Little corned beef.
Yeah, with little corned beef, a little hash, babe.
Oh, yeah.
I hate corned beef.
Oh, John,
corned beef
you're going to have
never
to come over. We're going to have to chow down. I'm telling you.
Oh, we're going to have to, definitely.
Gary, I don't know. I don't know if he can handle it or not.
No, I'm not a corned beef eater. Not a chance. Not for me. There's certain things I won't touch. I can go through the rest of my life without ever having it. But it's when you have such a strong outlook on it, but not everybody is. I'm going to say not everybody's as strong as you are. I'll tell you that right now. Even some of the people we've met and dealt with. So, how do you help? What kind of advice do you give people? One, to identify with what they're dealing with, how to process what they're dealing with, and how to live with or leave that situation.
All right, I'm going to say something now that is going to be difficult to hear. A lot of these people have mental illness issues. A lot of these.
I say it all the time. I say it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do not do home investigations. I've never done investigations. Why would I need to investigate jack shit? You know, I'm going and looking for something I already know exists. That's ridiculous. But I know a lot of people that do home investigations, and they will walk into a house of squalor, and screaming babies and dirty diapers and dishes in the sink and pets that have not been cared for. And then they walk in and they say, you know, what can we do to help you? And the woman says, I have a demon in my house. She's the demon. She's the demon. I don't
Yep.
believe in demons. I've never seen a demon. I don't know what a demon is. I know that there is evil in the world. All you have to do is turn the news on, and on any given night, and you can watch all the evil that you could possibly want to see. The proof is, you know, I mean, good and evil exist in this world. And that's just how it is. But she is the one that's attached. She is the one that's struggling. She is the one that is scared. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. My throat is so dry.
Take your time.
Orange juice.
Yo.
It's the good stuff.
With vodka?
Stuff, okay, and this happens, sadly, much more than you might think that it does. But there are actual cases of infestation, and there are actual cases where I believe that an exorcist is a necessary fixture in the placement of it. And Ed and Lorraine Warren dealt with some of that themselves. And I have had some personal experience with it as well. Not for me personally, but from a very, very close friend of mine who was invited to assist on an exorcism. And the woman in the room turned to him and told him things about his childhood that she could not possibly have known. And he was completely and totally freaked out, and he had to leave the exorcism and he had to leave the house, and he's never looked back.
It feels, let me ask you this, because when I hear about exorcisms in that sense, which is a very religious ceremony.
Yeah, it is.
Is it a bit performative? Is it more just a way to show?
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It is.
Okay.
And that's very unfortunate. You know, there was no exorcism in our house. My mother was not possessed. My mother was attacked by something that Lorraine Warren's spiritual medium invited into the house during a seance that my father did not want to happen. And within 5 minutes, Gary, I am telling you, I'm looking directly into your eyes. I am telling you, within 5 minutes, my mother was levitating in a chair and was tossed 20 feet from the middle of our dining room into the middle of our parlor. And when her head struck the floor that night, I blamed the Warrens. And when her head struck the floor that night, everyone that was present in that house thought they had just watched my mother die. So I know about childhood trauma. And that was, of everything that I have ever had to deal with in my entire life, that was the worst moment of my life. Watching my mother fly was the worst moment of my life. And she was out of it. She was completely like not comatose, but catatonic. She never knew. Right till the day she died, she never had any memory of that night. But everybody else that was present in that house that night, including Ed Warren, that took a punch right directly in the face from my father because he tried to stop my father from going to my mother. And that was a big mistake. I mean, that was a big mistake, like Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake.
Let them eat cake.
Except that she made a bigger mistake. And what she said after that was that cost her head was never party with peasants. Party with the fucking peasants, okay? Party with the peasants. You want to party? Party with the peasants.
Poverty made her uncomfortable,
get
Annie. Poverty made her uncomfortable. I get it.
Yeah, I guess it did. I'm sure. But, you know, just as an aside, because,
Right.
you know, my mother always said that I was the queen of high strangeness. And she always said that I row with one oar in the river of consciousness and go in circles and circles and circles. But you know what? Here's the thing about the river of consciousness, the river of life. When we're little kids and we see this incredible body of water spread out in front of us, our life ahead of us, we're excited. And we might actually toe dabble, and we might go sit on the bank of the shore and let the water run over our toes, but it's scary because it's so fast and it's so powerful. And then we get older and we get older and then we get older, and then we start to crave jumping into that life body of water. And then We think that what we want is up around the corner, around the bend, and we can't see it, but we jump into this raging body of water and we start swimming against the current because we think what we want is someplace that we can't see it when it's right in front of us. And when your lungs are on fire and your arms are burning and you have got nothing left to expend, flip over and float. The universe knows the way.
I mean,
I agree.
yes, that's a wildly powerful way to think about how to just get through any tough time.
Flip
You're right.
over and float, baby.
People panic.
Yeah.
Roll with it.
Yeah.
Roll with it.
And
a
then they
minute.
drown. They drown in their own despair, and they drown in their own struggling, and they drown looking for faith that was right there with them all along.
But is that an advice tip for someone who might be going through a similar experience of what you were going through? It's like, look, get on your back and roll with these things around you.
I have been through this last 8 days. I have had 3 PET scans, 3 MRIs, infusions, building a mask for radiation for the 5 tumors that they have discovered in my brain. And it has absolutely nothing. I'm sure that you can tell from my conversation with you that 5 little tumors in my brain, a couple of lesions and a couple of little tumors, are not in any way impacting me negatively. I am not putting up with this. Get out of my fluffy temple now.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel that there is a possibility that what you're experiencing now is due to your exposure to these interdimensional energies and powers?
No.
No?
I think that I'm supposed to have this cancer so that I can heal from this cancer, so that I can write a book and tell other people how to heal from cancer. I think that that's exactly what's happening, and that it's part of my mission. It's part of my journey, and I embrace it. I embrace it not as a perversion. Because of this cancer, we're going to get the farmhouse back, and we're going to save that farmhouse because people care so much about me, and I am so deeply grateful, and I am so humbled, and I can't even tell you the outreach for me, for Jason Hawes to be able to fulfill my greatest wish, which would be my greatest legacy. It would be my greatest legacy to be any part of a pivotal part of changing the outcome and the history of this house and
Well, let's
giving
talk
it
about
a
that.
future.
Well,
What do you want it to
your
be?
positivity alone
Well, yeah, I mean,
towards your affliction right now is amazing. And I think so many people hearing your words about that subject, you probably do a lot of good, helping a lot of people. So that's awesome. Your attitude is just incredible. I mean,
even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
No, you don't want me to have it. Now, I'll support whoever. So what do you want to see? Why do you want it to be bought? And what do you want it to be in 10 years from now? It's bought by somebody you respect. They bought it. What is happening there?
What is happening is that we are making films and we are making documentaries and we are documenting evidence that is irrefutable evidence. And we are capturing and capturing and capturing more and more and more. And what we are doing is we are letting people into the house to feel the fire of this house, to feel the energy of this house, to feel the blessed, burning, sacred bush of this house. It is.
Is there any fear? Is there anything in that house that's off limits that you wouldn't want people to go near or experience?
No.
Just even though what you lived through and seen?
No
what
fear.
your mother went through?
No, there should be no fear. As soon as I walk in that house, as soon as I'm associated with that house, everything is calm. Everybody steps forward. Everybody has whatever they have to say. You know, I've worked with Cody and Satori in the house. They are absolutely brilliant. They practice Numinism, which is a very rare spiritual art, and they are brilliant at it. And I don't care what anybody ever has to say about Cody and Satori. Cody and Satori are my children. They are my adopted children. Thankfully, Jason Hawes was kind enough to share his daughter with me. Cody's parents are totally fine if I just take them, take him completely off their hands. And these are my people, and this is my tribe. And Friday night when I do my show, I have a podcast called A World Awakening on, well, it's everywhere. It's just kind of everywhere. KGRA radio, but it's a multicast all over the world. And on Friday night, I'm going to have the entire team of caretakers from the farm and all of our plans and everything that we want to do. And I will be there, and I will be taking my friends, and I will find a way to get on a plane, and I will find a way to bring my agent with me so that if I need any help, I will have the assistance that I need. My dear Greta Reefer, who's my agent and my dear, dear friend. And I will go to the farm. And we will welcome and embrace everybody, because that's the thing. This farm is for the community. This isn't Jason's farm. This isn't Cody and Satori's farm. It doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to everyone. He just has to facilitate the sale. So we're talking about money. We can raise the money. The money's almost raised. We're doing
and
really well.
We'll be sure to put a link to this GoFundMe in the link tree in my bio and in this description of this when we drop this episode for sure. There had to be a point of, absolutely, no, thank you. What was the point where you realized that even a spirit that might have appeared to be combative, now is not, when did that realization click, and sort of the discovery of that and how you classified it?
Well, my attitude about it was knock it off, and I had a couple of incidents where like some smoky gray stuff started seeping under my door, and I'm like, I'm busy. I'm doing my homework now. You're going to have to come back another time. That's always just been my attitude with them. And then, it just smoky seeps away and just goes away. I mean, I have an ongoing relationship with the spirits at the farm. I have always had that. I will always have that. There are members of my family that my mother never went back after the day that we left that farm. She never went back. My sister Cindy will never go back. Christine will never go back. Nancy would go back in a heartbeat. And April is still attached to our little Henry Richardson, or Oliver. We don't know if his name was Henry or Oliver, but the little boy that she met at the farm that she befriended. And I have animals walking. Sorry.
No, we're all about,
That's
especially cats here. So you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got the kitty and 2 doggies, but they're being good. I had to shut down everything so that they get distracted while I was doing my interview.
No, it's all right. So your connection. Do you feel that you have left some of your energy in that house?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. But it's all positive. It's all positive, and they know that I love them. Even the cranky ones. They had hard lives, Gary. I mean, these people didn't have electricity. They didn't have running water. They didn't have heat unless they cut it down off their own property.
Say no more. My idea of camping is 4 seasons where the TV's down.
Yeah, I know. So a total nervous breakdown. Oh my God, the cable's down.
No way.
Really? We have no idea
I'm a
the
princess.
hardships they faced. Bathsheba Sherman, she lost all of her children except one before the age of 4. What that woman went through and then got blamed for. She didn't do anything wrong. Bathsheba didn't do anything wrong. I know Bathsheba. She didn't do anything wrong. It was Mrs. Warren that decided to pin everything on her and then wrote it up in a case file that got made into a fictional film. The real story is so much more compelling and so deeply spiritual and so filled with empathy and compassion. These spirits had hard lives, and who knows? I mean, think about 200 years ago. Everybody's all freaked out about their religion now, okay? Now imagine 200 years ago, when you have decided that it's the end of your life and you have climbed a ladder and hung yourself in the barn. Okay, now, do you go to the light, or is that light fire and brimstone of hell everlasting because you dared to challenge God and take your life, which was the predominant belief system at the time. So suicide was considered the ultimate sin. Or do you stay where you're comfortable? Do you stay where you are known, where the other spirits are, where your family and your ancestors still are? Do you stay comfortably at home even though you are free finally from a body ravaged by wounds and pain and age? Do you stay home or do you go to the light? And what does that light mean? And is it the light of everlasting salvation or is it the light of damnation? Now,
that's a great point.
Ghost 200 years
Perspective.
ago and ask yourself that question.
Right. Perspective is a great
Would you
a piece of this that you don't ask.
Would you say that, let's say, people believe in attachments and spirits following them and whatnot. Would you say if somebody walked in there with the spirit that has never been on the farm, would you say that the farm would have a way of elevating or amplifying that
And welcoming them.
and
I
welcoming
have two
them?
friends. This is a very important story, and I know we're running short on time, but this is very
Please
important.
take your time.
And this,
Take your time.
John,
I have as
take
much
your
time
time.
as you do. If you get tired, you
Yeah,
want a
if
break,
you got time, yeah, definitely.
we've got it.
John, this will particularly appeal to you because of your research. I have two friends. One of them has passed away now, but had two friends. One of them had a profound hearing loss, and one of them was blind. And when they went to the farm, their sensory perceptions were completely healed for the time that they were on that property. And then when they left the property, the impairments returned. What is that?
Wow. And I just want to point out, this is a place that the media, in Hollywood and everything has turned into,
Yeah.
a horror. And here's
horror.
a beautiful story. And that goes into another question I was going to ask you, but you just answered it there. What a beautiful story of two people with, one's blind, one's deaf, and then all of a sudden having the chance and the experience to hear and see. That is just
And then
amazing.
leave and have those
That's
impairments
amazing.
return.
So what do you think that is?
Yeah.
Why do you think it was the spirits there allowing them to see and hear?
Yeah, the house is on ley lines.
Okay.
There's rivers and creeks and water, and it's on the Lost River of New Hampshire that was buried during the last ice age.
Yep.
And that's the well for the house. It was 700 feet down when they finally struck water. My father had a new well put in, and 700 feet down is pretty damn deep to go. And they found the Lost River of New Hampshire. You can literally stand on that property and you can feel the raging river moving 700 feet
Underneath.
below where you are standing. You can feel the vibration in the stone walls. You can lay on the bridge over above the Nipmuc River, and you can feel the trembling of the earth. This place is absolutely alive. I don't know if you're familiar with FLIR technology, but I have a FLIR picture of that farm that looks like it's on fire. It's a nighttime shot of a FLIR picture of that farm with energy coming off of it to the extent that it looks like it's fully engulfed in flames.
Was this an aerial shot? Was this taken from like a aerial, like a drone?
No, it was taken from the ground.
From the ground. Wow, that's amazing.
Yep.
But
Yep.
this speaks to a lot of what a lot of people we've spoken to, different mediums or even witches or people who have experience when you have this thought of vibration and energy and how everything vibrates and everything's connected in that energy.
Frequency. Yes.
Frequency is another one. And
Yep.
let me ask you this. Here, this is John's theory, and I tend to sort of lean into it. And John, I'm going to speak for it. I'll articulate it for you a second, of what spirits are, which is sort of our, we all have energy within us, right? We all have energy.
It's what keeps our heart beating.
Right.
Yes.
We have a literal electric synapses firing
Yes.
at all times.
At all times.
And so the belief is that spirits are our memories or our consciousness, because we really don't know what the mind is or what that does. Attached to that energy that gets dissipated when we pass.
Yes.
That consciousness. That's kind of what
but it doesn't dissipate. It transforms.
It
It
yes,
does not,
it
energy
doesn't
cannot be
dissipate.
destroyed and it cannot be created.
Yep. It
That's
It
correct.
merely
transforms, it
exists.
transfers 100%.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's kind of how we look at what a spirit is. You know, it's this consciousness, this memories of ours taking on a new space or whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the house, the farm, is somehow a magnet?
Yes.
That might be a bad word for that
No,
energy.
it's an excellent word choice. And I am magnetized to the farm and the farm is magnetized to me. And I have that, and my father has it too, and my sister Nancy has it too. Absolute magnetism. My father had a relationship with one of the spirits that was very problematic with my mother. It's like a big chunk of volume 2 of the trilogy. But the third volume was the hardest to write. And even though it is the shortest of the 3 volumes of House of Darkness, House of Light, it was also when we left the farm. And I thought it would be the easiest to write because, okay, yada, yada, we, did our thing. And now it's time to leave the farm. But oh my God, that's where everything opens up in volume 3. That's where everything opens up and we realize there was a spirit. My sister refused to move. She refused to move. She was so angry at my parents for selling the farm, my sister Nancy. And when we left the farm that day, there was an apparition standing right behind her. And 2 days later, when we got to Georgia and Cindy was waiting at the new house in Georgia, that same apparition was standing behind the window in the new house in Georgia, 1,200 miles away, 2 days later. And my mother grabbed my hand and she said, "This is not over. This will never be over." And no truer words were ever spoken by a mortal soul.
Wow. Wow.
I look at, why do you think that your family has that, how do I ask this question? What makes you think that you're more of a magnet or an attraction for spirit?
I have absolutely no idea other than I'm not from here. I am on the earth, but I am not of this earth, which is why I know I can defeat anything that comes my way, and then I can show other people how to do exactly the same thing. And that is my mission and that is my purpose. And I am here to spread love because love is our superpower. Love is everything. And when we tap into that frequency and when that resonates with each and every one of us and we understand that we are each and every one of us a member of one common human family and that we are not alone in the universe and that we are loved and that we are protected and that we are envisioned to live lives of promise and purpose. And I live a life of promise and purpose, and I don't let anything dark come near me. Nothing is allowed to come near me.
Well, that's for sure. I have no doubt that you're going to attack this latest ailment with the same level of intent that you've kept
definitely.
spirits at bay, without
Yeah.
question. Do you consider yourself like a medium of any kind?
No,
Not at all.
I'm everything. We're all everything. I don't put labels. I do not, I manipulate energy, but I don't list myself as a witch. I have witchy characteristics. I am able to do things that other people cannot do. I am able to leave my body when I'm laying on a table and look at myself being, like a CT scan. I watched from above and I didn't move a muscle because they had to line that mask up exactly right. So I didn't move a muscle. I laid there like I was looking at a dead body on an ice slab. And that was 2 days ago in the hospital in the morning. I am unaffected, completely unaffected by anything in this realm that challenges me. I will not tolerate conflict. I will not tolerate discord. I will not tolerate hatefulness. And I am all about spreading the light and the love. There is one message and one message only. And I don't care what people do or what they say or how this perversion of faith that has happened around the world, perversion of faith. That's how we got Hamas. That's how we got this. That's how we got that. You know, I mean, we are in a place now of absolute revolution and evolution. And the word love is in both of those words. The word love is in both of those words. We
I
need
blame
to
social
focus
media.
our attention on that.
I blame social media, even though it's
Yeah, I
terrible to
blame
say
social
because we
media
use
for
it.
everything.
I mean, we unfortunately we're social media babies here, you know, and it's John's, you know, that's where he built his audience. It's sort of the new way of doing things, but I truly believe it is an existential threat. Certainly to civility.
It's an existential threat to civility.
And it's really been, you know, people can just say things and they don't
can
think
do
about
it
consequences.
And they don't care who they offend.
It's like
care who they hurt.
When I deal with, it's like when I deal with spirits and I tell people, everyone's like, oh, it's so negative. This is so negative. And it's like, no, it's not. The problem is that the negative for some odd reason is more loud than the positive. And it's the same with social media. Social media can bring people together and bring communities together. But at the same time, it can tear things apart. When it tears things apart, it seems louder, but it's not.
Enragement is engagement.
Exclusive, John. They're not mutually exclusive. Both can be true at once.
I agree.
And therein lies your problem.
Exactly. You know, it's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a world we're living in.
What a world we're living in.
What a world.
We have the power to change it.
We do.
We do. And I believe that, and I will believe that till I draw my last breath on this earth. I will never stop. I will never stop. I want to bring light into people's lives. And you know what? When I am in a group of people and I'm doing an event and people walk up to me and they wrap their arms around me and they start to sob and they tell me things that they've never told anyone ever. Not their parents, not their siblings, not their spouse, but they tell me because they know that I'm trustworthy, and what they're telling me, I can say to them and look in their eyes and say, I believe you. And those 3 words are just as powerful as I love you.
That is true. That is true. When you give somebody you just let them know that you're listening, being a listener as opposed to talker is great.
And they sob because they've been touched by spirit and they don't understand, and it's scary to them. And I tell them, be not afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. We are more powerful. When people tell me they're having an issue in their house, I'm like, sit down and make 2 cups of tea and put a nice little piece of china on the table and have a talk with the spirit that you consider offending you.
Yeah. Annie, what if first of all, again, thank you for your time here, and I don't want to keep you too much longer. You've given us a lot of time, you know.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you. An amazing interview.
What are some questions?
It's my pleasure. You couldn't be more delightful, and I will join you anytime. I know I'm in like really metaphysical headspace today.
I love it. No, I love it because what I want to know is you have put so many pieces together. You have made very clear decisions of what you have experienced. You've, categories. What questions do you have still about what you've experienced? Are there any?
No.
You have no questions you want left unanswered that are
I
unanswered?
wanted to make sure that my mother, I have a friend who's a medium. She called me a few months ago. When my baby sister April died in 2017, she died quite suddenly and tragically from a fentanyl overdose that was given to her by her doctor. And she was only 51 years old. She was 2 weeks away from her 52nd birthday. It fucking devastated our family. We lost our baby girl for no good reason other than a really botched prescription. And April came to us, and before she was supposed to go in and have surgery on her neck, she came and she brought her little dog Sammy down here so that he could stay while she was in the hospital. And the next morning when my niece went to pick her mom up to take her to the hospital, she found her body. and it was that was like kind of the beginning of the end, because we were no longer a family of 7, and yet we still are, and yet April is there. So anyway, my friend Kristen calls me, and she's like, "You have a question for your mother," and this is mom passed away in June of last year. And she said, "You have a very specific question for your mother." And I said, "Well, let me think," because I didn't expect to hear from her. And I said, "Yes, I need to know if mom and April are together. That's all I need to know, if mom and April are together." And she got very quiet. And then she said the most important, impactful words to me. She said, "Pineapple upside down cake." When April came down, she wanted mom to make her a pineapple upside down cake, and mom kept putting her off and saying, "I'll do it after your surgery," but she never came home. And I knew that when Kristen said that they were together, because my mother regretted that to the last breath, that she never made that cake for April. And that's all April asked for, and it's all she wanted. And mom didn't make the cake for her because she was going to make it when she came home to recover from the surgery. And I know that they are together. And I know, as hard as it is not to be able to feel them in my arms anymore, I feel them in my heart. And I embrace them. And I feel the healing that's coming from them. And I am so grateful to you and to John and to everybody who is being supportive and so kind and compassionate and generous of spirit. We are all spirit. Each and every one of us is a form of spirit. We're just having a human experience right now. And all we need to do is breathe and flip over and float and find our way, because the universe knows the way home.
You know what's top shelf about you, Annie, is that I ask you a question of like, what is there something you know that you don't want to know, and the story, and you say no, and the story you give is so personal, and like, I know, I got it, I'm covered. I know my mom's there, I know my sister's there.
Yeah.
I got it. I got all the answers I need, and that is quite.
I agree. I mean, listen, remove all the experiences you had at the farm, remove all of this, and Annie, you are such a pleasant person to speak to.
That is wild.
It's this has been an amazing interview. So thank you for that. Thank you for
listen,
everything.
And we will, of course, we're going to put the GoFundMe up again. That link will be in the description here and in the link tree in my bio for the Conjuring House that they're trying to keep it preserved. I think that's being the face of that is Jason Hawes, who you guys would know.
Yes.
The OG from Ghost Hunters, who spawned a lot of babies here in social media and elsewhere to get into ghost hunting. I don't know if he realizes what he's done to the world of the paranormal by doing that show and creating people like my nephew here to start, but it's
I love it.
It's funny,
it's
but
great.
We'll post that for you. I mean, you clearly have a passion for it. We want to help you out any way we can. We thank you for your time, and your story is wonderful. And I think I want people to look at it as your story is one of survival on many fronts and coping and living with what one would think might be the most horrible situation to be in, and recognizing you can easily get through it with understanding, education, read a fucking book, learn about what this is, understand what you're dealing with, and you can get through all of it. And I really find your outlook on not only on what spirits are, but how to deal with them and how to move past it is something that is, I hope our audience likes it. I love it. It's sort of, it paints a bigger picture for us in this quest of trying to figure out what are we dealing with and what are all these people talking to on these spirit boxes. And I love I love getting your perspective. Annie, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
And I will join you anytime. Pick a subject, any subject.
That is great.
Except cryptids. Because I'm pretty sure that Harry and the Hendersons are extra dimensional beings that just pop in, and we're never going to find a carcass. That's all I got to say about that. They're just, they're visiting. They're just visitors like so many other visitors to the planet. And,
I love it. I love
so
it.
that's my take on cryptids. We can skip that episode and just go right into the extraterrestrials next time, because I
Yes.
have friends in high places.
We would love that, as I would love that. I would love to dive into all of that.
I know.
with
We
you.
haven't even. We haven't even gotten into. I haven't even gotten my head around. I'm just, Annie. I'm just trying to get a handle on ghosts now. And it's like trying to figure out like skinwalkers and shit like that. I mean, you got to be out of your mind. It's like I got to worry about aliens now too.
Yeah.
It's like,
I
please.
love
No, there's nothing to worry about. You see, we're the danger, not them. They pose no danger and no threat to us. We're the danger.
That's what I always
I
say.
know, this is-
Fear the living.
I don't want
Fear
to
the
probe
living.
this.
Yep, fear the living, not the dead.
Fear the living.
Not the dead.
Well,
Yep.
if they're alive, they
I
might
agree.
want to get all up in this and probe things that I don't necessarily want probed.
Yeah.
You might like it, Gary.
No, you
you
don't
might
have to
like
worry
it.
about that.
Yeah, I might like it. That's fair enough. All right.
And
Guilty.
I did not say that. John said that.
I
know
said that.
he did.
Okay.
I know he did. All right. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. What are the viewers missing from ghost hunting? And is it becoming more entertainment than scientific? And what do you think the viewers are missing from it?
They're missing the reality of it.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and I'm trying to find out the answer to the question, what are spirits? Along with my nephew, John Santa, from @Santa Paranormal, who communicates with ghosts regularly. Today we're joined by someone who takes ghost hunting in a very different direction than what you see on your television screen or in those viral TikTok clips. Stephen Parsons is a UK-based paranormal investigator, researcher, and the author of Ghostology, The Art of the Ghost Hunter. You can find the link to this book in our link tree in our bio. Unlike the high-drama, gadget-heavy hunts that fill our feeds, Stephen's work is grounded in the scientific method, critical thinking, and a deep understanding of how technology and the human mind can shape ghostly experiences. As a co-founder of Para.Science, Stephen has spent decades cutting through the noise, literally and figuratively, examining sound, audio anomalies, environmental factors, and the psychology of witness testimony. His books, Ghostology and Para-Acoustics, have become essential guides for anyone who wants to understand the difference between chasing shadows and actually studying the unexplained. We'll dive into how he approaches the paranormal with science, what he thinks of those flashy TV investigations, and how social media is changing the way people think about ghosts. Let's dive into the conversation. All right, Steve, thank you so much for joining us on Splintered Spirits.
Thank you, Steve. Definitely.
Pleasure.
Steve, you've been doing this a long time, man. Are you getting sick and tired of talking about ghosts, or do you ever feel...
I don't think you ever can. I mean, I've been passionate about this subject for over 50 years. I don't like saying that part out loud, but, it's been a long time. And I think, you don't do something for that length of time unless there is a passion, a desire, something that keeps you hooked.
So I ask all of our guests this question at the start, and you in particular, I want to ask this just so we sort of have a base of what when we sort of get into it and where the state of the industry is, if you will. Steve, what do you think spirits are?
I have no corporate or personal view on that. I'm aware of lots of theories and beliefs that people bring to the table, but I've kind of learned not to have any or color any bring any personal beliefs into it to color my judgment. So no, I don't think that they're anything, because at the moment we simply, from my perspective, we don't know enough to make an informed decision.
Would you be able to make just for your own self, is there anything that you would say that they aren't?
No, because I think that would be restricting and limiting in giving me the opportunity to consider every possibility and every eventuality.
Okay.
I mean, we could look at individual cases and say, you know, what is it about that particular case or example? But generally, I think in order to be objective and open-minded to every possibility, I think that you have to discipline yourself not to allow your personal beliefs to sort of pull you off the fence in any particular direction.
Is there one? That's fair, and you know what? It's an answer I expect nothing less from everything I've read of yours to have. You know, in your perspective, it really, you know, true to form. What is there any one particular case that comes to mind though, where maybe you almost got an answer to that question? It was so intense of an experience or evidentially clear that you're like, well, this is taking me a step closer to solving this puzzle.
Yes, for sure. There have been more than one occasion where I felt that I have been truly challenged in my purview of the, you know, the paranormal realm. One that I've cited before, which is probably one of the most outstanding for me personally. In a former life, I was a registered nurse and in charge of an elder person's home with 30 something residents, patients who lived there. And of course, I knew most of them quite well, intimately well. And on one occasion, I'd had a number of days off. It had been rostered days off. And there had been an agency nurse who was in my place. I came in and it was first shift back was a night shift, an evening shift. So it was about 8 p.m. And clearly the agency nurse was a temporary, didn't know anybody. So I said, look, you head home. I'll sort of hand over to myself. I know them all. And as part of that process, I started up on the top floor. It was over 3 floors. And I wandered down, checking on each of the residents in turn to make sure everything was where it should be, that people were comfortable and happy and doing what, you know, was expected. And when I got down to, now I've got to remember that the American system of first floor is ground floor, and ground floor we have first floor. So I was on the second floor, which was our first floor. And on and on that floor was, in adjacent rooms, was a husband and wife. And it was custom and practice every evening to take one or other into the other's room.
And these are very elderly people, I'm assuming.
Yeah, very frail.
Okay.
Neither of them were particularly mobile. So we would take one or other in a wheelchair through to their partner's room, and they would have cocoa and hold hands and say goodnight to one another. So, but if we were late sometimes, if we, for whatever reason, there was a delay, the husband, let's call him Ernie, would sometimes get up to go to see his wife in the adjacent room. Let's call her Elsie. And on this particular occasion, I came down the stairs, walked onto the landing, and Ernie was in the corridor with his back to me. And this was not an unusual situation. He was completely, the lighting was good. He was completely normal. There was nothing unusual about the scene as it was playing out. I said, Ernie, go back to your room. I'll send somebody up. They'll be up in a minute. He half turned and said to me, I'm just going to say goodbye to Elsie. And I continued on my way down. When I got to the main ground floor staff level, staff room, where the shift handover had taken place, I said, the first thing before we do anything, can someone pop up and put Ernie in with Elsie because he's wandering in the corridor and we don't want him to fall or hurt himself. And they looked at me slightly puzzled. And I said, no, he needs to be put in with Elsie because he's in the corridor. Well, and they looked at me again, and one of them said, are you making a joke? I went, no, look, you see these things on my shoulder? They mean I'm in charge. Go put Ernie in with Elsie. I mean, it was all light-hearted sort of banter that we had with the staff. And they went, but Ernie died 2 days ago. And I went, well, somebody better tell Ernie because he's walking around in the corridor. Now, I think, at this point, I thought they were playing a prank on me. So I went to the...
Wow, I just got chills. Look, I got chills, dude, for real. This is a good,
well, I go to the...
wild.
And I look in the patient register. And he had died the first morning of my first day off. So 48 hours prior. Now there was a kind of confusion that reigned for the next 3 or 4 hours because neither side fully so I'm in charge and we've got 4 other members of staff and nobody quite trusted anybody. They all thought there was some sort of prank being played. They thought I'd played a trick on them. I thought that I didn't know what was happening. So we continued the normal pattern of work. And then one of the routines was every hour, it was one person would visit each of the floors and check on the residents on each floor. So we get to about 1 a.m. and we're just about to go and do the hourly walk around. And one person went up to the first floor and immediately there was a commotion. And the person who, female care assistant, came down the stairs so fast, I thought she'd fallen at first, grabbing her coat from the rail as she went and making for the door. And I got between and said, whoa, what's the matter? Where are you going? You can't just up and go in the middle of the night. I'm not staying another minute longer. And he is walking around in the corridor up there.
So now you got a corroborating witness.
Now we've got a corroborating witness. And then it never happened again. There was no subsequent appearances or activities. But it struck me afterwards. And we did check the CCTV and there's unfortunately the camera is, aren't they always, not looking in quite the right direction. So it catches me talking to, or it caught me talking to Ernie, but there's no audio on the camera. So there was no independent machine corroboration of what took place. Sadly.
So what did this experience tell you? Like, we started the question, like what has happened where it's brought you either closer or farther away from, closer to what you think it might be or change your perspective on something? What did this story tell you personally about with spirits?
It taught me that you can never take anything for granted. Now, I can't explain what took place, but I have to accept what took place as a real event. I experienced it. Somebody else independently, semi-independently experienced it because I'd already, if you're going to be a hard-nosed skeptic, you could argue that I'd kind of sowed the seeds by coming down earlier and asking them to, but I don't believe that was the case. If you take that alongside other events, they have formulated my view that you do not dismiss anything, however bizarre and unusual it might at first appear. And that you also have to only seek the plausible explanations. And I think this is where a lot of skeptics go wrong because they have a tendency to a skeptic can always explain something away. And they can turn and say, when all else fails, oh, it was a hoax. Oh, it was make-believe. You imagined it. But I think a real objective investigator should know when to shut up and just accept what just took place as a matter of fact and process it. Unfortunately, we can't often, paranormal events are often spontaneous, single events that take place that you could stand there for the next 100 years perhaps, and the event will never repeat itself. So you can't ever hope to, like scientists love to do in laboratories, endlessly replay, endlessly test it, endlessly tinker with things. In real field research, you have a single opportunity, and often it comes when you're least prepared for it.
Was this event one of your first before you started really studying or getting into or investigating?
No, not really. This was...
You're already in it.
I was already... I wasn't involved in it to the extent I am now. But I was, at a personal level... You've got to remember that back in the UK 25, 30 years ago, there were not very many paranormal teams or organizations. So people tended to pursue this rather fringe activity quietly, and you didn't make it because it was considered to be a bit weird. You were a bit odd.
It still is.
Yeah.
It's still weird. Well, let's be real.
It kind of isn't anymore. 25 years ago, we would occasionally get asked to do an after dinner talk to some small group of people. And we'd always start with the same questions. Anybody here seen a ghost? And there would always be a nervous sort of shuffling of feet and glancing from side to side. And then nobody would put a hand up, nobody would volunteer any information. And then at the end of the talk, as soon as, once you'd finished and you were clearing up, they would start to, well, I had an experience a few years ago, but I don't know what it, and then you would get lots and lots of accounts. Now, if you ask that question at the start of a talk, you are inundated with people clamoring to me, this happened to me, I had this, and I believe, and
fair.
We are in a much more, because of the media, the social media, programs like Most Haunted, Ghost Hunters, Ghost Adventures, they've all contributed to this more open approach. I mean, who isn't a paranormal investigator?
Well, this is a good segue, Steve. Let me sorry to cut you off, but let me ask you this because it's this is really one of the main things I wanted to talk to you about. Obviously, look, I used to work at Discovery for many years. We made some of those shows. My nephew here, John, is one of TikTok's top paranormal creators and influencers. John can tell you himself, he's not an investigator. He just documents. He likes to go out and he has his spirit boxes and apps and just has conversations and just keeps a record of and checks consistency and but nothing, and it's about the community and it's about building. For all of your years doing this, as we talk about the media, I mean, what are the viewers missing from ghost hunting? And is it becoming more entertainment than scientific? And what do you think the viewers are missing from it?
They're missing the reality of it. Because it is first and foremost, if we take, with the exception of a very small number of documentaries, which I've worked on over the years with Discovery and other channels, the vast majority of programs that I've worked on have been, well, they're for entertainment, they're for selling advertising, and so they have to appeal to the viewers. They have to encourage more viewers. They have to be entertaining. I know that, that's the reality of television. If a show doesn't get the ratings, it doesn't sell the advertising, it very quickly disappears. And
it's also the reality of science when you think about it.
Sadly, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. If you take a series that I know well because I worked on, Most Haunted, in the very first series, they took an investigative approach. They went to locations that were described as haunted. They spent time there. They had very simple equipment, cameras and audio recorders, and the viewers were hooked. Then in the second series, there was a nudge from the broadcast, because the production.
Yeah, they got network notes.
Yeah, network notes,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah,
saying
sure.
it went really well, and we'd love you to go for season 2, but can you, And so by series 3, we had the white ladies drifting noise silently down corridors was so passé. So you see the first introduction of the murderers or the victims of murderers, the more edgy types of storyline. By series 5, it was malevolent. There was an element of malevolence. And the famous, I mean, you must know the series, and Derek Scouse, the Scouse medium. He's a bad and ivy was his catchphrase for a long time. And then it went beyond demons. It went into what was almost shock horror. They were burying people on the lives in coffins. The producers were buried alive with psychic in a coffin. Everything was demonic. And if we look at Ghost Adventures too, what week doesn't Zach do battle? It's confrontational. Right. It's not the reality of real field investigating, which is, frankly, it wouldn't get past half a series. It's boring.
It'd be right.
Listen,
it's not very visual.
He's got it. He's got a great point. When I'm documenting, I'm dealing with the same thing. People want evil. People want demons. People want. Meanwhile, I'm talking to Peter, who's a factory worker. He's not a demon. He's not evil. He's a guy who's working back and forth fixing machines. And that's what he's doing. And you're right. People want, they don't like the mundane, but when it comes to spirits and ghosts and everything, we're people. They're people. We're gonna run it across mundane situations, and to me, that's the beauty of it.
And speaking of mundane, it's with these shows, right? They'll show every noise or every flicker of an EMF as a proof of a spirit, right? So what is your process, Steve, for testing or reading an anomaly from what might be from a mundane explanation before considering it's paranormal?
Well, what we don't do is ever go in mob-handed with truckloads of equipment. That is the world of the media. The black SUV, vans parked outside with the team logos and the combat SWAT gear and all that. Is the first stage is to talk to and develop a rapport with the witness, the person who had the original experience. Develop a rapport with them, a relationship with them, and find out what they want. What is their chosen outcome? Because their expectations may not be the same as what we can deliver. We want it. We want rid of it. That's incredibly rare. So we work with, and we develop a plan with the client. That plan will include a detailed interview, so that we can get the most information about their experiences, where they happened, when they happened, what were they thinking, what were they doing, because that gives us some insight into their psyche, into what their lifestyle, because they are there 24/7. We're only sort of popping in and out.
It sounds like you value the human experience more than the tech, or is it an equal balance at some point?
It has to be the human experience. The tech is there as a supportive. It can objectify an experience. It can verify an experience. It can allow us to document experiences when perhaps that we would ordinarily miss. So it is a supporting. It's used in a supporting role.
Sure.
Because what you're dealing with is you have this human experience which is subjective. It is colored by that person's beliefs, their expectations, what their friends may have told them, what they may have picked up from the television or other media channels. And what you seek to do with equipment is you look at their experiences. I heard a sound. The room felt like it had changed temperature. I saw something. Well, we have the technology to be able to, can we verify and objectify? If you can hear it, can we record it? Because if we can record it, it's a real event. If you can hear it and we can't record it, we have other possibilities. It could be an internalized event that perhaps, their brain is creating. We're not, these are very real experiences to people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're paranormal. So we use equipment to support the investigation.
Where do you find is the balance between what the media is doing in shows versus the sort of the how do I want to ask this question? I apologize. I'm mumbling through it. Do you think that these TV ghost hunters are, intentionally making people accept poor methodology then to a legitimate investigation? Is it ruining the field, or is it? But because they're growing in attention, is that a good thing for the field? Where does that make sense?
Yeah. It is
because people are everyone. Yeah, is it a double-edged sword? I mean, it's like we're teaching people the wrong way, but at the same time, at least it's calling attention to the field. Where do you think is? How would you like to see it?
Well, what's very much happened is there is a much more openness, you can have open discussion with people. They are not afraid to share their experiences, unlike the situation that existed 30 years ago, before the media explosion. So that is advantageous. And that people, where it falls down is the media, the ghost hunting shows, the YouTube channels, the podcasts. They set a level of expectation within the client, within the witness, that can often color their own interpretation of events. So it's kind of like if I use the nursing medical analogy, you would often get somebody going to see the doctor who has just read a medical encyclopedia and now they have end-stage cancer. Everything was always really, really bad. And we now get, quite a lot. Yeah. Most people,
I look at if I look at WebMD, if I have a symptom of something and I go online, I'm doomed. I'll be dead in 24 hours. And I've clearly got something horrific.
It's much the same now with some of, not all, but some of the paranormal reach outs that you get from people where weird stuff has happened. Whereas, and it's also the way that they look at things and consider things. They don't dismiss the weird stuff that happens every day to everybody. The misplaced keys. And a very good analogy is that it comes from a case. There was you go out for 8 hours, you come back in at the end of the day, and you notice the refrigerator door is slightly open, and the food's gone off. And most people would, I forgot to shut the fridge before I went out, or it bounced open again. If they believe that the house is haunted, the person will intrinsically remember distinctly closing the refrigerator door. Now, remembering something with, something as mundane as closing a refrigerator door with that level of detail is actually not normal human behavior. But
That's absolutely right. Nobody ever thinks about the time they close their refrigerator door.
We do things automatically, but if they believe that their house is haunted or that they believe that there is some manifestation taking place, some paranormal activity, they change their perspective, and they can start to remember with fine, high level of accuracy and certainty events that clearly they probably didn't remember. So it changes
Right.
that. Also, and it happened to me just a year or so ago. I was called to visit a family, and it was, so I went to speak to them. I've been speaking to them by telephone and email initially. And when I rocked up in a, small saloon car, wearing a normal jacket and normal clothes, no Ghostbuster logos or anything else. And we were talking, and they said, "Well, but are you a real ghost scientist?" And I said, "Well, yes." Well, where's all the equipment, and where's all the I wasn't meeting their expectations of what they perceived a ghost hunter should look like. I wasn't wearing, I wasn't clad from head to toe in black. I didn't have a mean and moody sort of expression that ghost hunters.
Oh, yeah. All of the posters have to have your arms crossed, for sure.
And side onto the camera. So they have an expectation from the media, and then when you start to sit down and talk about, well, what do you want, and what can we do together as a team? The team being us and the client, to reach that endpoint, because it has to be a process of informed consent throughout. And when
oh, sorry, go ahead.
All right, no, I was just going to say, when they realise that you're not carrying flight cases full of equipment and trampling all over the lawn with.
Yeah, then it's, you have to. So essentially, if just to paraphrase it a little bit, it's like the what's been happening with the media is sort of, you have to now re-explain your job to understand, right? In that sense, it is a hindrance, because you have to walk into a scene and reinvent yourself to them to prove your worth, as opposed to, do you ever just think, like, I'm just going to bring all this shit with me just so that they don't think I'm you know what I mean?
Yeah, bring a bunch of empty suitcases.
Just bring a bunch of Pelican cases and just keep them in a van. Like, why go through that hassle? Why don't you just have that stuff and just keep, no, I got all my stuff back here, but first we have to do this interview.
Well, we don't always do the interview. I mean, by the point in time when somebody rocks up at the person's house, we will have already have developed, started to develop a relationship with the client. So we will have some idea of what they're expecting. And occasionally, I mean, if we know beforehand that they are hearing noises all of the time, then of course, I mean, we'll have a recorder. We do carry like an EDC grab bag of equipment all of the time. It's a very small, inside there's a video camera, there's a sound recorder, there's a thermometer, very, very basic, simple.
Basic. So your go-to gear is very basic. For that sense, the initial sense.
A year or so ago, I was asked by a couple of years ago, I was asked by the SPR to put together some go kits for their investigators. And we built a kit that just consisted of a really simple video camera, because they record sound and vision, a basic Zoom audio recorder, a thermometer, and that was pretty much it.
I love it. I love that.
That's all because
it's like, why go crazy?
If
that makes a lot of sense.
You don't forget, you've also got your smartphone. Now, your smartphone has also got a sound recorder, a camera, a video camera. You can simply quite quickly plug in a thermometer module. So, you don't even need the grab bags anymore. And smartphones are ubiquitous, so they don't cause the level of disturbance or they don't draw attention to themselves, because often if you start putting equipment out, people's behavior starts to change because they're aware.
But now, let me ask you this though: would a smartphone, if I hired a professional ghost hunter to come investigate my place and they whipped out their phone, I would probably think like, that's not real equipment. I got one of those.
Exactly.
It's almost like, it's that same problem, right? Did you ever come across something like that where it's just, that's why you sort of have to have?
Oh yeah. I mean, we've never, well, I say never, there's no such thing as never. On one occasion we did have to use hocus pocus in the form of, hiding behind equipment to give ourselves sufficient credibility in order to continue with doing what we were doing. And on that occasion, we made it obvious that the equipment wasn't doing anything by our choice of equipment. It was very much a smoke screen to hide behind and to give the client on that occasion some degree of meeting their expectations.
I feel like you have to do it. Like totally non-paranormal related. I just had a plumber come to my house. My toilet was acting up, right? And the guy shows up. He is here literally for 7 minutes. He just comes in. I know it was 7 minutes because that's when he rang my Ring doorbell, and that's when he left. He walked out to go get the invoice, and it was for us. It was for me. It was $250 for 7 minutes. And when he left, he did the job, did a great job, fast. Normally, he showed up on time. You'd love it. At the same time, I wish he was in there and just like clanking the wrenches around for a while to make me think it was it took some time to really fix it. Because when he walked out in 7 minutes, I feel like, well, why didn't I just look this up on YouTube and figure this out myself or something? But it's a real weird balance of, you're the expert to do this. This is how I do it versus what, the perception of the cost to work should be, or something similar, right?
We used to when I used to do construction, we used to do that. We used to, if we knew it was a quick fix, the golden rule is you go in there and you do the bang bang. And what you do is you either grab your hand tools and start, clinking them together, not some sort of rhythm, but just randomly, especially if the customer wasn't around. Even though it's already fixed, you're done. You got done in 2 minutes. You can't just, go in there, fix it. That's what we were told to do. So
they don't believe you. Like, I wouldn't believe it was fixed, right? It's sort of a weird.
At least 20 minutes of nothingness, but taking two tools together and
imagine we're dealing with ghosts, and spirits. So how do you?
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's crazy. There are occasions where the expectation is, and it kind of boils down to what is it that the client wants. If they want and the most common one is, I just want reassurance that I'm not imagining this and that I'm not mad. That is by far the most common. Next is, I just want to share my experience with somebody else who can verify that I'm having this experience. And in all of the years, I've only been asked to do, can you get rid of it, on 2 occasions. It's phenomenal.
Speaking of are people mad? Do you have a psychologist or psychiatrist on your team? Do you do a mental health sort of check before you walk in the door?
We have a trained psychologist. We have the team consists of there is a trained qualified psychologist, parapsychologist, PhD level parapsychologist, who is there on site all of the time. They're not just studying the case or the witness or the client or the family. They're also continually reviewing the team, because you have another group of people there who are also in a location, and you part of the process of trying to understand is documenting your team's experiences whilst there. So there's that. We have the inevitable tech experts, the people who understand sound and vision, and the other, physical variables that we might want to document or measure or observe. And then we have the majority of now. If we always try to take the minimum number of people, because the minimum number of people is the least invasive, is the least disruptive in the environment. We don't want to go and start changing things. We want to see it in the raw without us being in the way. But we're aware of that you bring a group of 3 or 4 people along and you are changing things. So yeah, we very much take all of the broadest picture we can.
Right. Do you see, knowing this process of yours and reading it, do you see a role for look, now we're from TV, now we're going into social media, right? This is where John and then the copycats from Jason Hawes from Ghost Hunters had a lot of babies that became ghost hunters, and now we're in the social media world where things that John has started has spawned numerous people doing it, and other people walking in his lane. Do you see a role in social media? I don't even know if you follow any of it on social media to sort of educate people on the actual science of ghost hunting. Yeah. Or is the medium just too much of a deterrent for it?
Social media gives us access to interested people. I'm involved with an organization here called ASAP, the Association for the Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena. That organization it's a broad church of people with a wide range of paranormal interests and beliefs. And it exists primarily as a social media organization. Its main communication methods, its main interaction with the members is via social media. And we use that to draw people's attention to good methods. And we also use it for encouraging and promoting training for people who are interested in developing it. When I do some public access events from time to time, okay. It's the Ghost Hunter off TV, or it's the come along and
sure.
Your mission,
that's your version. That's your version of bringing the empty cases.
Yeah, but your mission,
you got to do it.
Is very different. Your mission brief is people are paying money to have, well, let's be honest, they're having to have the bejesus scared out of them. They want a spooky night out. They want to, be terrified, scared, frightened, and then go home happy. So you have to create those experiences for them, and you can do it, but you don't need to do the jump scare. You don't need to dress up. You don't need to artificially create things, because the people themselves will always do that. But you have to have that environment in order to inform. So I do a thing I call it infotainment. So you take a situation. A quick example is you will allow something to take place that give them the opportunity to chatter to an EMF meter or can carry out an EVP experiment and see what the results are. Then you challenge the results and say, well, could anything else have been happening? Could it be the fact that there's a walkie-talkie nearby that's caused, or your mobile phone nearby? And they go, oh, I never thought of that.
So this is something you're doing? Like this is?
Yeah, I do it. Well,
do you regularly produce this?
Yeah. We, you take a group of people, and you put them into a situation, and you get them to explore the paranormal, but you have certain things that you expect to happen, will happen, and then you use that as a way of saying, challenging the person and saying, well, do you think that's really what took place? And then you can hopefully show them what really took place, what the real cause was.
That's a fun idea. Is that sort of the picture? Is that your picture of what a perfect ghost hunting show would look like?
I think so.
In terms of, if you were going to create something new?
I mean, you've got to allow for people to be, endlessly doing what they will always do what you least expect. But when I've come over to New England, which I did for about 12 years every year, we used to do these events, and it was one of the most popular at the time was the mag light, where you would take a mini mag light and then they would the light
Sure.
would flicker on and off, and they would chat. They would, ask questions, and
I learned about that in this book.
Yeah. So we set up an experiment whereby we had a red mag light with a red filter and a mag light with a blue filter. And well, you all hear from seances that ghosts prefer red light, but tonight we've got a blue light and a red light, so we're going to find out which the ghosts prefer, red or blue. Now, of course, both lights are going to flicker, and then you allow them to experience this, and then you put the mag lights up and you say, well, actually, if I just loosen the tail cap on the mag light a little bit, and you take it apart and show them, you put the tail cap and you say, if I just leave it there for a minute and wait a few seconds for the wires to warm up, oh look, there it goes, it'll flash, or it won't, oh, it's gone off now, and they go, oh, well,
Right.
So that's what happened. We did it with famously. We were able to get a hold of the exact SLS camera that Zach used on Ghost Adventures. Not a similar one, but the exact one that Zach was using on Ghost Adventures. And this is where people can endlessly surprise you. And over the course of an evening in groups, we invited them into a part of the building, and we showed them how the SLS camera, when pointed at certain objects, certain parts of the room, it would unerringly always create a stick figure, because that's all it could ever do. So it was looking for certain things. Once the camera and the software recognized what it was looking for, it would create a stick figure. And we demonstrated it. We showed them, they were making stick figures. Point it over there, raise it up. Oh my God, the stick figures appeared. And we explained why. And we thought that we had successfully not debunked, but challenged the SLS camera. And we went back for coffee and donuts. And we overheard two people talking, saying that was absolutely brilliant. I had a chance to use it. It was Zach's SLS camera. And Steve showed us how it could make stick figures, but that's not the same as how Zach does it. Zach was, making ghosts with his.
So
you just can't win. You can't. There's
how similar this is to something that I've experienced. So, Gary was talking about how, I started some trends. A lot of people started copying what I was doing. One thing I was doing, I was using a TikTok filter.
Mm-hmm.
What the TikTok filter does is it recognizes a human and it lights up, right? I would continuously, when I mean continuously, Steve, I cannot express how much I would say, this is just a representation. This is not really a spirit. This is just to catch your eye. That is all this is. And people ran with it. No matter what I said to them, hey, that's not a spirit doing that. This is just a representation. That is not really a spirit. It's just to catch your eye. Social media, make you stop and go, oh, what's going on here? And to clarify, this is not a spirit. It didn't make a difference. People wanted to believe what they wanted to believe, and they ran with it.
Yep.
And to the point where I stopped doing it. I had to stop using it. I was like, it's it. I'm done. And then of course, in fashion, everybody stopped using it. Once I stopped using it. So it's pretty good. It's the same thing with the SLS camera. It's all the, so I hear what you're saying.
It's an interesting dynamic when you're trying to really investigate why people get latched onto these things. And I'm wondering, is it because, Steve, do you believe that, young ghost hunters or young ghost investigators just aren't bothering to really, as you like to say, read the fucking manual, and they're just using this stuff because they saw it used once, so I'm going to use it without really diving? Is it just education?
it's not just the young people; it's the majority of people, and the majority, and it's the majority of people who sell themselves as expert ghost investigators. If you talk to these people, I mean, I remember speaking to a group who were portraying themselves as strictly scientific, and they had all of the equipment that you expect, and I was they didn't know who I was, and I spoke to one of them. I said, the EMF meter, what does that actually do? I said, what is it you're measuring? He said, well, it measures ghost energy. I said, well, yeah, it's an EMF meter, so it's electromagnetic field. Is that right? What it stands for? Yeah. I said, well, why is it you're measuring it? And after the answer was, we do it because everybody else does. And then a few minutes later, they were giving a presentation about their ghost hunting equipment. Now, the leader of the group sold themselves as, we are one of the country's leading skeptical scientific paranormal groups. We use hard science. And then in the next breath, on the screen appeared a slide of, it was a K2. And he then said the following: when the lights go amber, the measurement of 3 milligrams means that there is a presence. Now, I always thought that mg meant milligauss, but they were that scientific.
It was like,
they didn't
like
know,
weight, or it seems.
they didn't know a unit of weight from a unit of field density.
Light, right, or sound, or energy. It's
like dosing a child here,
yeah, it's a very. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at any of, or go online and follow John at all. So John, he all of his stuff is live, and the way, look, I got into this because I'm a show developer, right? I create shows. That's what I've always done, and he's gotten so big and popular, and it's like, all right, well, let's see if there's a format around what you do. And then I just wanted to dive in, and I started learning about this world and what he does, and I've seen questionable things. I mean, John predominantly uses phone apps these days, and he'll go out and he'll clean headstones. He leaves them running, and he'll start getting conversations. And now, I just tell people all the time, like, I downloaded all these apps, and what I find interesting. Look, I get it. We get how they work. We get what's going on. But when I use it, I don't get the same specificity that he does when he uses it. It's very strange. And we've had situations like what we did with one of your colleagues, with Cal Cooper, where a friend of his got a phone call from his dead mother, left a voice message. We played it for Cal in an episode. Yes, are there reasons why phone messages come through? The phone still? Of course. There's a slew of them that we understand. What I find interesting about the field, and or about this field in this context, is they were live together. About a half an hour before that phone call came in, on the app said, "Mom's on the phone." And then this guy gets a phone call. We get it. And it's like, okay, why does it always happen to this guy? And why does it always happen a lot more often when this guy's around my nephew here? And that, to me, is the questionable thing. I think John's a witch. That's just me. I don't know. He's got something going on with his own magnetic field that I don't understand.
And my argument towards that, because I don't believe there's anything special about me. I don't label myself a scientist. Okay, I think there are a lot of people in this field that do that, like the scientific way. And I even correct people in my live stream when they say, "Oh, John does this from a scientific lens." And it's like, no, I don't do this from a scientific lens. I do this from a logical lens, right? An example of that, Steve, just so we're on the same page, is while I'm using these phone apps, I will not say the name of the spirit. I will not. I personally believe that all these apps, it doesn't matter who makes it, puts in code where, it has triggers. You say a name, it'll spit it back out to you, things like that, right? So to ensure that that doesn't happen, this is a small example of how I run my operation. I won't say the spirit's name until the spirit says the name. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
so that you
A
know
grave,
that's
you won't say a gravestone name. You mean you like when
yes,
he's
yeah,
walking
like a
around a
headstone
cemetery?
name.
He won't
Yes,
a headstone name. He
yes,
won't read the headstones.
or even like so. For example, you know, I won't bring up. We have a very prominent spirit here named Peter, who's a factory worker. I won't mention him in my live streams until we hear his name again. You know, I won't even if the chat it comes up in the chat, I won't say his name. I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, he works here. Oh yeah, you know, things like that. You know, I won't say the name. So that's just one of the small things. So it's
And we've done things here, Steve, that I think. Well, here's a question for you before I tell you this story. What is your take on mediums?
I think
Or
any
do you find them credible?
I think my perspective is, and how I work with mediums is that if they want to describe themselves as sensitive, mediumistic, whatever language they choose to use, I will accept that. They also accept that I'm not out to test them. I'm not out to challenge them. I'm not out to debunk or to unravel. But it would be incredibly naive of me and stupid of me and closed-minded of me not to take on board the experiences, the view of proceedings. I think you have to take account of all of the possibilities. So if somebody says, I'm psychically getting this information, then it is important that is documented. Now, one of the things that with mediums is that the medium or the psychic or the sensitive, how they describe themselves and their abilities is their choice. I don't believe that the information that they provide should be given any greater weight than the information provided by any other person who's involved, because I don't know if somebody else might have similar abilities. So I always, and I think it says in Ghostology, take note of what the person is saying, document it, record it, keep it on record, but do not. You see so many people going on investigations and being guided or led around by the group psychic or a visiting psychic, and I think that's counterproductive, because you are relying or giving one person, whereas you are then basically saying this person is so important, we're putting them on a pedestal and we're disregarding the information that's coming from anybody else and any other item of equipment that might be being used.
We used it as a corroborating witness. Like we saw it as a piece of a puzzle, right? As a piece of solving the puzzle. So for us, we
what's really interesting in my documentation, I don't use mediums at all. And that's just because of the realm in which my documentation takes place. I'm doing it on social media in front of a live audience. A lot of people will come into the chat, claim to be this, claim to be that. I just flat out say nicely, hey, listen, I'm going by what we can all see in here, for the simple fact that I don't know you, right? It's a different, but I get exactly what you're saying, Steve.
Enough about mediumship. I know I've studied mediums. I've worked with them for a long time, and the one thing I've learned is it would be incredibly stupid of me just to, oh well, you're psychic, you don't matter, or you're psychic, I'm not going to listen to you because I am a scientist or I am a materialist. That would be utterly wrong, because weird stuff happens. And I'll give you a quick story. I was in New England. I was at the, I can't remember, in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, big lighthouse there. And it's got a long history of paranormal activity. It's also an active US Coast Guard base. And as part of the, we were there on a public thing. So we were doing the public stuff, the EVPs and all the other crazy stuff with the mag lights. And one of the sessions was the use of, I think it was an SD7, the little noisy, horrible little.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
Yep.
After about 5 minutes, it's like mind control. It drives you mad. Listen, yeah, exactly.
That's why I don't use it. It is.
Yeah, you gotta
I
put.
can't stand the
Well,
sound.
You got to put a noise gate on it. You got to put a noise gate on it.
Yeah.
we set one up.
Yeah, I
We
can't
had
stand the
one.
sound. That's why mine doesn't have any batteries.
We had one of these, and as part of EVP is usually it's like I always say it's a bit like crack cocaine for ghost hunters. So we set one of these up on it. We were in the Admiral's office, the U.S. Coast Guard Admiral's office, and as part of the arrangement for us being there, we had a senior Coast Guard officer who was with us, escorting us and making sure that we were on a US Coast Guard base and make sure that we, abided by the rules. Now, this thing started to, is there anybody there? Can you hear my voice? And all the usual nonsense that people, anybody got a question? Oh, do you know your dad? And something then changed about the tone and the timbre, and for about 2 or 3 minutes there was a period where the utterances seemed to be interacting with the questions in a way that I've never experienced before. And at the end of the session, we were very close to the end of the session anyway. And at the end of the session, I spoke to the Coast Guard officer and said, well, what did you make of that? He'd already made me aware. He was a senior communications officer. He'd been in maritime radio as a radio operator for the best part of 30 years. What this guy didn't know about radio communications. And he said, if you just played me a recording of what just took place, you were having a radio conversation with another person who was interacting with and responding intelligently to your questions. That blew me away for a while afterwards, because there is the possibility that I've dismissed these annoying radio hacks. And, all my interactions with them, I've taken them apart, I've studied them, I've messed about with them, and then here is one, on one occasion, in one location, where it might just have been a communications bridge. And that's wild. That's why you don't dismiss stuff just because it well, of course, it could be another.
Well, look, listen. I hear you. I get it. It's for me. Look, if you asked me a year ago, I would have been like, everyone's crazy that follows him online. Mediums are full of shit. All this stuff. Like, I wouldn't have bought any of it. But then as I'm getting into it, it's like, all right, let me do an interview, but let me deep dive in it. So it wasn't just we're going to bring a medium in off the street and see if he or she is hearing the same thing that John is communicating with. Is there a thing there? I talked to a teacher at the Arthur Findlay School. I talked to the head of the Forever Family Foundation. I want someone who's been there. What is their process? We find a medium that fits that bill, that comes referred. I did a reading, my first reading ever on this for this podcast, that actually freaked me out on a couple things. Was she 100%? Did she tell me 100% everything that made sense? No, but there were a couple things that were so specific. There's no way that there's just, I still can't figure it out. Believe me, I've been trying to figure out, could she have figured that out? There's no way. And then we bring her in to sit with John, and there were stories that she was pulling, spirits that she's pulling of spirits that he has had communication with via the apps that were wildly the same. Not similar, not close, the same. And there's no way, again, he's live. He drops videos from his live streams, but he's been doing it for 5 years. There's over 2,000 videos. There's no way from the moment I met her and first met her and said, oh, hey, I want you to meet this guy, that she doesn't have a team of people that have gone through to scour and let me bring this one up.
And what's crazy about what Gary's talking about is she was basically bringing up spots that I document. She thought that it was connected to my childhood, but in reality, she was talking about all these places I go and document, because I document the same place over and over. I don't do one-offs, right? If I have access to a place, I assert my access. I make sure I constantly have access, and I go. So she brought up a spot that I did not release any videos from, because I do that for some spots. The data just isn't there for me yet before I put something out there. I want it to come through a couple of times, and then I can go, okay, yeah, this has come through a bunch of times. Here's an example of it. So it was a spot that I have not yet released a video from, and that's the spot that she kept talking about the most, which is wild. You know, and I had
So
a crazy experience there too.
and it's
you know,
and it's, you know, for me, Stephen, I don't know if you've experienced this with what I've come to discover, or what I now sort of believe is in intuition, right? I feel we all have it. We all have intuition. We all have some vibe, whether you're walking to a bar or somebody walks in, you get a bad vibe of that person and you don't want to, you know, like there's something about it that we don't like, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That creates a fight or flight sort of scenario thing in us. We have it. And I am starting to believe that maybe some people that is amped up. I use the baseball example, right? Like some people can throw a pitch at 98 miles an hour. You can't teach it. You just got it. Some people can't. And I think this might be the same.
That's why I said earlier, it is wrong. When we work with mediums, we take account of what they're saying. We document what they're saying. But we don't do it to the point where we document what anybody is feeling, or because, as you say, we just don't know. They might have. My personal belief regarding mediums is kind of like, well, I think it's something that maybe we can all do sometimes. I don't know if it's controllable.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Suggested is, and there have been, you know, I've had enough experiences in my life to know that, you know, maybe weird stuff happens. But equally, you know, we talk about mediums in a positive way, but there are an awful lot of people who will tell you that they're mediumistic, and then they clearly are spouting rubbish. And they're just rambling off, you know, oblivion.
Yes,
that's what I deal with on a
heard,
daily basis.
Yeah, the term that I heard that I loved was
clairvagueness.
Right,
yeah,
the clairvagueness people who just sort of say things that are probably you fit in somehow.
Yeah, they're just
yeah, right.
You see, the thing is that, you know, if certainly over here in the UK, you get teams. It's not something I see in the States very often, but you get a team where the psychic is the lead individual in the team. They form the team around them. So the psychic is kind of a messiah-like figure. And the rest of the team there are ego massaging. And the psychic will, you know, because they're often mental psychics. And so they can, I've had people, you know, I've stood there while people say, I can see an entire legion of Roman soldiers standing there, you know, who have come up to stand behind me to fight this demonic spirit. And you know, you clearly, there's something gone there. They are, you know, they are in it for the ego. It is an ego massaging for them.
Steve, have you done any studying on like consciousness and sort of that side of this field in terms of like remote viewing and where that comes into play with parapsychology? Or
obviously I've read about it and I'm aware of the research, but I decided a very long time ago that if I was ever going to, I became a ghost hunter because as a youngster, I was 5 or 6 at the time. I'd read some ghost books and I wanted to see a ghost. I was desperate to see a ghost. I thought ghosts, you know, and of course, you know, the ghost hunters of the day then, they went to old buildings, they sat on the stairs with a flask of brandy and, you know, a loaded pistol, and they just waited for and then the headless ghost would, you know, it was like something from Harry Potter. The ghost would silently walk down the stairs and then disappear through a wall. And I thought, well, that's got to be, you know, a dead easy thing to achieve. I'll go to all of these places and I'll look for ghosts. And then you realize, actually, It's not like that at all. And you become much more interested in, but I was also interested in ufology, cryptozoology, all that weird stuff, but realized that that was, that is a vast sort of panoply of phenomena. And the big question for me was ghosts. That has been what drew me in. I wanted to see a ghost. And I wanted to know why I didn't see a ghost. And so I decided I would be a master of, jack of all trades, master of none. I would focus on hauntings and similar phenomena rather than all of the other vast questions. Do we survive death? How much does consciousness play into it? There is people have been studying consciousness, thought transference. People like Cal Cooper. I leave that to them. Yeah. And I focus on what my primary, because if I don't, I will never achieve my ambition. Maybe. I mean, I may have already have seen a ghost, but I want to know.
That's right. You may have started it. And listen, John knows those old people and children are the worst ghosts. They're the scariest to me. Listen, you've given us a wonderful amount of time here. I got one more question for you if I can. And John, I don't know if you have anything to add, but I would like to know just on a basic level, if, as someone, what we're trying to do here in Splintered Spirits is sort of, we want a fun way. We want to be educational. We want to inform the audience, but we also are trying to paint a picture of what potentially a spirit is through this, based on what we know John has been doing for many years. If you were going to go out there as a pure, as the purist that you are and as a scientist that you are, and he's like, he has having these conversations with these apps, what's like the next 6 steps you would do to see if what he's talking to is really this spirit?
Gosh.
What's the process?
Well, hold on.
Well,
can I rephrase that question?
Well, let me paint a better picture.
Hold on. I got to
ahead.
rephrase it because I know you got to let me rephrase this one. Steve, what would you do to test out that I'm actually talking to something, not necessarily the spirit that I think I'm talking to? So I had to rephrase that a little bit because I don't even trust what I think I'm talking to. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I'm glad for that clarification, because what I would do is I would first of all take your word for it that you are doing what you say you are doing, and I would watch what you're doing and I would just observe what you're doing. Then I would formulate, well, what could be happening? Could it be interaction with the device? Could the device be interacting with its environment? And so I would look at what controls can be put in place. Can we isolate the device from the environment, for example? So can we close down the device from any contact with the outside world? The use of a Faraday cage, for example, would simply do that. And we've done experiments like that. Then I would
Faraday cage, you called that?
Yeah, it's
basically.
I know.
Okay.
You turn the device into, you just isolate it from the world. It can't communicate. It can't do anything. It can run its internal software, but it can't do anything beyond that. Then I would look at the software itself. What is the software doing? And we've done this. We've back engineered apps to see how they work. How is the coding? What's the coding doing? Is it geospatially aware? Is it using the GPS system and figuring out where it is and then changing the dictionary that's carrying or using in order to suit the location it's at? So by a process of small steps, putting a control in, seeing what happened, did that change anything? If not, did the communications continue? And you come down to, ultimately, you hopefully have looked at as many possibilities that you reasonably can. And then at the end, you try to, can you offer a plausible explanation? I stress plausible, because, you have to say sometimes, I don't know what's happening. I can't offer any explanation other than this is not normal. I can't give you an explanation as to what's taking place. Now, I can't say that's paranormal because there might still be things, systems that we don't yet fully understand. For example, John's brain might be, because it's an electromagnetic emitter, it might be directly interfering with the device. They'll go,
I believe that's true. I believe it's definitely affecting something in that brain. That's for sure.
Call it the ghost in the machine. Is the EVP being created by the individual and then transferred to the device? Yeah, those are things that we can't. We're not in a position to test. We're not in. So we accept that there are things that we can't test, but we don't put that forward as you would see with some of the skeptical scientists saying, "Oh, well, it's just thought transference," which is, I've seen, I've seen some of these scientists struggling to try to remain in a position of skepticism when clearly, everything around them is gone to hell in a handbasket. But there's an interesting paradox with parapsychology versus I inhabit a world of physics, but there's an interesting difference between physics and psychology, parapsychology. If I were to if a parapsychologist designs the greatest experiment, a triple blind, fully controlled experiment, and they've got close, and then the results challenge them, they don't go to expectations, they still get the spirit voice, they still get the temperature anomaly, they still get the weird stuff taking place. Now in physics, when you do an experiment with that level of control, you get a result. It may not be the result you're expecting, but you then take that result and go, okay, that was the result. What can I use to move forward with my understanding? But this is where psychology and parapsychology stumble, because they go, well, there must have been something wrong with the experiment. We'll have to go back and look at the experiment again. And this is why I've lost count how many Ganzfeld experiments have been done. And they just keep repeating the experiment because they can't accept the fact that weird stuff is taking place.
We met with a guy, Dan Sturgis, who pointed out, which I thought was really a great example of what we're doing here, which is we didn't even really know how lightning worked, except until we had high-speed cameras, which was just a couple, relatively a few years ago. When you think about it, in the space of time, right? Within the past 50 years, we had a high-speed camera. Until then, we had no idea what lightning did, really. Well, and that's this, right? We may not have it yet to really.
Well, and Gary, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another reason why I don't consider myself an investigator. That's 100% why I call myself a documenter. All these tools, these EMF readers, the REM pods, even EVP recordings, we're basing that off of physics and science in our reality. When we know with quantum mechanics, that doesn't follow the laws of physics the way regular physics does. Well, we've already learned that there's something different going on there. So,
well,
it does, but physics isn't the perfect science that people think. For example, if you talk to you raise quantum mechanics, you ask a quantum physicist to explain quantum physics, and if he can, he's lying, because the greatest of them will go, we don't know, because weird. Now there are two. You're over in America. You're near Elon Musk's SpaceX launch sites and NASA and all that cool stuff. We're just a little rock in the Atlantic. NASA know how to put a probe onto a fast-moving asteroid as it zips through the solar system, because they know what gravity is doing, but they can't explain what gravity is. Same with magnetism. You can take, a magnet and a steel plate, you can stick them together and you can observe what it's doing, but science still can't properly explain magnetism.
That's absolutely right. That's a great analogy for sure.
If you extend that, so there you have two phenomena that we can use and manipulate. So gravity does stuff that we can use to put probes onto asteroids, satellites into space, and catch rockets as they come falling back through the atmosphere. Imagine if there was another force of nature like gravity or magnetism, but the primary thing it acted on was the human mind. Now, the human mind varies. I'm different than Gary. I'm different. My mind is different than John's because it's grown up. It's developed its own set of, rules and conditions and expectations. And
you could have stopped at developed. Your mind is developed. Than John's. That's.
So
sorry, I'm just teasing my nephew a bit.
That unknown force that we still don't understand. Let's give it a title. Let's call it psi. We can't.
Okay, sure.
We can figure out gravity because we can observe what it's doing, but not what it is. We can figure out magnetism because we can observe what it's doing, not what it is. We can't figure out psi because we can't see what it's doing, because every time we try and observe it with Gary or John or the man down the road or the person having a ghost encounter, it's doing something different in every eventuality, but it's still a force of nature. It's still a standard force of physics. It's how we can understand by observation, but there might be stuff that we still can't understand because we don't have the tools to observe and measure and document it accurately.
Steve, I got to tell you, I really appreciate your perspective. On this, we've gotten we go after all points of views. We've had parapsychologists like Cal or Lloyd Auerbach and and other teachers and authors. We've also had mediums and witches and it's nice to get grounded with someone who's got the years of experience as you have, who looks at things very granularly in terms of how the tech works and how this is what you're really seeing and what you're really hearing. And just and also the foundation perspective of talk to the person, make sure, understand the experience it's a really wonderful thing that, look, when we drop, I really hope people that when they listen and they read your books and all of the ghost hunters and investigators that are out there or are going to be out there or starting up, take a crash course in Steve Parsons to, let's find some balance in what you're doing. Yeah, man, have fun doing it. That's what gets the eyes. That's what gets the viewers. But let's get back to sort of what is your goal? What is their end goal? What is our end goal? What are you trying to figure out? Or are you just trying to get likes?
When I'm doing the training courses, I always say to people, the most important lesson is to challenge everything. Challenge your beliefs, challenge what the witness is saying, but in a pleasant way. Don't take as fact anything that you are told, not even by me or Lloyd Auerbach or Cal Cooper. Just because somebody tells you they're an expert doesn't necessarily mean that they're right. And if people say, well, I've been studying the paranormal for 50 years, they may have just been doing it wrong for 50 years.
Yeah, right. Right.
Steve, you're going after my heart, Steve. That's a good
one. Leslie,
hey, Steve, real quick, I have one question.
You can't top that one.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh,
Steve,
go.
If you had to direct somebody to one of your books, if they were going to get into ghost hunting, and you had to direct somebody to one of your books, which book would it be?
It would be Ghostology, because it was. I was asked years ago, and I said, I would never write a book because it wouldn't be. What could I tell people? But eventually I did, and I tried to put into it everything that I think is important. And if you follow ghostology, it won't make you a great investigator. It won't, but it will give you the foundations of being a good, competent investigator. But don't take my word.
I think
Awesome.
Yeah, read it. I mean, honestly, I would read that. That book is a key one for sure. Then I read it and I loved it. I love where it went. It was reading your guidance notes. That's sort of to me like the guidance notes for investigators of spontaneous cases that you wrote feels like this should be your rule book.
Well,
right. This is the rule book. Like this is the.
That was a condensed. There are two of the blue one and the red one, but they are just a condensed version of ghostology in kind of bullet points. I say bullet points, but
right.
You know, but don't just read ghostology. Read the amount of ghost hunters. If you look on the bookshelf, there's 2 books. One by Zach, you know, for dummies, and one by maybe Troy Taylor. Read everything. Read books by mediums. Read books by parapsychologists. Read books by ghost hunters, and form your own opinion. Challenge what you are reading, what you are being told. Don't sit there mindlessly watching YouTube and considering it's fact. Test it. Challenge it. Could that really have happened like that? Or is that just, you know, go with your gut. It's like when you talk to a witness the first time, you get that sort of gut sense that, you know, well, maybe they're just slightly mad.
A kook. Yeah.
It happens.
Makes a lot of sense.
Steve,
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. This has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your wisdom and experience. Appreciate it.
I just
love
have
it.
Years of experience of sitting in the dark, getting bored.
Yep.
I can see.
I
love it, Steve.
I just want to see a ghost. I know I've seen a ghost.
I just want to see a ghost. Well, don't we all? I don't know. You know what? I'm going to scratch that. I do not want to see a ghost. I don't want to see one. I don't want to have to move. I just want to.
I'm going to say this. Go ahead, Steve.
I was once asked, do you believe in life after death? And the answer I gave, I think, kind of sums things up, because I said, I hope death is not final, because if I wake up and find I'm dead and that's the end of it, I will be mightily pissed off, because I want to come back and I want to find out what happened. Did SpaceX get to Mars? Did my great grandchildren, do this? I'm so eternally curious. I want to, and if somebody said, well, that's it, you die and blackness, nothing, I'd come back and haunt people because I'd be that cross.
But curiosity is a key for us here, right? Stay curious is what it's just sort of a motto what we're trying to
everything
to keep it going.
As Tony Cornell, the great British ghost hunter, from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, once said, it's mostly common sense.
Right on. All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you again. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Hello.
I just had the greatest idea, right? So we're going to do a promo intro for Splintered Spirits. That's going to be me just moving my head to the music as it kicks on. And then we're going to AI some spirits in back of me doing the same thing, Now,
John, I'm trying to see if we are... I'm trying to see. We're trying to add our friends on TikTok today, but it doesn't look like it's going through for some reason.
Uh-oh.
Which is a bummer. I just set that up.
Yeah.
I don't know what it looks like. People are joining. even though I went through hell and high water to figure this out last week and do a whole thing.
Yeah, you were on.
You know, I
You were
was
on
on.
just chilling.
Hey, TikTok folks, are you seeing anything or no?
I don't know.
I'm looking at their chat. I could see their chat. And I want to see if they
could see you.
No, they just see like the thing. So why isn't the here we go. Booyah! Now it's up. I see what I have to do. John, we're live everywhere now. Now we are everywhere.
Everywhere.
And in
Right.
the TikTok, can you hear me as well? Do you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes and yes.
There you go.
All right, let's hope this doesn't get totally effed up straight in the A.
Let's hope it just holds.
Let's hope that this holds. Welcome, everybody, to Splintered Spirits Live podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa, where we try to figure out what are spirits. And we've got a fun one because I want to, those apps don't work for me to talk to spirits. So I want to go old school on it, and you're going to help me do it today. And you know what's great is, dude, I had all this shit around the house, because from the band days, from like all my stuff from the band days. So I'm going to build.
So you have an understanding as well of how you're going to hook all this up.
Yeah. Exactly. So
but we got to stress to them that you're doing what he's essentially doing is building a portal box. That is what he's essentially doing. This is a very simple one. Now like he said,
okay, let me show you what I got. I'm going to show you what I got before we dive in. Let me show you all the bits, and then we'll see how it does. All right. So here, let me turn on. I'm going to show you on my desk as I pull it all up, so you guys can see it, and you guys should be able to see it. All right. Okay. Let me shut that off because then I think all the speakers came back on.
Okay, so that's the amplifier.
Okay.
Using.
Yes. All right. You can still hear me, right? No echo? Okay, perfect.
Nope.
Here's an amp. I got this little amp, right?
Okay.
Put that up here. I got a reverb.
Reverb pedal. Yep.
Noise gate.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Power.
Okay.
See that?
Yep.
Then I got, this is ancillary power, little battery packs.
Okay.
Right? And dude, I got cables shooting out of my butt. So it's like I got a quarter to an eighth. I've got, these are for the batteries to go into the pedals if I need those, right?
Okay.
I don't think I need that one. I don't know what that one is. These are, that's a USB. I don't know what that is either. Oh, these are like for the pedals, right? To go in and out to each, right? Quarter inch. I got a bunch.
Yeah, you need.
I got a bunch of these, dude. I got a bunch of these, bro. Yeah. I'm ready to go with those.
Yeah.
And then here's what's great. So then I've got, this is how funny is this? This is what this thing is called. I just got a pedal board, but how funny is it that they're called, like for a guitar pedal board, Ghost Fire pedal board, right? So it's a little one.
I'm curious to see what the
right.
Okay.
So it's just a little bit of pedal board. So look, let's throw this shit out of the way. Okay. Now, and of course, the classic. Did it freeze?
SB7. Yep.
The SB7. All right. Here we go. All right. And then, I modded this up a little bit. See this little screw here?
Okay.
I put this here because I had how many of these do you have, by the way? Like little phone holders. Tons of them, right?
Tons.
So then I'm going to put this here like this. I'm going to screw this one on to the corner because this is what's going to hold the SB7.
Nice. Cool.
Right?
Yeah, perfect.
Let me tighten this up. Wait,
now,
I might have to put a washer on it.
On a normal, just so people don't get confused, on
Tell them.
a normal one that someone would, be using, you would have it Velcroed to the back.
Yeah, I'm going to Velcro some of this stuff.
Yeah. Same thing with like the battery, the 9 volts.
Right. Yeah. I got Velcro for all that shit, dude. There's Velcro everywhere.
Velcro, baby, it's the
We're
best.
Velcroing everything up, yo. But I wanted it like this because I didn't have enough space to stick it. I didn't get a big enough like little amp.
See, the pedal board, though, dude, the pedal board would be great at a spot that you're always at, where you can literally mount it to the wall.
But like, look, see,
You
I can
know
move
what I
this.
mean?
I can close this.
Yeah.
I can put
this
it right,
is-
and then I can do this here like this.
Yep.
Right. So boom. So that's set. Right.
Set.
Now, so then we're gonna go what? We go first from there to noise, the noise gate, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
All right.
Yep. The SB7 is going to be connected to
The noise.
the noise.
All right. So then we got to stick this on.
So
We got-
what's interesting with my setup is I can go through both the noise and the reverb, and I have it split because there's different ways to set them up. But you could technically just go in through one.
All right. So I'm gonna stick some Velcro up on this mother right now.
Velcro.
See, I got Velcro, guys. We're set.
Yeah. Velcro excites the shit out of me.
Does it? What a genius invention that is.
Ah, it's the best. It's the best.
What do
I've
you guys
got
saying?
rolls of the tape of it. You
What are
never
you
know
folks
when
saying
need
in the
to stick
chat?
something.
There's so many chats, dude.
I
I've got
can't see
so-
any of them.
I've got so
I feel
many.
disconnected. I gotta get once I get the setup, I'll be able to see the chats as well.
Yeah, it's like we got so many chats. Let's see.
So many
Everybody-
chats going. 2 people
Well,
per chat.
We got a lot. We got people rocking and rolling here. All right, look, guys, we got
2
all right,
people
but
on
look.
Twitch.
Maybe right, but TikTok, welcome. I like that we can play in this space, which is really John's
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
And all right. So let's see here. All right, so we're just. Do we think we're gonna get any spirits, John? That's the real question.
I don't know. Listen, everywhere's haunted. It's just the amount. It's just how haunted, and the amount. Maybe you'll get one that's floating by. It's like, hey, what's this guy doing in his garage? Oh shit! This is more than just a garage. What is this?
It's a garage
This is
/ Equinox / podcast studio /
Yeah.
storage center. The
Yeah,
one thing this
right?
garage does not do is hold cars.
Imagine there's the spirit of a car in there.
All right, so we got one Velcro on there. This is my reverb.
Okay.
Let's make sure I put the right Velcro on. Okay, yeah. All right, so we'll slap this on the back of this shit. You guys can see all this. All right, guys. Anybody have anything fun to say? Am I doing anything wrong? No, you guys are cool. What's up? Welcome. You're watching Splintered Spirits as we build a spirit box
Yep.
thing. All right, so I'm gonna throw this down. Oh, look at that, sticks. Now I can. Okay, so I'm gonna use this, which is my 1/8 to 1/4, to go out of this.
Out of the SB7.
Yeah. So this would be the speaker out. Right.
Yep.
Right. And that's gonna get jacked into here.
Into there.
It's like magic, dude. Are you ready? Are you guys ready to hear some ghosts? I don't think they're ready. All right, so then I'm going to jack it, then it goes out from here into the verb, right?
Yep.
This is so easy. Everybody can do it.
Yep.
Guys, everybody can do it. Let's get it right up close. All right, then, see, I don't need to stick my amp. I can just rest it in here,
You can just rest it. Yeah.
right? Oh, but
You
we
can
need to
always
put-
do something if you ever. Yeah. Like for that.
So
you
then,
just rest
so
it,
then
sure.
look, this is the power box, right? So then this can go anywhere. Let's just stick it here. I can put it underneath.
Yeah.
All right, and then that's going to need juice. So then we're going to have to plug in. It comes with a bunch of power. I got more cords. Just what I needed in my life, by the way.
More cords.
You can never have enough cords, I guess.
Yep.
All right, guys. So then we're going to go. I can't see this shit down here, but I guess it's all the same. So I'll tighten these. I'll like zip line these cords up so they don't hang. Keep it neat.
Keep it nice and neat.
Nice and neat.
You don't want a ghost pulling on the wires.
We don't want ghosts pull. Right. We don't need ghosts pulling on wires, John.
You don't need spirits pulling on wires.
We don't need spirits pulling on wires. All right.
Nah.
All right, so that's plugged in. All right,
Okay.
so then we got to go out from here and into the amp, right?
Into the yep.
Into the mini amp. All right.
Yeah.
All right. What do we turn on first? I guess we turn on.
Make
You don't
sure
want the amp to
volume
blow.
is. Make sure
The
volume
amp will be
is.
last, right? The amp should be last. Speakers
Yeah,
last.
amp is last, but make sure volume is low on that amp, because you don't want to kick that on and then destroy everyone's eardrums.
Right.
So
you see what I'll tilt this
Lower the
forward so
volume
you guys can
on-
see it. Look at that setup,
Yeah.
guys. Dude, we're ready
Yeah.
for ghost shit. I'll stick the battery things under here in a minute.
yeah,
All right. So then
that's
first,
you don't even need the battery things. It's only if you're on the go.
yeah. If I run out, right? So this thing's rechargeable. This plug I got. Okay. So I'm turning this. Oh wait, we want to do this last. Okay. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
make sure the volume's low.
Let me plug it. Okay. So it's all right. It's off. All right. So I'll turn that on last. Okay. So it's ready to go. The volume's on. Low. Let's see. The gain just in the middle, I guess. And we'll just do the rest flat.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're going to play around with stuff in a bit.
Okay. All right. Then. All right. So let's turn on this first.
You got batteries in the SP7?
Yeah. Oh shit! Could you imagine if I didn't? All right, guys. So this is on. All right, now, where do I want this set, John? Like, which kind of speed do I want?
Oh, let's start at a low cycle through.
What is that? Low
The
50?
lowest, I can't remember the numbers. Is it
50? It goes
1100?
like 50 to 100. It goes no. It goes 50 milliseconds to like 350 milliseconds.
We want bring it to $150.
$150. Okay, so let's see.
Bring it to 150.
All right, so that would be.
Let's start in the middle.
Hold on, I can't see shit. First of all, guys, I'm old, and I gotta get my readers on.
Get your
Can't see this thing.
glasses on.
This makes me look more like a scientist.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
There you
All right,
go.
sweep rate. So 250, 300, 350, 50, 100. You think 150 is where we want to start? Do we
Start
want
150.
Do we want AM or FM?
Let's go with FM for this. We could try. I mean, listen, you try whatever you want, whatever.
Okay. All right, that's on. I haven't started scanning forward yet. So now I'm going to turn on these. Oh, wait. I got to turn the power on. Okay, power's on. I'm going to turn the noise gate on.
Yeah.
Turn my verb on.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn the amp on. All right. So we got sound.
Okay, so now
So
you want to
let's-
hit sweep.
Hold on. Well,
Sounds like it's just picking up one station.
yeah. I haven't started scanning yet. I'm just
Oh,
playing with
okay,
the. I'm playing
okay.
with the noise filter and the reverb to find
Gotcha. Gotcha.
like what kind of reverb do we want? We don't want something too heavy, right? Let's see. We
Well,
want.
we're gonna have to play around when once it starts scanning, we'll be able to hear what it sounds like.
All right. All right. Now I'm gonna start to scan. I'm gonna start going forward. You ready for this? All right, we're scanning.
There you go.
So now I just turn the noise gate on. Oh. What?
Ask if anybody's there.
Are there any spirits here? I'm gonna put this straight up so the antenna is better. Spirits! Are there any Los Angeles spirits? What if let's tinker.
Gary's sitting there with a thing of gasoline and a lighter ready to light his garage on fire. The
I
second
am.
he
It's
hears,
like, dude, we're gonna have to
"Hello,
move.
Gary.
I'll have to find a new office. Spirits, maybe there's no death here. Welcome, TikTok. Welcome,
I just
everybody,
heard-
to Splintered Spirits.
I just heard what sounded like a little high, but maybe it's just the audio coming through.
Spirits. Now, this is the gate, right? I have the gate right on the edge of, see, that's noise. And that's right, taking the noise out. Now, what does the scan speed do, and how does that affect spirits, do we think?
So basically, if I remember correctly, the whole theory behind it is the scanning as it's scanning through the radio waves, it's trying to catch up a spirit in that process. So the slower you're scanning is the slower you're trying to pick up on them, and the faster it's going through the channels in order to catch what spirits it can on that frequency. I believe that's how it goes.
So should we try a different speed and see what happens?
We could.
All right, let's go fast. Let's go super fast, 300. And we're still on FM. Oh, this is slow, I guess. 300 milliseconds. So it's longer. It's a longer hold.
Okay. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a longer period of time. Spirits, I dare you to say something. The power of Christ compels you. Spirits are pussies, bro. It's pretty
Gary.
wild. Yes.
Ask him what musical instrument is in your garage.
What musical instrument do I have in my garage? I've got a couple, but what are the two big ones?
Ask him for the biggest one.
What's the biggest musical instrument in my garage? Spirits, I'm asking you a question. I am your leader. You must answer me. Spirits! I demand that you tell me what instrument is in my garage. All right, let's try super fast speed. There's a temperature reading on this thing. Can this overheat?
I think the temperature reading is supposed to be for if the spirits are changing the temperature. But I've never liked those, especially in places that aren't insulated or outside.
Now, see, this is super fast. You can hear it when I lower the gate.
Yep.
But if I turn the gate up just to where it blocks out. Spirits? I could also be in maybe I just don't have good ghosts, dude. Maybe my ghosts suck.
Yeah.
Like, ghosts can suck. Right? Like, we know this. They cannot be very forthcoming in their information.
Yeah, even when there's a lot of them.
Right? Even when there's a lot of them.
Even when there's a lot of them. It's a pain in the ass.
What do you guys think? How we doing in this chat? We got some eyeballs. Guys, what do you think? What do you think of this setup? Are you am I making you want to become a ghost person?
Dude, I love the idea of the pedal board
Pedal board's dope.
mounted. I think, I have this spirit box that's literally just been sitting here. I think I am going to take this apart and get a pedal board and literally just mount it to the wall here.
Yeah, man, right? It's so easy to do.
Yeah, it's so easy. It's so
All right,
easy.
let's try. Look, we're not getting squat on. We're not getting squat on the old AM stations. So why don't we try? Hold on. And that 50 speed is real bad. It's like we're not hearing anything on that. Let's go up to 150 where we started. Or maybe we'll go to 200. And then let's try AM. All right, we're on AM. Now we're going to sweep forward. Spirits? I demand that you answer my questions about what instruments I have. I want a very straightforward answer. Laney, I think Vox uses digital radio, right? Because there's no radio in a phone.
What's real interesting, and I can never really get into the details about that, but I always say Vox scans through digital radio, right?
No, I think it has to.
That's completely wrong. It's the short answer. It's the only thing I can say while I'm on live. The actuality behind it is Vox takes digital radio, puts it into a sound bank, and then it cycles through the sound bank, and the spirits have to manipulate the digital radio. So it's not coming straight from digital radio through the device.
Oh, that's interesting.
It literally goes into a sound bank and then goes through a cycle, which is why we hear things like level up my business, and shit like that, because it's literally cycling through. And if you're not connected to the internet, what Vox does is it never updates the sound bank.
Right.
So it just cycles through the same. Doesn't mean the spirits can't manipulate it. It just means that you're not going to get any new radio for them to, which is good because they constantly have a bunch of things that they can, mess with.
Jesse thinks that maybe the ghosts are not used to having anybody talk to them in my place. So they're like, I don't know what this thing is. It looks rinky-dink. Why don't you've got a nice iPhone there? Why aren't we talking through that? Why are you using this MacGyvered spirit box? Maybe that's what the ghosts are thinking. Maybe they're being bougie.
So I haven't heard anything.
I haven't heard anything on AM. Let's see if we sweep in reverse. Besides, AM radio sucks. Let's go back to FM. Then we'll go backwards.
Now, how sick would it be? And I've consulted great minds on this. And they told me the technology would have to be built from scratch. Which I don't even know where to start with that. But how crazy would it be is instead of going through radio waves, we were able to manipulate the same setup, but go through old analog TV. So analog TV is gone, right? But not the waves. That shit is still it's still all over the place. It's coming from outer space, being sent back to Earth. There's bursts coming from outer space.
It's just you want it to be able to pick up broadcast.
Yeah, and because we're not using them anymore, we wouldn't pick up any local shit. It would be all, it almost on the theory of principle that, these things are coming from outer space, coming through the earth, and the spirits are hitching a ride. We might be able to, let alone see them, but let alone hear them, maybe even see them. And I've inquired about this. I got close, Gary.
Well, I
did it once. I set up an old antenna into the TV. The only thing that I couldn't do is cycle through to do it and for the images. But I had the static white noise. I had the TV.
You mean also show imagery, not just the audio?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So.
Well, what you got to think? What's broadcasting? What still broadcasts, right? Everything does. Well, first of all, everything does.
On that old school, you can't. For example, PBS 13. It ain't on 13 anymore. It's not on channel 13.
But let's start. Why don't we start? But what I'm saying to you is, before you start trying to get old TV, which you'd have to probably somehow lock in with Tubi and use fast channels, where all the old shows are running 24/7.
Yeah, but no, you're missing.
I'm talking about broadcast. Look, CBS is running. All your local stations are running.
Yeah, you're missing the whole thing. Forget all of that. Let's transport back in time.
Okay.
To when there was only 1 through 13. right? And channel 3 and 4 were reserved for video games, okay? Let's
Yes.
go back to that time. Imagine we were able to jack into those TV waves. I forgot what they're called. Okay, they're not being used. Nobody broadcasts on those anymore. That's why that's why antennas don't work. The old school rabbit antennas and whatnot, none of that works anymore. It's all dead. But the waves are still out there. And some of them are from Earth. Some of them are coming from outer space. They're literally still out there. And how cool would it be is if we could see if we could get the spirits to talk through that and also show us imagery.
Now, Mama Lisa's asking. First of all, yes, that would be wild. That would be wild to figure out how to do that. I don't know. If
maybe now that I have,
we should talk to AI about it to figure out what that's called.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Now that I have access to all that, because when I first came up with all this idea, there wasn't AI to run all this by. Now AI might be able to be like, hey, well, if you take the components from this and you combine them with this, let's just take a little,
right,
just knowledge of the circuit boards and whatnot, and
I just slowed the sweep rate to 250. Let me just lower the noise gate a little. I like the. What was that bit?
Oh, I just heard thank you.
Now, Mama Lisa was saying maybe let John ask, but this in a weird way, because they can't hear John right now because of the way my setup is, right? We would get reverb. So in some odd fashion, they would have to they're just going to have to go through me. I was going to say something stupid there, like it was a weird sort of Estes thing, but it's still, Estes is so confusing, it still doesn't make sense to me to do it. Night. Spirits, what instrument do I have in my garage? Maybe I got to lower the reverb because it's a little too hard to hear. I don't know how to lower the reverb on this. Let's just go room and see what that sounds like. Spirits, what instrument do I have in this room? Can you see it?
Could you put the volume up on the amplifier?
Yeah, well.
Or is it up all the way?
No, it's not even close.
Okay. Crank it up a bit.
I can move my mic down a little too.
There you go. Much better.
Spirits. I dare you to enter me, spirits. No, I don't want to do that. I take that back. I don't want to do it. But you can talk to this machine. Talk to... I take it back. I don't want to be possessed.
You can't possess me, but you can talk to the machine.
Talk to the machine. What do I have in this room? Tell me something I got. Point it out. I said my name earlier. Do you know it? Can you say my name?
Dude, I just heard drum kit.
No, you didn't.
I shit you not. There's no way that didn't say drum kit. There's no way.
Spirits,
Someone
what do
who's
I have
watching on the YTs, rewind it. Tell me if you heard drum kit.
I'll check it when I upload it.
Because only YT people right now can go back and fast forward, rewind, I believe.
How they get in there? How they get in where? What? The spirits?
Or the garage. Well, the garage, we came up with a crystallized quartz infusion on the cords and the springs. So as soon as that fucking door goes down, that is it, baby. Them spirits are trapped. They ain't going nowhere.
Listen, there's nothing in my house that would prevent spirits from coming in, so it's like I don't really give a shit. There are tiny ghosts that are box size. That'd be funny.
Box-sized spirits.
Box-sized spirits. But does everybody know what this is? If you're just joining us, right? So we've got this SP7 that people rave about as like the go-to sort of thing, right? But people do. People dig it, man. They like this radio scanner. Then...
Dude, anybody who digs the SP7, you can tell when someone's like, "Oh, I love the SP7." Either they're a naturalist where they can't accept any other form of spirit communication, or they did not live through the old let's take a radio, crack it open, pull the tab, get it so it scans, and listen to it like crazy while you're going nuts back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Now look,
Like,
here's what. Now, just so I just want to point out any new people. So what all this shit here does? Whoa. So if I shut off the noise filter, right? Here's what it's going to sound like. It's going to be a mess.
It actually sounded like it said, "Can you help me, please?"
So the noise gate,
messed up, dude.
so you don't have to hear that static, right? Because it's just scanning. And
That
the
literally
reverb
sounded like it said, "Can you help me, please?"
And this is just to make it cool, right? Reverb is really just to make it like.
That's all it is. It's supposed to. So the reverb, and again, people who swear by portal boxes won't tell you this, but all the reverb does is it makes it sound cool.
Makes it sound cool.
It's to give it a spectral and spatial effect.
Yeah. Why else?
Literally what it's for.
Well, who would say different?
Yeah. Oh, people do. People say it's needed so the spirits can communicate. And it's
No.
like, no, it's not.
No.
No, it's not.
It's for coolness.
Yes, that's it.
Everybody sounds better in reverb.
Yeah.
Let's go, spirits.
Yes.
Spirits, I want you to tell me what else should I ask, John? You're the expert. Like, what are some initial questions we want to ask spirits?
Well, first you want to find out if there's actually something there. So you want to, dude, I wish, you don't have any sort of, like, how close are you to your garage door? Are you on the opposite side of the room?
Yeah, it's on the other side of there.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to hook up to, I wish you could make that antenna better. Yeah, that's the other issue with the SP7s and 11s. Like, too bad you didn't have, like, a couple clothes hangers lying around and we rig something up real quick,
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything.
Just
if
jack
not,
it
that's
into
fine.
turn this whole room into some sort of super antenna,
Yes.
a lightning rod of some kind.
Yes. If we had spare copper wire, you could run it to your garage door holder.
Right. Just stick it out. I'm close to my window. I could just stick it out the window.
Or stick it out the window. Yeah.
I'm very close to that, but I just need okay, wait. What do I?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go too crazy. We could always play around with it another day,
Yeah.
We could really make something crazy for that. I actually have a CB radio antenna. We might be able to hook up to that too. But like I said,
All right. So this is a regular station. I managed to stop it.
Pretty amazed my dog Peppermint is
how's
a
Alice in
regu-
Chains?
for the
How's
past
Man in the
half hour or
Box?
so.
So I managed to stop it right on a station.
Bark, of course. Take a shot. The alcohol of your choice, unless you're driving. Wait till you get home, or if you're under 21.
Hey, that's it. Hey,
All
that's
right.
good advice.
So now I'm gonna go forward. Now I'm gonna change it because I don't know if I'm allowed to rebroadcast. So let's see. Is there a spirit here? Can there a spirit take control of this box? I'm glad I didn't spend a lot of money on this shit either, but it's like, which I didn't do. I had a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, the only thing you didn't have was the SP7.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was here,
And I bought it for like $20 less because it had like a mark on it.
Yeah, perfect. I found one of those in the dirt once.
I'm most proud of myself for this little bit, putting this clamp on here.
Dude, that is awesome.
I could just fold it down.
Yeah.
And then I could just put it
Dude,
up.
I'm telling you, that'd be amazing for whether you're traveling or you set it up stationary somewhere.
Yeah, it's got it comes in a box that says Ghost Fire. I mean, dude, what's more impressive than that? I'm fucking Mr. Ghost. Dude, I don't even want to hear. Who's more ghost than me now? I'm Mr. Ghost guy.
I don't know, the dead people. The dead.
I'm like Ghost guy. It's just
He's
like,
the ghost guy.
I'm Ghost guy, dude. John, we got some good stuff coming up, by the way, for these guys who don't realize that Tuesday we drop an episode about Buckout Road.
Yes.
Splintered Spirits, episode 18 on Tuesday about Buck Out Road. We go through some really great evidence, and we catch an EVP that I don't want to spoil it. You got to listen to it. No, it's good, but it's really good. It starts out, we analyze it, and it's like, there's legitimately something there that happens, and it's pretty fun. Like I'm excited. I'm excited to hear what people think. I hope everybody checks it out and watches it. People are always gonna like shit on EVP, especially when I drop it on Reddit. They're gonna be like, meh, meh, meh. But it's as the Reddit community will do. But for most people, it's like, look, I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. I can't figure out what caused it. But it certainly happened, and we caught it.
Yeah, dude. My big issue with that's an EVP, but that's a different type of EVP, right? Like, think about it. We weren't trying to catch anything. We weren't trying to speak to the spirits. I just heard a child call my name, which is, normal. I mean, the last time I was on Monday at Buckout, I heard a woman call my name from deep in the woods. But everybody heard it. It even picked up on the damn audio.
Well, this one, it didn't pick up on the audio. I had to isolate. So the way look, we are podcasting right now on we use a service called Riverside. What Riverside does is it records locally to our own individual devices, and then it uploads. So it's not just, you're not seeing an actual live stream. It's recording it on the device so that we get the best possible thing for the after effect. So I have everybody's track isolated. So I was able to then grab when John in the episode, you will see John like cut me off and go, I just heard a kid's voice, dude. I caught it. I didn't hear shit. But then when I went back and I pulled his audio and then I just cranked up the volume and slowed it down, you hear something. And wait until you hear it, because it's really freaky that something's there and I don't understand what caused it or what could it, but it got your attention, and it's not audible just to the, you got to just jack the volume up for it. But it's weird, dude. It's weird. That was weird.
Weird shit happens at Buckout.
You're so cat. Like, dude, what? I get ghosts all the time. I hear ghosts. Every time. I always hear ghosts. I'm a ghost, dude. Listen to this guy. Yeah, whatever. I get ghosts left, right, center ghosts.
I'm so numb to it, dude. Yeah. No, but it's cool because we weren't trying. That's the cool factor about it. Like, it was just me sitting there talking to you about Buckout, and then all of a sudden, I hear a child calling my name. Where were we? Nuts. We were at. I was at Stony Hill that day, right? Yeah.
Yes. Stony Hill was talking all about Buckout, the history of Buckout. Yep. What's up, I am Cammy? Are you still with us? Sorry if I'm not really, talking to the chat. I'm trying to listen for ghosts. I'm not used to talking to a chat and listening to ghosts and talking to John. Yes. This is why he has 1 million followers and I've got 2,700. So it's like I'm just I'm not really here for the followers. I'm here to get this podcast and get these stories and understand science. That's my goal. Yeah, Buckout does be bucking, Cass, for sure. Hello, Outlaw.
Yes, it does.
Hello. Yeah, I like all these people coming checking us out. We got a handful.
How close
here.
are we to 1,000 followers on?
Listen, man, we are very close to 1,000 followers on the Splintered Spirits channel. We're super close, just a little over 100 we need to get there. So if you're checking us out right now, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits right here on TikTok and everywhere podcasts are. We are on every platform. We are live right now on every platform that you can imagine. So it's I don't know how these numbers do. Look at you guys. I don't know if I'm making money from people throwing money at us here with gifts, which is very kind of them, or I'm just naturally making money, but that's pretty sweet.
What happened? I can't see the chats.
Well, no, I'm just looking. I can't see. It's not showing me. I see a lot of hearts coming up, but I'm not used to looking at this. We've only got 11,000 hearts. Does that mean something in TikTok world? I guess that's good.
On what platform?
That's TikTok. I'm only talking about TikTok.
11,000 likes? Yeah, it means you got over 10,000 likes.
Yeah. There's some diamonds here. What do diamonds mean, John?
On TikTok,
Yeah.
that means you got gifts.
Huh.
That
There's
means you got
27. There's
gifts.
not a lot of people watch this right now. That's all right. But there's a lot. There's when you start adding up the people.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why does this heart with a red dildo show up on my head every now and again on TikTok? It's like a heart riding a red dildo, and it says "Join my team."
So if you do the heart me for Splintered Spirits on TikTok, that means that you are a true player for real with Splintered Spirits. That is Team Splintered Spirits right there.
I see.
And that's actually going to be joining with the subscription soon.
Ah,
So they're
okay.
combining that. A lot of people are not happy about
Got
it.
it.
Some are very happy, but we're holding on to Super Meows.
All right.
No, speaking of Super Meows,
Hey,
there she
hey,
is.
B Love. John is on. This is John's podcast. This is Splintered Spirits. This is what we do together. So at this time, we're focusing on here. This podcast, this live stream, which we do normally every Thursday, but we had a movie yesterday. We do the live. Yeah. We broadcast the live everywhere on both channels on YT. TikTok is new to drop the live, and I'm glad we're making it work, and I'm glad it's working for everybody here. We're also on other platforms as well when we go live. So to answer your question, John is here. He's right here. And this is where he is during this hour for our show as we try to build this. And if you've never seen Splintered Spirits, we do deep dives. Deep dives into spirits. What are spirits? John's theory is, as many of you who have listened before, that spirits are energy or the memories of the dead trapped on the energy that we all have in our bodies that's released. On this podcast, we talk to a lot of people who communicate with spirits, from mediums to witches, but we also talk to academics, parapsychologists, people who have done intense study on tech to try to figure out where the energy lies. And what's really interesting, dude, I got to tell you, because we're going to talk to a couple more people we got lined up. Steve Parsons is going to be on we're doing an interview with. He's a British, UK parapsychologist, really into tech. His book, where is it? I might have it on the floor next to me. This book, guys, it's called Ghostology, all right? So if you see this book here, really dives into tech, and really from a unique perspective, from frequency to how it works to how you use things. I mean, for the most part, real hardcore ghost investigators, paranormal investigators, would not rely on one thing, which is why I also want to point out John never claims to be an investigator. He's a documenter. Hardcore investigators wouldn't just go somewhere with an app. They would go with 2 different apps. They would go with an EVP recorder. They would go with an electromagnetic field thing. They would have some real high-tech shit. And they would study a place over hours and hours and hours with a medium probably just to help back up some of their things. You know what I mean? So it's like they really get into it. And hearing all of these perspectives on how it works. But one thing I'm finding fascinating is some people we've got, like starting with, we do an interview with Amy Belaski. She's one of the most popular psychic mediums online, the Belaski method, and she's wild. She's really great, but she really talks about frequency a lot. And we're about to do another interview with a clairaudient who hears spirit, and she gets like a ringing in her ear when she does it. So there's something about this idea of frequency, energy, that is consistent no matter what you think spirits are, which is what the podcast is all about, like trying to get these different perspectives to hone in on what things are. So this MacGyver box that you're watching here is my attempt to communicate with the spirits and see if I can get them to go. I should bring this to Hollywood Forever in my backpack and see what happens.
You could.
Right?
You could. See if it gets any...
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I could set this up there easy. I'm going to do that. That'd be pretty wild.
The loaf of bread up. Am I frozen?
This big contraption.
Or
It's almost like
frozen?
everyone's got smaller like their phones or something, and then I roll out with this thing.
Okay,
You know?
so Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of crossover talking because it froze, and I didn't know if it was on my end or your end, so I just started talking.
Oh no, it's
Talking
fine.
about
You're back.
boxing.
Oh no, you're back. I didn't notice. Yeah, I think it was on your end. Oh, your connection.
It could have been.
Heads up, John's network connection updated. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're back.
Yeah.
Anyway, so imagine if I roll out with this. It's almost like this is the boomer setup,
The boomer setup.
right? Like, who's that old
Yeah.
guy with that giant contraption he whips out of his bag?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm hearing
Well-
noises, but it's
Well,
cool.
even though going somewhere with it, it would probably be easier if you just velcroed the pedals to the sides. And then,
No, dude, look, I got this kick-ass bag. I'll put it in my backpack. I'll flip
Yeah.
this thing open like, you know, like.
Well, I'm just
fucking-
saying, when you're traveling, compaction is always.
dude,
the
this is the
best.
this is the DeLorean of spirit boxes, bro. This is come on. This is what this is.
It's the
This
it's the ghost fire.
That's, you know what I'm saying? Ghost fire.
Yeah.
This is the Ghost Fire DeLorean and Spirit Box. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna be the new big thing. Everyone's gonna what? Oh,
Uh oh.
she tried to cut
Yeah.
me off. What do you have? You have a problem with what I have to say, Spirit? No? Spirit, do you have a problem with what I'm saying? You finally getting some guts? You want to speak up? Once I start communicating in the spirit realm, it's all over for you guys.
They're not going to know what to do.
You're not going to know what to do.
They're not.
So close to figure out. 250 is an interesting speed. Let's go up one more. Let's go slower a little bit to 300. Maybe we get a couple more words and it's clear. Sweep rate. 300. Here we go. We're on FM 300 millisecond speed.
I had years ago, I had a guy hit me up when I first started doing this. He's like, "Hey, I want to build you a portal box." So I'm like, "All right, man." I'm like, "You sure?" He goes, "I can build my own." He was like, "No, I want to build you one. I want to send you one," which I still have somewhere floating around.
Okay.
So he sent me this portal box, right? It's like literally like the cheapest thing you could throw together. And with a note that says, I forgot what frequency he said, but he goes, "At this speed, I got a hello." And I went, wow, hello.
I know. Well, yeah, you're like Mr. You got specific, you got ghosts calling you names and stuff. Hey, welcome, everybody. Angel Crafts. You know, a lot of these names are the names they're kind enough to show up for Splintered Spirits. Who do we got over here now? I'm looking at a lot of different windows, guys. That's what I'm looking around. Behind me? Did that just say behind me, bro? Did you just hear behind me?
I didn't hear it. I mean, I just didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. One time I used a portal box, very similar to what you built at the undisclosed location in the fireplace room, and all the spirits did was scream out of it. You literally heard human screams out of it. And I was like, yeah, I can't use this, and I had to turn it off. It was
Carrie
like,
Sue heard it. Sue heard behind me.
uh-oh. Maybe you got
Cowards.
one sitting on your lap right now.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, right? Unless it's a 500-pound man named Billy, then
Listen.
Hi, Billy.
Billy needs love.
Billy, hey, listen, all Billies need love.
All Billies need love. Look at this thing, dude. This is like ghost, and it's got ghost fire on the front. This is destined.
I like it.
Some,
I like it. I think
I'm gonna
mounted
throw some
somewhere,
stickers
that'd be
on
sick.
it. This is gonna be like, this is the Trapper Keeper of ghosts. I mean, it's the
Dude.
greatest.
Dude, I was talking about Trapper Keepers today with my wife. We went back to school shopping, and I remember just like, I remember being, at the grammar school I was at, like one of the poorest kids there. All the kids, they had Trapper Keepers and all this fancy shit, and I'm like, yo, I'll never have this. I'll never have this.
The Trapper Keeper. You should see what they got
Trapper
now that they
Keeper.
carry around, dude. I had to go through all this shit
it's
too.
insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. The whole thing's insane. When it comes to all that, it's insane.
They had at my kids' school. They don't let them have. It's really frustrating. Like for some reason, it gets crowded with like backpacks. So they make them really walk around carrying books. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I ever saw. Because like,
Like
we're
old
worried
school?
kids. Yeah, it's just like, but they're worried about kids tripping over the backpacks or in a fire hazard. I'm like, look, this is Darwinism. Like, some kids are going to trip, and then they're going to learn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to.
They're going to learn not to look at their phone while they're walking.
Yeah, and it's also like, I don't want my kid dropping his computer because he's trying to carry that and 6 textbooks. So it's, if some kid trips, well, they should be mocked for being a klutz. There's certain kinds of peer pressure that's good. Like, I'm all for, there's certain peer pressure that's okay. I'm just all for it.
Yeah.
There is good peer pressure out there, guys.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to be made fun of or hazed a little bit to be like, you're right, that is stupid what I'm doing, and I'm going to stop doing that.
Yeah. Maybe I should take a shower. Maybe I should,
Yes. Like, dude, deodorant, it's your friend. Like, you stink.
Yeah.
It's like time to make a change. It's okay. How are they going to know? We're going to just sit there and, just pretend it doesn't smell? Enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Spirits, come on. Spirit, is there a spirit here? Spirits? Bring the thunder. Come on now. I do like this little machine. What's this button do? Hard or soft?
That's on the noise gate.
Yeah. I know what it is. So
it's gonna filter. I believe it's gonna filter some more and let some other types in. What do you have
Let's
it
go
on soft right now?
I'm gonna go soft now.
What's mine at? Mine's on soft too.
Yeah. Ooh, what did you say, lady? Sounded like a pretty lady. Come on, pretty lady ghosts. We're all into it. You heard it. See, yeah, Heather heard it. When they said, right, because it said behind me. That's the clearest thing I heard. Although
Clearest thing I heard was drum kit.
Which is wild. We'll go back and listen and see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Right, Voxy, you heard it too? Oh, she just looked at me with the weirdest stare. She's like, what are you talking about, John?
Oh, man, time flies when you're talking to ghosts. No wonder it's like,
Yeah. It definitely does.
It really flies.
Oh, so real quick before we go,
Yes.
there's something to talk about. I guess I had an interaction with a entity of non-human origin, an interdimensional entity of non-human origin,
Yes.
that other people in contemporary ghost hunting world have had an interaction with. In fact, I chat GBT'd this entity's name that came through. It called itself Seven, and literally chat GBT spat that out at me. That although there is nothing in mythology about an entity named Seven in contemporary ghost hunting and investigations, and a demonic force named Seven is known to go after or interrupt investigations and cause issues and problems. It didn't cause any issues for me. I was just curious about it because of what was going on. Like, we had something go up the steps and then down the steps here, and it got pretty wild when I was using the spirit board last night. So,
Seven, are you listening to this? I know you can't hear John. I'm going to repeat it. He claims to have spoken to you the other night and that you made your presence known, Seven. So are you? Why don't you show yourself? Or actually, I don't want to see you. I take that back. Let's hear you, Seven. Count.
I think I just had a spirit here laugh at that, by the way. I think I just heard disembodied
Do you know
laughter
why
on
6
mine.
is afraid of you? Do you know why 6 is afraid of you, 7? Because you ate 9. Come on, that's a dad ghost joke combined, no? Bombed? They can't all be pearls, dude. Sometimes you got to, listen, sometimes you got to try out new material. Every now and then you got to try out new material. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work.
That's like when
You
someone
test
comes
it,
into the
it
live
bombs.
stream and goes, hey, people are dying to get in there, talking about a cemetery. And I just want to slam my head up against the wall every time they do it. It's like, oh.
Listen, it was a bad dad joke. I get it, guys. I get it. You
Yeah,
gotta
but
try
at
out
least,
stuff every now and then.
at least I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, right?
You know?
Spy
I
6
haven't
Afraid
heard
of 7? 7, 8, 9. Come on.
Yeah.
Guys, it's classic. Some of you appreciate it, I bet. It's an oldie but goldie. Right here.
Someone in the chat.
Right here on Ghostfire Radio.
Ghostfire Radio.
Oh, I wanted to ask you this. I have a question for you. What is a soul eater? What is a soul eater?
The soul eater. All right. So, years I've been coming across these things. All right. And it's few and far between. And a soul eater, I have no idea what it is. I don't classify it as a spirit. I think it's an interdimensional entity of non-human origin. I don't know where they come from, but I do know that they like to feast on spirits. And I don't know the implications of that either. I just know from what I've heard from the spirits saying it's trying to eat me, it's eating me, things like that. I also believe that it was a soul eater that knocked me on my ass that night at the cemetery just because of what it was saying to me.
That's interesting, dude. So I'm reading this book because this woman's going to be a guest, and I'm reading her book. Her name is Joni Mahan. She was referred to me by Sam Baltrusis, the guy who wrote the book about Sleepy Hollow. She wrote this book called Ghost Magnet, and this book is all about sort of her discovery into her connection to spirit, and like how it really was it was a real problem for her. Until she sort of learned how to manage it through the help of friends and her own strength and all this stuff. But she talks about soul eaters a couple times, and one of them really giving her a problem. And I just was wondering, there's a lot of things that seem to be crossover in this ideology of talking to spirits of the dead, soul eaters, spirit guides, which is a very past life regression thing, which we're going to be getting into in a couple weeks with everybody. So I don't know. I'm just trying to see where it all fits in the sort of hierarchy of spirits.
So interesting, because I have never come across. I have no data on spirit guides. Literally, actually, the only data I have on spirit guides right now actually came from Netzel, because he says that he may have a spirit guide, or maybe it's something else. So talking to him about it, and I was going to get more info out of him on that. I spoke to him on live about it, but that was it. When I get a chance to talk to him one-on-one, probably more at Gettysburg, I'll get more in-depth information. I got no data on it. It's an interesting concept. It's a very human concept from what I'm understanding right now. Like, it's not, a lot of it doesn't come from spirit boxes or devices. It comes from people, saying, oh, I have this. I have that.
Well, they are from what I understood from the past life regression therapist that I spoke to. These are beings that are there overseeing all of the different versions of you to help you make a decision that is right for the timeline that you're in, right? Leading up to what they believe is your higher self. Like there's a version of you that's like the ultimate you or something. That's look, dude. I mean, we laugh, but it's like, I don't know. Something. Who am I to say what it is?
I get to my higher self every night.
Well, dude, I gotta say, I know this ain't my highest self. This cannot possibly. I've had moments in this personal self where I was like, yes, this is as good as it gets, right? I can call it a day.
Yeah, but that's a matter of perception too,
No,
like,
I think if I tell you some stories, John, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, you've arrived.
Yeah.
I've got stories that are like, yeah, man, you've done it. You could go. You could go now, right?
Like there's,
there's no perspective. There's certain things of
it's all a matter of perception.
I've been very fortunate. I've been very fortunate in a great many ways for a lot of things. Yeah. But anyway, that's what this higher self spirit guides are. They're not. I don't believe they're necessarily angels, but does that make them the opposite of soul eaters?
Well, for the longest time, I thought a soul eater was more comparatively something to like a squirrel or a raccoon or a bunny or a bear or an animal. I thought it was some sort of animal of a spiritual realm. because of the way that they were communicating. It was very like "Ugh," and grunts and shit like that.
Like
But
man,
when I
bear,
did
pig,
hear-
or something?
Yeah,
Or
like a man bear pig, you know.
Like man, bear,
but
pig?
then this last one I came in contact with, knocked me on my ass and was talking shit to me. So, is there a hierarchy with them? Is there different types? The more spirits they eat, the more they evolve? I don't know. Are they building themselves on memory? Because one thing that when we talk about, I have to run. I have to start getting ready to go. But one thing I do want to say, when we talk about spirits being memory, we never talk about how that memory imprints on, say, a theoretical spirit particle, which I talk about all the time. Or can particles of regular matter become spirit particles? And what I mean by this is there's an old theory called the brick and mortar theory, that spirits are attached to the foundations and to the material and the matter of a place. Even if you raise it to the ground, it doesn't make a difference. All that dust and all that, everything is still there, and it's still.
Well, this goes to that whole idea, this hermetic, the 7 hermetic values of things. It's what is this called? I'll tell you what this is real quick. I know you got to split, but it's like the hermetic.
Because that's how the principle of QDE works. When I talk about the theoretical principle of QDE, it's spirit particles here, theoretical spirit particles here, reacting with theoretical spirit particles where you're at.
Here,
and I say theoretical because I've never seen these fucking things with my eyes.
So Hermeticism is ancient, right? It's a principle. So, and they have, there's key concepts to Hermeticism. It's from like ancient Greek or even maybe Egyptian, right? So one of them is
I think it's
the Hermetic
far
principle
back.
of vibration. Yeah. And that is this idea that, a relationship between energy, frequency, and manifestation.
Well, and it's also technically how they built the pyramids too,
Right.
Like if you want to get like this thing, like this goes, so it's Egyptian or maybe even farther back. It's pretty wild.
Does it get farther back than Egyptian? I mean, that's pretty old, dude.
Yes, because the Sphinx was built by another civilization. It wasn't built by the Egyptians. The Sphinx is older than the pyramids.
So there's 7 hermetic laws.
And that's
law
science.
of polarity.
That's not pseudoscience.
Right. There's 7 hermetic laws, and it's also goes to like a Kabbalion concept, of course, but like as above, so below.
I love you talk about the teachings of the Kabbalah.
I don't know if it's the same rate. It's the Kabbalion concept of correspondence.
Yeah.
The laws of cause and effect, right? Like these things of like they all go together. So vibrations exist at all levels, from atoms to the universe in this one universal mind. What do you think? Spirits? Is there a vibration in all of us?
Gary, what time you got on your end?
It's 5:15, so it's 8:17. You got to split? You want to call it? We can call it.
Yeah, I got to call it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into Splintered Spirits. I'm going to shut the spirit box off or turn the volume down now. Please like, share, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome, TikTok.
Especially YouTube. We are trying to get to 1,000 followers. Get on that YTs.
We want to get 1,000 followers on all things, especially there.
Everybody, where you're watching, go there.
Where you're watching, go there too, because you get video for our podcast there. And it's real fun. But we're out everywhere podcasts are. We're really trying to grow this thing. We got a lot of big stuff coming leading into October, which is Rocktober. Halloween City Central, but we've got some fun stuff. We've got spooky season.
Spooky season.
We got a lot of fun guests coming up next week too. We've got a real fun guy joining the live. Jeremy Jolly from SoCo Paranormal is going to join us on a live. He's got a real baseball player name. I wonder if he was a baseball player. Right? Maybe. Jeremy Jolly sounds like a baseball name, doesn't it?
It does.
And then it's like maybe he pulled something and now he hunts ghosts. I'm gonna find. Yeah. I'm dying to know how somebody gets into because he's got big showman energy too, which is if you don't follow that guy, he's great. He's fun, but it's gonna be good. We got a lot of good stuff coming up in the weeks to come. Thank you so much for checking us out, John. It was an absolute pleasure as always. Ladies and gentlemen of the spectral realm, thank you so much for being a part of Splintered Spirits. And with that, we say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I don't know how to stop it. I'm on 3 different things. There we go. End
I
one
think
there.
Foxy's about to get sucked into the spirit board. What are you doing? She's like getting sucked into the.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, we explore spirit communication to try and answer the question, what are spirits? We're not going live this week, but I am dropping a bonus episode for you to have a little Halloween fun as I, your beloved host, tries to talk to the dead. Stay to the end of this one, because like I said, we did have a little Halloween fun. Let's dive into what I hope becomes a conversation. I don't know if you guys remember when I built that spirit pedal. I'm going to call it a spirit pedal because I made it out of a guitar pedal. Take a look if you don't remember. Spirits, I demand that you answer my questions. To get answers, you need a spirit soundboard, so let me show you how to build one. First, you need a noise gate, which is the most important, and you'll see why later. Then you need a reverb, you need a small amp, some 1/4-inch cables. Those are some batteries and some battery cables for the pedals, a 1/4-inch to 8-inch connector, and some Velcro. If you don't want to use batteries, get yourself a power pack. Lastly, you need a pedal board. This brand's called Ghostfire, which is very fitting. I modified it with putting a 1/4-inch screw in the corner in order to hold a phone mount, which you're going to need to hold the most important piece of equipment for your spirit soundboard, your SB7 spirit box. And why do we need all this gear for this? Because it sounds like this. And if I had to listen to this all day, I'd go f***ing crazy. So let's put it together. First thing you're going to do is slap some Velcro on those guitar pedals. The noise gate's first to kill the static. So take the 1/8-inch to 1/4-inch cable and connect your SB7 to your noise gate pedal studio in. Then daisy chain that with a 1/4-inch to 1/4-inch from the gate to the reverb and the reverb to the amp. Don't forget to slap that power supply on the bottom or batteries because you're going to need it to power those guitar pedals. My amp here has its own built-in battery, as does the SB7. Could you make it smaller and fit everything to the amp itself? Maybe, but this is a guitar board, so it's much cooler. Suck it, nerds. Anyway, I brought it with me today. You remember? Ghostfire. Ghostfire. So I'm at an undisclosed location because I have to keep it undisclosed because they wouldn't give me permission to shoot here. So I'm going to sit in my car in case anybody comes around me. I can make a fast getaway as well. So just know that I am completely surrounded by dead people, and I've got the spirit board, and we're going to turn it on. The old trusty SB57. We're going to jack that in. I'm going to fire shit up. And we're going to see if we get any ghosts. Line out. Boom. Bip, boop, bop. Put the antenna up. Okay. Now, let's get everything on. That's on. This is up here. Turn that down. Okay, let's jack in the... Oh, we gotta turn the power on. Oh, you heard that? Whoop. Let's go, guys. Okay, we'll turn this on. That's for the little reverb effect, and now here we go. Noisy. Let's get that noise gate up. Now we're going to scan. Now, I was having luck with this setting, but here we go. Now, we're on AM, but we're going to switch from AM. Here we go. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. I never had any luck with any of the apps, but we're going to try this out. And I'm going to turn the reverb down a little lower. Maybe it'll make it a little clearer. But you can hear now you guys can hear how that staticky noise. So I'll turn the noise gate up a little bit. Okay. If there are any spirits in here, I would love it if you made a noise. What? Beautiful. Spirits? Is there a spirit here that could tell me their name? How am I doing? Spirit, is there a spirit that could tell me your name? Now I'm in a place that's got a lot of... I try to be in a place that has a lot of celebrity deceased. I feel there might be a lot more energy here if we're going to buy into the idea of memory and memory transfer and energy transfer. I feel this place has a lot of it due to the fans. Now, if there is a spirit here that can come through, I would sure love to hear about it. What? Because, you know, this is Ghost Fire's
Ghost Fire
trial run. It's amazing. This place has a lot of tourists too, so they're kind of leave me alone. I bet if I just walked around filming it, they wouldn't even care, but I did ask permission. They said no paranormal. So I do have to keep it under wraps. But we are in the privacy of my car. No one could tell that I'm in my car. Spirits, can you, Spirit, what'd you do for a living? That sounded like a beat from Thriller, which is funny. I know it's scanning radio waves, but the fact that, like, will come through. Are there any spirits here? Now, the beauty being of my car is, after a couple minutes, I'm just going to drive around and do a lap. And we're going to see if we get anything. If anybody wants to speak up, they can call attention to it. I'll just keep the scanner on. Spirit, do you know my name? This is the other good reason about being in my car, because if it didn't know my name, I could just hit the gas and get the hell out of here. Spirits? Loosen the gate a little bit. Rose? Spirits, do you have a name? I can only see so many names from where I'm sitting. What's crazy about this place, guys, is a lot of the headstones have photos on them. Whether they are like laser imprinted or literal photos embedded in the stone. So if I saw a name of somebody and it matched, it's almost like I could see who I'm talking to. Right? It's crazy. But you're right there with me. We're trying out Ghost Fire.
Ghost Fire.
Together. Let's switch over to AM. Let's see if we get any other action on AM, and then we'll do a drive around. Oh, that was ugly. All right, so now we got to do the. Let's go. Here we go. Scanning down the frequency range on AM. Not really getting a lot on AM. You hear that static? Spirits, can you manipulate this stuff? I don't think so. No. Yeah, we're not getting anything on the old AM. Let's switch over to FM again. That was coming close. And I think the people here, just to give a hint, might like the FM a little bit more. So let's switch back over. Let's go forward. Why don't we change the speed up a little? Let's go try 250 milliseconds. Spirits, can you hear me? We're trying to make miracles happen today. Halloween's coming. I mean, Halloween's a day away. Ooh. How do we feel about Halloween, spirits? Dead? Was that dead? Spirits, can someone tell me a name? Spirits, could someone tell me a name? All right, let's do a lap. Let's do a lap around the facility. Try to see what's up. Jets off. All right, guys. Let's cruise around and see if any spirits will speak to me. We lower the AC. I don't want that getting in the way of things. I mean, there are a lot of tourists here today. It looks like there's like a class trip, which is weird. But you won't be able to see it because you guys could just see me and everything else is out of focus. Oh no, it's just a tour. It's like a private tour. Quattro? Let's go around this way. Oh, they're getting ready for Day of the Dead here. They start really setting up. This place is a big tourist attraction for that. It's super fun. I'm just gonna go back around the wide side. Any spirits can hear me? What about you guys here on the edge? Anytime you want to say something, I'm listening. We are listening. What about over here, spirits? Anybody want to speak up over here? Let's go the long way around. A lot of cars over here today. Must be. I wonder if they're doing a lot of work right here and I'm about to drive into some heavy traffic. I don't think anybody new is being buried. What? Oh, this is construction. What are you hearing, spirits? What? Let's park here for a minute. Oh, it's my fan. Shut that off. Spirits, are there any spirits in this area that want to speak up? Tell me your name. I would love it. What? Sound like breakfast. Sounds like bullshit. Every headstone here too. There's certainly not a lot that look like they need cleaning. This place is unbelievably well kept. But they're all very unique and individual. There's no uniformity really to it. People have style. Or their families did. There's a whole crazy cemetery like behind the bushes over there. I wonder if those are like what those are. You gotta really want it to get over there. Are there any spirits here that want to communicate through ghost fire?
Ghost fire.
Ghostfire is the leading spirit communication pedal board on the market. Actually, it's a prototype. It's not on the market. So this is your opportunity to be sort of an early adopter, spirit. Spirit, I want to walk away from this test run with something that makes me go, what? And in order to do that, I need you to break through to Ghost Fire.
Ghost Fire. Let's fucking go.
Ghost Fire. Whoa, what was that? Come on now. What if I go down to 350 milliseconds? Will it be easier to speak? This is radio waves, guys. This is a true SB7 scanner. So you're going to hear music. And I am in Southern California. So sounds like a lot of Spanish stations. But I want to hear a ghost. I'm going to cruise up to a part of this place called the Garden of Legends. So that'll give you a hint on where I am. Maybe not. I can't show it though again. But the energy there really might be something. We're going to do another lap. We're going to stay here for like 5 more minutes. And then we'll cruise around and go through it. Spirits, I'm trying to be convinced of your existence. And the only way to do that is to pull off some of these experiments with these various equipment pieces that all these other guys use. And to get a reaction or to get something. So, I mean, shit. There's got to be a dead person here who wants to at least give me say one thing. Way less. I'm assuming you're bumblebeeing this situation where you could just highlight a word to make it seem like this is a coherent conversation. Yes or no? What? It's a yes or no question, Spirit.
Yes.
That sounded like yes, but it was a slow yes and a little late. That was a Rain Man quality yes. So I can't tell if you're answering my question from now or the one from a while ago, Spirit. December? What happens in December? Spirit, what happens in December? That sounded like in the car. I am in the car. Spirit, can you see me? Do you know where I am? Who am I talking to? One of you ghosts, give me a name. Let's hear it, ghost. Let's find out. That sounded like let's find out. I want to find out, Spirit. Use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Use and abuse me.
And all right, Spirit, I'm going to keep driving. I mean, you shouldn't be locked into this one area. You could be from anywhere. And you know, now I'm sending the signal out universally around this perimeter. So we're going to cruise a little bit more. Oh, and we're going to see what we get as we venture farther onward.
Attention.
Okay, attention. I'm paying attention. There's a lot of dead people on the other side of this hedge I'm driving past. Do any of them have anything interesting to say? And on the right of me is an unbelievable mausoleum. Now, you guys have not been in the camera, in front of the camera in a long time. Now's your chance to get a little notoriety. If you want to speak up. Documentary? Didn't that sound like documentary? Alright, I'm cruising up to the Garden of Legends. Now, there's got to be a lot of energy and memory here. There are some very famous singers here, rock stars, and I would love for one of just some sort of a sign. Let me pull over here again. I would love some sort of a sign, Spirit. Spirit. I would love to know if any of you are going to use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. This bit never gets old.
And use this time to speak to me. I want to see some BGE. Big ghost energy. I'm opening it up. I'm opening the lines of communication. I'm giving you every opportunity. You know, I know it could take a lot more time than just, an hour cruising through a cemetery to potentially experience ghost activity, right? I understand all that. But I just don't have that kind of time, Spirit. And I want to hear somebody speak up. What? Yes? I'm going to change the speed again. I'm going to drop it down. We're at 150 milliseconds. Let's see if they have an easier time hitting the words. Spirits, can you hear me at all? This is a beautiful place. It's a great spot to be buried in. For your lifetime. Well, the end of lifetime, I think. If you're wondering what this is my little vengeance. It's a symbol for vengeance. I keep it hanging from my windshield, from my rearview mirror. I got it in New Orleans. It's been cursed. Oh, I don't know if it's officially been cursed, but I just assume it's like a voodoo doll that's been cursed. Spirit, please give me a name. I would love nothing more than a name. Or tell me where I am right now. When a what? Spirit, come on. Spirit, what is your name? Give me a name, Spirit. Tell me my name. Mine's not so easy to say. Easy? Easy, it said. So tell me what the name is. I don't know if I have that kind of magnetic field that brings you in, but there's a lot of people here looking and feeling for you guys. There's got to be some energy here that you're feeding off of. Come on, spirits. Mayor. Mayor. Mayor like M-A-Y-E-R or M-A-Y-O-R? Dude, there's definitely a mayor floating around here. E-R. Sorry, the camera overheated. Hey, everybody, we're back. The camera overheated. So I might keep the air on. Hopefully it won't affect. I'll just have to maybe turn on low. Maybe that'll keep it cool for a while. I don't even know if my camera's upside down at this point. But I can always adjust it in post. And flip the image around. Spirits, my camera's getting too hot for this kind of action. So I need to know if you're here. Could you just give me a sign? Tell me a word. Give me your name. Spirit, where am I? Spirit, give me a name. Come on. Do you like all these people walking over your graves? Or do you love the attention since you don't have it anymore? You had a lot of attention in your lives. Guys, this is not how I want to go, I don't think. I thought about this quite a bit. I think the answer is, 1, I need someone to poke me with a stick for at least 3 days to make sure that I'm officially dead before you do anything. Because as far as I understand, it's usually about 3 days if someone's going to come back to life and rise. So you got to poke me with a stick every couple hours or so just to make sure that I'm dead. Then, once I'm officially dead, I feel cremation is the way to go. I think I'm all for it. And then, my ashes, I feel like we got to do something with it that's, do I want to feed them to my enemies in like sweet, delicious treats? Or is there a better prank to do with my ashes that will like be more annoying? Maybe like go to a house party and sprinkle it into the rug, or put it under their pillow, or mix it into their eyeshadow, or mix it into their, you know what I mean? Like their pepper mill. Or just deliver them sweet treats made with my ashes to my enemies. I think that'll be worth it. That might be the way to go. Do I have a list of enemies, you ask? Probably not, but I do have a list of people that I don't like. So it's close enough to a list of enemies. And you think about these things a lot when you're surrounded by spirits, especially spirits who aren't using ghost fire to take the time to speak to me. The people want to know what it's like. I mean, you're just denying your fans. I slowed it down a little. Spirit, what's your one regret? Do you remember your life? Or do you think you're still alive? I don't speak Spanish, Spirit. Was that a Spanish insult? Did I just get made fun of in Spanish? That would be great if the one piece of communication I got today was a Spanish ghost insulting me in Spanish. That would feel very LA. It's you? Who? It's me. Tell me something, Spirit. I didn't get my coffee. The Starbucks I tried to go to, 2 different Starbucks, the parking was a nightmare. So I'm getting agitated because I didn't have it. And now the spirits are not bringing the thunder here, and I'm getting agitated at that as well. Maybe that agitation will convince them to speak.
You kidding?
I'm not okay. I'm out here in the middle of a cemetery trying to talk to ghosts, to conjure up the spirits. Melissa? That sounded like Melissa to me. Call who? Rain. Pick something. Pick words that are useful. Like start with yes, no, or a song lyric. Let's go in the other direction. Spirit, can you just help me out? Halloween's coming. It'll be a pretty kick-ass video clip to get you to say, like, whoa! He answered my question. Spirit, where am I right now? What area is this? What? I know you get a lot of Trump with the radio. Spirit, where am I right now? I am in the car. What? I'm in the car. Can you? What spirit just told me I'm in the car? I couldn't make that out. Spirit, what spirit just said I'm in the car? Please.
Taxi.
It's not a taxi. Did you say taxi? You might not have said taxi. Man, it feels like you're trying to push your way through. Where am I? Who knew where I was? Who could see me? Feed off the energy of some of these tourists. Not me. Feed off of their energy. Just take their energy. They'll just assume they're getting tired because they're being tourists and they've been walking around all day. So they won't even notice that you've taken their energy. So take their energy and then manipulate these radio waves. Take their energy and manipulate these radio waves so that we can get some action. There's a couple tourists right over there staring at some graves. Just take it. Take the energy. They'll be like, oh, I'm tired. Let's go back to the hotel. Not realizing that it was ghosts that just like sucked them dry. Come on. Spirit, will you take their energy and then communicate with me, please? I do have to leave relatively soon. My name's Gary. Who am I speaking to? Spirit, I dub myself a representative for the living, and I give you full permission to take the energy from all of these tourists. As a representative for the living, please take the energy from the tourists and use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. It's almost over.
to speak to me properly, like an adult. Let's go, Spirit. What is your name?
Armand?
Armand? Oh, Spirit, just take the energy. Look at them. They have a lot of energy. They probably got a little too much energy, if you know what I mean. I need my energy. Don't take me. Take it from them and relay the image through and relay your words through ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Enough already.
To the car. Bring your energy to the car, Spirit. Spirit, would you warn me if like a cop or a security guard was going to come by and possibly throw me out?
Thank you.
He's here? He is here too, by the way. The security guard just drove right by me. I don't know if you're not gonna be able. I can't wait it, but that's funny. He's here and he drove right by me. Spirit, I want you to take the energy off of some of these tourists. What about, okay, if you don't want to take the energy off the tourists, what about some of the guys working here? Who do you like the least? Who's the most disrespectful? Take their energy. Offload it. Let's go. It's really hard to get the spirits to do what you want. So no, that's not true. I can't make that out. Is that Spanish? Let's see if I lower the gate. I'm going to shut the reverb off entirely and see what we get. See if it's a little clearer in these last few minutes. Spirit, if there are any ghosts here, I want a name. I want a ghost name. Spirits, I want a ghost name. It's pretty wild, guys. All right, but I don't want to sit here all day. We'll do this adventure again. We'll try to make ghost friends. I think what we're going to do right now, we'll do one more lap. See if we get any action. And if we don't, we'll make our way out. I think that's what the plan is. We're going to give Ghostfire a chance, one more chance to pick up any signals as we venture around the facilities. All right, Ghostfire. Let's do it. Okay. I'm driving. Did you see I was driving?
I'm Alex.
Alex? Spirits.
No.
Uh-oh. What, these guys blocking the... Can make it around, or... It's a lot of workers. I don't know if I can make it around, but maybe he's going to let me... Can I go this way? Yeah, he's moving. Okay. Yeah, they really keep the graves and the headstones clean here. Spirits. Oh my God, is that a peacock? Is that an albino peacock? This is your chance, spirits. Last opportunity to use Ghostfire.
Ghostfire.
This is the hot part right here. The Garden of Legends. I'm ready. No names?
Well, 8.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, you're on now. You just saw this a little test bonus episode of Splintered Spirits where I'm cruising around an undisclosed location, but if you were paying attention, you might be able to figure it out. I just will never say where it was, nor can I really show you where it was, because they didn't give me permission to shoot here. I would love to, but they are not interested in the paranormal at all. It creeps people out, they say, or at least it creeps them out. But it is a beautiful place. This is a trial run for Ghostfire.
Ghostfire. Last one, we swear.
Let me tell you, in that break where it overheated, something did happen. And I'm going to share it with you, but I'm hesitant because no one's going to believe me. That's the real problem. Like, no one's ever going to believe when I tell them what happened when the camera overheated. So, listen, guys, thank you so much. We will, until next time, Splintered Spirits and Ghostfire.
Ghostfire. We lied. This is the last one.
That wraps up this bonus episode of Splintered Spirits. Thanks for going on that ride along with me. As you saw, a whole lot more of nothing than something happens on these ghost hunts. But the stuff we did capture on Ghostfire was 100% real. If you saw something else, an apparition perhaps, those were not real. It's just Halloween, folks. A little fun, some tricks and treats. Let me know in the comments how many ghosts you spotted. Until next time. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.